You look like a good choice.
Interlink. What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlink.
Interlink.
Did they teach you how to feel finger to finger? Interlink.
Interlink.
Do you long for having your heart?
Everything's a copy, copy, copy.
Stop trying to control everything and just let go.
Cells.
Cells.
Do they keep you in a cell? Cells.
Cells.
Want to know what you think? Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your problem. Forget about what you think you know about life, about friendship.
Interlinked.
If you were to die right now, how would you feel about your life? I don't know. I wouldn't feel anything good about my life. Look at you! You're fucking pathetic!
Cause my head is tied up with silver chains, yeah. All right, we're back. We're back. Mark and I have $2. Sup, Wally? Did Shota get a hug? He needed one. No, he did not. He did not. You think we show affection? You fool. You fool. Did you see the Frankenstein trailer? Yeah. I'm really pissed it only has limited theaters. I'm super pissed. I want to watch it in a theater. I don't think we're going to get it, though. Racist Fern? Well, you know, it's not you asked. Why not? Why not?
Nigger death, kill niggers, behead niggers, roundhouse kick a nigger into the concrete, slam dunk a nigger baby into the trash.
There you go. So no chapters? As far as I'm aware, still no new chapters, yeah. So, You don't kiss the homie goodbye? No spoilers for Silent Hill F, nigger. I haven't finished the first Silent Hill. Well, I mean, Silent Hill F it's basically a complete standalone. You can play it by yourself. Well, you can play it by itself if you want to. You're late? Yeah, I have no excuse. I was, funny enough, busy playing Silent Hill F. I'm now past the second Otherworld area where you get the glaive. No, the Naginata. And yeah, there have been more remixes on what's going on. The first Otherworld segment, there's a whole other area they add on to that. It's just kind of a small one. It's by the Corrupted Tree, but that was really cool. Video Christian, do you have that video, Christian? Can you nigger to Mario music? Oh, Colin Surfsack Tito one? Fuck, I don't know if I still have that anymore. I have to look. Man, how is an elf race supposed to only be raced through the same species? Have you seen Ghost of Yotai? I saw it came out. I have not heard anything about it. I heard about Perfect Blue screening and went, there's no way they're showing anime at my local theater, and lo and behold, it's a 30-minute drive elsewhere. Yeah. Why wouldn't you stream it for us? Silent Hill F? We're trying to do it on Tuesday, but Shota got held up on Tuesday. We're going to continue it next week. Seems like bandwidth is already shitting itself. Naginata, you pleb. Yeah. Ghost of Yotai is out already? I think it's coming out like Friday, but yeah, supposedly. Xbox self-destructing again with them raising the price for Game Passage. Jojo Warida, yeah. And plans for spooky season? I have a whole list of horror movies I'm trying to get through. I watched through The Frighteners again after like 15 years. I still love that movie. It is still one of my favorite Peter Jackson movies. It's so much fun. I'm trying to catch more like obscure stuff that I haven't really seen. I still need to watch Cure. Still need to watch a bunch of other things. It's October 2nd. You're not playing FF10-2. That is unfortunate. I feel like Nier and Nier Automata did the replay the game for new stuff better. With Silent Hill F, there's really cool additions, but I kind of wish it was a bit truncated. Replaying on hard's a bit tedious. I actually really like the game so far on hard. It's to the point I'm kind of kicking myself for playing through on normal the first time through because I was just trying to get a feel for the combat. Hard to me is like way more fun. I got to the first actual boss fight on hard, and it actually kicked my ass a few times where I'm like, okay, this is actually pretty fucking fun. You're cold and go. You're number one. Pippa had a bad day looking for a car. Salesman being a creep. Go and cheer her up. Oh, that's poor rabbit lady. Reviewing Society. I'm not going to be reviewing it because I do have a theme for this spooky season. I have a theme. After the Man on Fire video, we're going to be sticking to that theme. Pilgrim's now a pretty cool guy for 15 months. Do you mind if I take a slot for Valentine's Day? I want to review a Chibi Vampire. That would be fun. Horror comedies allowed? Oh, yeah. You ever seen any of Peter Jackson's early horror movies? Heavily inspired by Evil Dead. Oh, yeah. Brain Dead, Bad Taste. I just watched The Frighteners. That one's very Evil Dead. The annoying part of hard difficulty is trying to get the achievements related to boss attacks you have to avoid. Yeah, it is kind of a pain. They love to latch onto you. When we get Man on Fire, I've already started editing it, so early next week, I believe. Now, we've got to change the background to the spooky one. That's actually a good point. Let me see if I still have that. Yeah, Meet the Feebles. Yeah, Meet the Feebles is hilarious. That's one that you don't really see a lot of people talk about, and it's sad, because it's actually a lot of fun. Okay, yeah, let me see if I still have it. I should have it, but I'm just waiting on... For some reason, my fucking... This specific folder, I'm pretty sure it's on, does not want any of the images to load, and that drives me nuts because I need it to load. It's going to be a pain in the ass. Oh, well, I'll have to find it later. Man on Fire Vulcan? It's STDs, isn't it? Because they burn. Hey, Lolly in chat, House FF12 streams. I played the demo of Fuga 3 modes, still in freaking, it gets even darker than the other sequel. It's really good, yeah. Question, the government shutting down with nothing happening counts nothing ever happening? Yeah, nothing happens. A chat mascot make a feature into Cyberpop? It could be fun. Ruin your day, October Berserk chapter is a lie, there's no confirmation. Yeah, basically. Struggling with bulking lately, by far more difficult than lifting, is eating, as I keep wanting to puke everything I eat. Yeah. Well, take it at your pace. Don't try to force yourself to, like, eat to the point of puking. God damn, why is everything in this one specific folder not showing the actual images? I need those. I know it's in this folder, too. That's the worst part. And like I said, I'm just going to have to find it later. God, it's going to drive me fucking crazy. I guarantee it's because it's in my pictures folder, it's tied to Google Drive, and because it's disconnected from Google Drive, because of course it is, it's like, oh, well, technically I don't think your computer has those images, even though I'm staring right at them. Multitask, damn it. Final Fantasy tonight, 12, yeah. Heard from reputable source, Homecoming is actually better than F. Yeah, anyone who believes that, you're fucking high. Heard of Gangman Lee getting fired over supposed harmful and dehumanizing tweets? I'm not listening to a lot of talking heads right now, just because, like, Fair Bond song? I'm still very partial to Skyfall. Skyfall, I think, is probably the best one. It's really good. It's going to drive me crazy until I find it. Oh, well. Reviewing Devil's Backbone? I've actually never heard Devil's Backbone. Denzel Washington actually has a lot of good life advice. Yeah. Got rare limited time button shirt of Silent Hill F. Oh. Have you ever thought about putting your video intros in YouTube shorts? It could be fun. I do like doing them. No chat, hunt down the Freeman dunk meme is not meant to be taken literally no matter what OP believes. Yeah, Skyfall was overplayed. You're not even wrong. For like a solid two to, I think, almost 3 years after Skyfall came out, anytime I walked into a store, it would be playing Skyfall. Alice Cooper's version of Man with Golden Gun is peak. It is really good. FBI claimed to have cut ties to the ADL. Major doubts, but if they did, took them long enough. Should have done it with, since Darryl Brooks. Nothing ever happens. Silent Hill F is a little woke. Yeah, it's not. It's not. Jungen is now a pretty cool guy for a month. Pretty cool guy for a month. For McDonald's brony guy rendition of Skyfall. Think you do a review of Fido the zombie movie? Fido is a lot of fun. That is one I actually like quite a bit. It is so fucking weird. It feels like pre-Lord of the Rings Peter Jackson in a lot of ways. Congrats on 176k subs on your way to 200k. Yeah. If Set Fire to the Rain wasn't in my opinion Adele's magnum opus, Skyfall would be. Yeah. So enough is woke. They said women deserve human rights. Anime you're looking forward to this season? Cute vampire anime looks comfy. I gotta look into what's coming out this season because we caught up on a bunch of our seasonals, so we are gonna have to start looking for more. We finally actually started pushing through on Gachi Akuda, and we're close to finishing it. Gachi Akuda is really cool so far. I like it. Media literacy Silent Hill fans are being upstaged by the everything is lame and gay Silent Hill fans in the contest for never played a single game in the series. Yeah, Hinako doesn't hate men. She's just actually attracted to a guy. She just wants to decide her own fate and it takes precedence over other things. Yeah. Well, like, something I found out about, because I had my suspicions, you know. Brought Scott to $5. Digimon counts as an SMT game. It has Lucifer. Yeah, I think you can count it. But, you know, I had my suspicions. With the New Game Plus run, with that intro cutscene changed, where in the original run, it's just her dad screaming at her mom and screaming at Hinako, and they make it very obvious the dad's an asshole. New Game Plus, he sounded a lot more passive, and I especially noticed, if you look around, at, like, for instance, if you try to do the UFO ending and you look at different posters, one of the posters outright has Hinako tell a story about when her dad took her to a movie and it freaked her out. So, kind of the vibe I was getting was that Hinako was kind of imagining or over-exaggerating how much of an asshole her dad was. Like, her dad was still a prick. He was still a douchebag. but how much of it was real versus how much of it was just she exaggerated it for the sake of it's just her perspective. Could Hinako solo Adam Smasher? Which version of Hinako? That's actually really important. Remember that Valkyrie Chronicles 3rd PS game I was thinking about during the Monday stream? Was thinking about tinkering with the idea for uni portfolio work. Thoughts on this? Give it a shot. You never know. What do we do after we finish? Possibly finish 12 tonight? Well, then we move on to 13. You finish reading Aran Host Club before I read a new manga. People like Aran. It's pretty good. What's an interesting alternate history scenario for you? I guess if Confederacy won the Civil War. You never actually see that explored because everyone just devolves to America still has slavery. It's like, there's a lot more going on there. A copy of Man on Fire, What to Expect, No Spoils. Genuinely one of the most badass action movies with probably one of the most emotional stories. I like it a lot. Zim does about $5. I've gotten really tired of politics being brought up in the Bible study classes during lessons. It's infuriating because it's distraction from the lesson. He's not going to skip the tactics, so after all the main lines are done. Now, Iran was one of the things the American otaku sphere back in the aughts, yeah. I saw Japanese artists draw Hinako and pop Team Epic style, yeah. Is Man on Fire your favorite Denzel movie? Yeah, I would probably say so. It's probably my all-time favorite of his. And they basically either end up with a balkanized America or eventually reunification, more libertine union. That's what I mean. It's a really cool idea that you could do a lot with, but no one ever wants to do that. That's on Fallout Tactics, tactical RPG spin-off game that's highly underrated. It's okay. Also, did Homestuck ever have any heavy cursing? Only asking because a lot of clips from Homestuck anime pilot had a lot of cursing, considering it's done by VZ Pop. I have no idea. I never got into Homestuck. Someone who never grew up with Final Fantasy, I'd like to know why it's so beloved from an outside perspective is just okay. Really cool worlds, and when they were coming out, pretty good stories. Also, really fun gameplay. Gameplay in 7 is a lot of fun. Southern Victory Timeline, which imagines a scenario devolving further with the Confederates joining the Entente, while the Union joins the Central Powers. There's the Turtle Dove books. I think it's that, plus her letting all the bad stuff override good stuff, and the fact her dad had fallen from grace rather than being an evil dad deep down to the core. Game could have been way darker. Yeah. You know, like, with Silent Hill F, like I said, I fully still believe the dad was a piece of shit, but from what I was hearing from other people who have gotten all the way to, like, New Game Plus, there are signs that even the men are suffering as well. It's not just the women are all suffering and no one else. Like, the guys themselves are also not having fun. Rare limited time Silent Hill F button shirt. One's red and regular's only black. Ooh, that's actually really cool. That looks really nice. And where Skull Knight is currently in Berserk. He just kind of pops up when he does. When you get a gun in Dead Island 2, third or fourth mission, you have to help Sam B steal a bunch of guns. Ties Balance in Midnight, people just don't care because the retarded Devon lead actress. Okay, interesting alternate history scenario would be, what if the South won the Civil War and America never ended World War I? Yeah. Oh, check Discord's above the shirt. Oh. Oh, yeah. Chris Treya of the Yardbirds. Yeah. Holy fuck. We're losing a lot of people, man. Dad generally loves Hinako, but he's completely fucking broken, and he could only cope with alcohol on top of the fact he was raised in a hyper-traditional household. Yeah. You know, like I said, they're making it clear that the only real evil people of the story are the people that actively choose to be evil. You know, guys like, you know, ironically enough, Hinako's dad isn't necessarily evil. He's just struggling with a lot of problems he's not coping with properly. Someone like Rinko or even Shu, they're fucking evil. I show up fucking trapped at work again? No. We just stream solo on Thursdays. Favorite Beavis and Butthead episode? Mine's the Spanish Fly episode. I hope he's got a boner. I really like the one where Beavis tries to call a hitman on Butthead. That one made me laugh my ass off. On South when the Civil War, then the slaves were given freedom just to fuck with the North. I can answer this. Yeah, Homestuck had gratuitous cursing, but every character has a frequency. John and Dave really don't curse much as they do in the pilot, even they say fag. You think Griffith's pure evil? Horribly. He's the Antichrist. Question to you in chat, since we're in Spooky Month, any tips on playing Fatal Frame 2 and 3? Fatal Frame is a lot like Silent Hill in that it's more of you're stuck in an area full of puzzles and there just so happen to be monsters trying to kill you. So you have to approach it more as a puzzle game, but it's a lot of fun if you do. Your friends are worse than your dad. Yeah, right? Favorite monster design F? God, there's some really cool ones. The actual fog monster design, I genuinely think is really cool. Just like when you actually see it in full, it's like, oh shit, yeah, that's fucking striking. But the pregnant monster is also pretty fucked up. Favorite ramen flavor? I like beef. Beef ramen's good. One thing I know about Fatal Frame is that Ayane is in one of them. Yeah. Most underrated game OST for me, it's Payday 1. I really like Fury's soundtrack. When you do True Ending, is one of the sweetest cutscenes in all Silent Hill that I've ever seen. It's one of the most hopeful in the series regarding the ending. Big thing with the Confederacy winning is now there's pro-expansionist power assigned to deal with France that allow them to invade Mexico to plant a monarch. Seen people claiming Hinako is unlikable for not wanting to get sold off and marries a teenager, whereas James Sunderland was just a nice guy grieving his wife. I'm not kidding. Yeah, I saw that. That is kind of one of the most obvious cases of, so you never finished Silent Hill 2, did you? Saw a Halo rant with a scaly PNG tuber in it, and I did re-download Twitter to see more of their art. Am I cooked? So a horror movie game that you watch play every October. In regards to games, I always try to go through at least one of the Dead Rising games, just because I fucking love Dead Rising. That or Resident Evil. This year I'm allowing it to be an exception. I'm going through Silent Hill F, just due to the fact of it's a new Silent Hill and it's spooky. Movie, I always try to do The Thing and John Carpenter's Halloween. Mexicans are ungrateful bastards, refuse to accept the reason they aren't speaking French to the Union. Retards, Freudian slip. Here's a Berserk board game that's out. Yeah. Ever started on the mods for Halo Master Chief? I have not, no. It kind of just seemed like one of those things that probably a pain in the ass to mod. Like Rob Zombie's Halloween? It's fun. The first movie's fun. Yeah, doing impressions of James knowing stories I don't know too with his VA is so fucking funny. Yeah, Overgarden Wall, that's a series I always try to watch every October. Stay on Resident Evil for a whole year. We're supposed to be getting RE9 soon. Speaking of The Thing, have you seen Playgripe's take on it? Yeah, it's an interesting video. I don't fully agree with the interpretation of people could know they're infected. I always like it more that once you're infected, you are part of that hive mind. So stuff like, fucking the one guy turning down leadership from Gary because he wasn't up to it, quote unquote. I like the idea more the parasite intentionally didn't want the leadership position just due to the fact of it's too dangerous right now. I'll slink into the background and let them kill each other first. That's on Sherman worship. I think anyone worshiping any historical figure is stupid. Let's read the next chapter of Berserk and Falconia. I swear I'll read and enjoy it like everyone else. Yeah, fiending for a new God of War game. God of War, Gears of War. Could go either way. Try to finish Nocturne by Halloween. Yeah. Yeah, the only consistency in Silent Hill F is that Rinko's a bitch and got what was coming. Yeah. There was actually an interesting tweet I saw where someone pointed out the fact of, like, Rinko herself might be a victim of the expectations of the village, and the vibe I got with her was always the opposite. Like, because basically the whole idea is everyone's forced to these very traditional standards, and you can never step out, otherwise you're ostracized or treated like shit. And Rinko, I never got the vibe that she was forced into that. To me, it was always the opposite, in that Rinko is one of the people that pushes that kind of ideal, you know? She already was a horrible, vindictive person, so anyone that would be seen as an outsider or weird or weak, she would basically gun after. You know what I mean? Basically, she was the one that would always cause problems. She was the one that would gossip and spread rumors about people. Like, hell, first playthrough, she makes it very clear she would have literally tap danced at Hinako's funeral. The one I feel like you could see as the victim of it, to where she's just kind of mentally broken, is Sukiko. Because they made it clear with Sukiko, she also was like Hinako in that she was an outsider, you know? She was considered the weird girl, she had a bunch of mental problems, you know, that kind of thing. When you get to New Game Plus and you learn more stuff about the friends, you realize there's a lot more pathetic and pitiable than you realize, yeah. Fuck you, Rinko. Fuck you, Rinko. Yeah. I finished the game completely. The only bad person's Rinko. All the others are overall good, but nuanced. Fox Max included. The only reason I would say Shu is completely evil is because of what the implications of what the first ending are. Yeah, basically the game's about dealing with the expectations of the traditional Japanese village. Yeah. It's about dealing with their traditions and understanding how the traditions could either be very good or very bad. Because they acknowledge that people who are blessed by the fox could be warned of upcoming disasters, could be led to a treasure that helps their family, or could even be healed from, like, miracle injuries, you know, that kind of thing. Meanwhile, you have people like Rinko or Hinako's parents that are the bad side of it, that are about pushing it to a degree of you're not allowed to think, you're not allowed to question, you have to live life this specific way, that kind of thing. Yeah, Rinko's just full of hatred, yeah. You think the mental illness and somehow a lot of it seemingly ignores the call out by the devs of Japan as a whole with how Japanese society treats mental illness? You can definitely see it. You can definitely see it with Sukiko because they do establish she had a history of mental problems. And also the first ending, you can kind of see it as well with what happens to Hinako. All in all, I think it's just kind of... I think it's just kind of all about, like, collectivist life. You know, you cannot be an individual. You have to be part of this collective lifestyle. And if you question it or say, I don't think I want that in any way, you have to be punished. So anti-woke think is anti-natalist. I'm not watching Synthman just to figure out why he believes that. Well, like, it all comes down to Hinako's fears, basically. I disagree. Shu did what he did because he wanted Hinako to get the therapeutic effects of the introspection. Unfortunately, he didn't know about her issues completely. Yeah, you can definitely see it like that. Where Shu genuinely did try to help and he just fucked up. I hear Xbox increasing their Game Pass. Yeah, it's like double the price. I told them play it again. They went, it doesn't change anything or it doesn't matter. What changed, it's still woke. Yeah, it's like completely missing the point. It seemed like needs are so common in Japan. I always thought Japanese were all about working, and if you didn't, you were seen as a piece of shit. Well, because people can't keep up with the pressure of it, and they snap. So criticize collectivism. You can see it that way. That's kind of how I see it, where everyone's just expected to go along with this, no matter how nightmarish it is, and Hinako's the only one trying to actually fight out of it. Not seeing any F. How gory is it? There's like one or two specific scenes that are explicitly gory. Other than that, it leaves a lot more up to you hear it, but you don't see it. But when it does get nasty, it gets fucking nasty. Fun fact, multi-million-dollar estate in Black Ops 2 map raid is a mess. The laundry room is 200 feet from the bedroom. Panic room has a red glass window, no bathrooms. I remember chatting in Japan, especially back then, and even less so now. Standing out is considered a weird thing. Yeah. New Game Plus skips it, and it makes me sad. Yeah, she was told to give an extreme dosage to Hinako, but basically his shadow because he was taking White Claudia, yeah. Remember the most nostalgic memory? I remember when I was a kid, I always woke up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, and I could immediately hear the second ending of Inuyasha and Toonami. You think Silent Hill F had some influence by the horrific Japanese murder with the lady? If you're talking about Junko, no. There's not really any kind of reference to that. True ending route, you get cutscenes with Hinako talking with her mom and dad respectively. Oh, okay. When's the likelihood of Silent Hill 3 getting called anti-natalist and inevitably gets remade? Yeah, right. I hear Jane Goodall died. Yeah, the lady who invented monkeys is dead. Southern Victory book series. The United States joined World War I on Germany's side, with the CSA joins World War I on Britain and France's side. U.S. and Germany win World War I. CSA still lives. Oh. How much would Game Pass be? I never used Game Pass, so I don't know what the regular price is, but I heard they, like, doubled it now. How would Jane get diamonds now? Yeah, Japan, especially post-war Japan, was extremely, you work for the betterment of all, so Hinako rocking the boat would super make her stand out. Yeah. Well, everything about her character is all about standing out and being different, you know. She was tall for a girl. She was a tomboy. She never liked playing a girl game. She wanted to play with the boys, you know. Every step of her character made her different than everyone else, so she was already considered a weirdo. They doubled the Ultimate subscription, which also gives you EA's library and I think Ubisoft. Oh. Yeah, going up to like $30 a month. Favorite Stalker faction? I like the Bandits. They were funny. Yeah, Game Pass started at $15 a month, and they raised it to 20. Now it's going to be 30. Latest monkey update canceled due to Jane's death. Hinako liked to play in mud and eat bugs? Quite literally, yeah. She was a tomboy. So my Hinako kidding was valid? Yes. But Silent Hill 3 be considered feminist? I heard some people trying to claim it as such. Trying to view it from the angle of feminism to me is wrong due to the fact of they're a lot deeper than that. You know, it's way more, like Silent Hill 3 in particular is a lot more about like identity and who are you? Are you what people say you are, or are you the person you choose to be? Like, yeah, you have the whole thing with like Heather being forced to birth a god, but to me that's more along the lines of the identity thing of they just wanted her to be Alessa. Meanwhile, Heather wanted to be different. She wanted to be Harry's daughter. Okay, is how needs in Japan goodbye. Does Japan make it easy to collect unemployment welfare? And so I'm surprised. No, a lot of the time they'll save up money or leech off other people. Yeah, you guys hate eating the bugs till a tomboy does it. Don't let the WF know about this to exploit it. And do you really think these people think any deeper than surface level? Saying we got a tomboy tall girl and got called woke. I hate it here. Jane's death represented a shift in the timeline like Harambe's? I have no idea. Number of random chimp events have gone down to 0. I have respect for Jane Monkey passing. Maybe Silent Hill F has another meaning. Things are deeper than they appear. Well, I mean, that's how it is with every Silent Hill game. I was playing Metaphor ReFantasia for the first time. Problem is I gave my pal access to my Game Pass account so he could get Gears Reloaded in Hollow Knight. He kicked me out an hour in. Feminism thing or just internet weirdos trying to claim a game? Just take the game's concept as face value. Yeah. Yeah, Heather just wants to be left alone with all this cultist crap following her. Yeah. October, I'm listening to the audiobook of The Stand, one of the best horror books I ever read. Yeah, Politics Snob trying to spin Silent Hill 3 as abortion good is really fucking weird and reveals what they inherently think by having kids. Yeah. I feel bad for Jane Monkey's husband. I'll not eat bugs cooked by Americans. If it was done by Mexicans, I'll give it a chance. Californians make it disgusting. If Silent Hill 3 came out, people would call it woke. I'll never understand the hate for Silent Hill F. It's pretty good. Yeah. Well, like I said, it's a thing where that first playthrough literally lies to you. It is one of the most, like, this game is not what it is appearing to be type things. Man, it should have been beat harder is what Synthetic Man's audience is actually saying. Yeah, it's like just, once again, that first playthrough literally lies to you. Like, Hinako just thinks that's what's happening because that first playthrough is all filtered through the perspective of what's going on with her. New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus, you understand more of what's happening. It's perfect time to listen to Peter Pube's emotional classic, Harambe, You're Supposed to Be My Baby, in honor of Monkey Woman. Big Titty Monster Nurses, one of the easiest ones to look into. Yes, sex appeal, well, it's there. It's super simple, and shows like Shrek, Silent Hill stuff has layer. Shows like Shrek, Silent Hill stuff has layers, yeah. Well, the manga Extravaganza has ladies you like. I am well aware of Extravaganza, and yes, they are very good. Someone say Silent Hill F has the same combat as Silent Hill Homecoming and Callisto Protocol. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. Yeah, endings are garbage except UFO ending and the generic ending. No, they explain a lot more what's happening. Let's go the author of Lefty so they aren't listing them being corrected. Yeah, no, it's stupid piss fighting. I think Bruce Wayne would have ever been let back into the country without any problems given the kind of place he was running around in. Surely be perceived as a possible security threat. No, he's Bruce Wayne. No one knows he's Batman. To put it simply, to quote a certain Disney sitcom opening, everything is not what it seems. I'm guessing you heard Microsoft recent Game Pass increase. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. I never use Game Pass, so it does not affect me, but I know a lot of people are fucked. Yeah, psychological horror series tricking the audience? I'm shocked. Yeah, it's like... Because like I said, the first time you go through it, it does lean into the whole, like, oh my god, women are treated like such dog shit. It's so horrible this is happening to them. And, I mean, everything it sets up, I mean, yeah. It's not like Hinako is mad because some guy basically said she looked cute and she was offended by it. No, like, her dad tried to kill her with a sword type thing. You know what I mean? No, but then you get, like, New Game Plus, and from what I understand, New Game Plus doubles down on it further and explains that Hinako herself may have a persecution complex, and it is being essentially exploited to trick her against everything around her. Supposedly getting a new One Piece announcement on the 10th. People are speculating another anime break, redone previous arc, Pirate Warriors 4, next arc, or live action. Yeah, Hanko's dad literally threw a fillet knife at her. Yeah, and unless, if I get to that scene again in New Game Plus and they change it, because if my theory is right, they could change it to where it was more of an accident, but, like, that first run, he threw it at her. Like, actually threw it at her. Also, Absolute Lex Luthor's revealed, converting Darkseid's more pissed about Batman shooting him that one time than Superman existing. If she wasn't being manipulated, she would probably still be hallucinating from how mentally ill she is in general. Yeah. Hell, people even brought up a really good point where, God, is Hinako fucked? If you get true ending, she actually gets, like, a pretty happy ending, from what I understand. I have not gotten true ending, though, because I have to get the other two endings first, because it's normal, bad, good, and fucking true. UFO, from my understanding, doesn't count for getting the true ending, but it's a fun one. So I should now be considered the itemized representation of Silent Hill. I am terrified now that it's been broken. Why did Batman shoot Darkseid? I thought Batman never used lethal force even on someone like Darkseid. Oh no, Darkseid he would 100% try to kill. Darkseid made it clear, he's just fucking evil. And she's kind of alright in the good ending. Yeah. English dub actually shines in the UFO ending. Yeah, don't go with Shady Fox guy. But yeah, you know, it's, you know, the whole thing in Silent Hill F is, from what I understand, the time the story takes place is not actually when things are happening. So once you're done with it, will we expect a video on F or Silent Hill in general? I really would like to talk about more Silent Hill stuff. I love Silent Hill. I'll have to figure out a plan for it, though. So aliens are real in Silent Hill in any game. Yeah, Batman will 100% pull the Bat M16 on Darkseid. Had salmon with potatoes and mushroom sauce that today. It was nice. Yeah. Batman may have shot Darkseid, but don't forget Superman beat Darkseid by singing. Yeah, I had to find a secret samurai sword to get the true ending. That's one of the conditions to get it, because you're supposed to get it to get the other two endings as well. New Game Plus ending, from what I checked, it gets a bit sad after watching the good part of the ending. Watching the good part of the ending stops. Well, New Game Plus ending, you can either get good or bad. So you probably saw the end of the good one, because from what I understand, the bad ending is, like, really fucked. Yeah, Bruce busted a Radiant Captain Darkseid's ass, yeah. Yeah, anti-life equation, yeah. Yeah, Batman's no-kill rule does not exist with aliens. You remember the Justice League cartoon? He was killing aliens, yeah. Let's watch IH explain the new Silent Hill if story mode ever gets another video. You should actually play them. They're really good. What is their UFO ending? For F, from what I understand, they basically turn the whole thing into a joke gag manga, and the town watched chase off the aliens because they thought they were impolite. It sounded hilarious. I already fucked up the conditions for it, though, because the first poster I checked out was actually the one you're supposed to check out last, and you have to see them in order in order to get the ending. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll just get, bad or good ending. My idea was I would get bad ending first, then good ending, then true. Should I watch the Higurashi anime? It's pretty good. I see Epstein got absolute green arrow, yeah. What difficulty do you play F on? Is it particularly difficult games or pretty doable? It's pretty doable. First run, I did normal, because I was just trying to get a feel for the combat and what the game's supposed to feel like. Then I played on hard. Hard is way more fun. I really enjoy hard a hell of a lot more. And when I do the true end run, I was going to do Lost in the Fog, which is the hardest one. Am I doing the steps for the sword? Yeah, I've been doing the steps for the sword, and I just need to do 3 more of the shrine puzzles to get it. From my understand, once you do New Game Plus Plus, you only need to do 2 of them to get the sword. Is Silent Hill back in your opinion? So far, I would say, yeah, it's pretty damn good so far. I like 2 Remake, I'm liking F. They even outright said they want to try new things with each new actual game. Because, like, Silent Hill 2 Remake, they know what they wanted to play like. Silent Hill 1 Remake, I guess, is just going to feel the same as 2 Remake, just due to the fact of Blooper Team's also working on that one. But Konami outright said that F was an experiment, and they're going to try something else with the next one, which, from my understanding, is called Townfall. Has anyone chat play Pro Skater 3 or 4 Remake? It's pretty fun. Necroner, $50. Yeah, nothing ever happens, but this time it did happen. My healthcare job finally had the state review come in, and today, which was supposed to be the last day, was canceled due to shutdown. Now they may have to start over. Thanks, Schumer. It'd be how it be. I'll give you a heart because I feel bad for you. Just away from the Twitch thing and the Corona one. Yeah, basically. Ascension and Short Message. Short Message was literally just a tech demo. Would you recommend Silent Hill F to someone who's never played a Silent Hill game? For someone who never played a Silent Hill game, I would actually recommend them just to emulate 1, 2, or 3. I think you can actually pick up 1 on modern systems. Didn't fucking PS Classics have Silent Hill 1? But if you're, like, at least aware of Silent Hill, like, maybe you knew about 2, you knew about 3, like... You didn't speed through the entire franchise, but you've dabbled in a few of them. I would definitely recommend F. I like F. You know what the F stands for? The obvious answer to me is probably Fox. Because Fox is like a really, really important thing in Silent Hill F. And next Silent Hill gameplay like Gears of War, because it'd be funny. Has Darkseid ever found anti-life? I think, yeah, there's like an event or 2 where he did. Yeah, Silent Hill Foxu. Yeah, basically. But no, I like F a lot. I think F is actually really good. Yeah, sequel to Silent Hill F will be Silent Hill UQ. This might just be my lust for open world games, but I love a Silent Hill game with 2 Homecoming and Downpour's maps all connected. I love the idea of the other world consuming ours. That could be cool, yeah. Where you not only go in Silent Hill, but like areas around Silent Hill. My only real issue with that is, to me, Silent Hill is at its best when it feels like a web. Where it feels like you're walking around this web that's constantly shifting and changing. And open world design could be really cool, and I actually liked what they did with 2 Remake with how you could explore the town. So I don't know. It would still have to feel like this constantly moving web while giving you more freedom. Yeah, it could also just mean Silent Hill Fog, yeah. Yeah, Darkseid found the anti-life equation at the end of Unlimited. It's how he and Lex Luthor went out, yeah. I played the demo of Marvel Cosmic Invasion from what I heard. It's pretty fun. Isn't that the beat-em-up one? It actually looks kind of fun. Yeah, DC Zombie Comics starts because Darkseid found anti-life. What is the anti-life equation? Just kill all button or take away people's free will? Unless they changed it, if I remember right, it basically is, yeah, it just rips away your free will. Because the epitome of life is being able to choose, so anti-life is you're completely mind-controlled. Excited for that new Parasite Eve-like game? I am. Silent Hill UQ and don't miss the DLC Agate. So a map like Evil Within 2 work for Silent Hill? I would like to see them try. Because Evil Within 2 felt pretty Silent Hill in a few different places. Anti-life equation is math that makes you sad and a slave to dark side, yeah. Oh, man, please help me. Something's wrong with the burger. I'm dying on the toilet. Help me. Drink water. Is it a sequel or remake to Parasite Eve? The one he's talking about is basically just a spiritual successor made by guys who are fans of Parasite Eve. How about Silent Hill as a military horror game? Nah, I don't want that. Someone even put it really good in a... it was like a Twitter thread. I just don't remember the context of the Twitter thread, but dude's like... The whole point of Silent Hill is it's your hidden dark secrets coming to the surface. A guy with PTSD or like in the military, the most you could do is he has PTSD. And it's like, I mean, yeah, that's cool, but, you know, what makes Silent Hill interesting is that intimate horror. You know, what people who are supposed to be normal are capable of doing to each other. I'm to Darkseid's son, Orion. I think he's still around. I'm pretty sure he's still a good guy. Yeah, wasn't Homecoming the military guy game? Technically, but yeah, Jacob's Ladder. Jacob's Ladder was able to work just due to how they do that story. But to me, Silent Hill is like that. I don't think they should do that. Yeah, your worst mistake's basically coming to kill you. Yeah. You know, like, to me, what makes Silent Hill interesting is the protagonists are not badasses. They're just normal people. They need to call it Parasite 3. Looking forward to Romeo's the Dead Man. It's a Suda game. At the very least, it'll have personality. Would you be okay with a Silent Hill protagonist being straight up evil, like he's actually a serial killer or rapist? Some of the endings in Downpour kind of hint in that direction. Like, where you find out the main guy might be a serial killer. But that's if you get, like, the worst ending. But, I mean, it's a town all about punishment. I actually wouldn't be against it. It basically just being, basically just be playing Eddie. Hell, people already kind of consider Silent Hill 2 a game where you're playing as the bad guy. Silent Hill Freestyle, Silent Hill Fighting Championship, Silent Hill Figgy Pudding. Hell, Homecoming isn't even a military game. That's the entire plot twist, yeah. Man, people complain to get a gun saying it missed the point. Well, I mean, you get a gun in all the other games. My whole point is, I don't want just Soldier Man, the Soldier Man for Silent Hill. I like it when they have more... I like when they have more weird, like I said, intimate type horror stuff, you know? James killed his wife. Heather's trying to be groomed by a cult. Harry just wanted to save his daughter, you know? Normal people dragged into something they're not prepped for. A military thing, to me, just feels like pandering. You know, it feels like, well, obviously players want the Alpha Bravo Delta guy, and it's like, I don't need that. Who's your favorite team in 13? As much as I shit on Snow, I always end up using Snow. And of course, you gotta have Lightning. She's the pro tag. She's fucking OP. And I love the black guy. The black guy's so much fun. Fire Emblem made another mobile game, and every character there is a furry. They must be desperate. And people say the first Gears was horror-like. I never felt that, apart from that one planet. Even then, not really. It's just that me. Is that just me? Yeah, my boy Snowman. Hey, you already have Silent Hill military. It's called Spec Ops, yeah. And people want Homecoming because they want to throw an axe into the pit again. Memories. That was Downpour. Thank you very much. Get your super best friend's lore right. Yeah, then you got Henry from 4, who's an introvert photographer, and he somehow gets caught up in the cultist scheme. Yeah. Are you okay with a Silent Hill game with the main character in EMT haunted by all the people he couldn't save? Like I said, it's not bad, but the problem is, from the get-go, you would already know what's going on. The best Silent Hill protagonists, you have no idea what's actually going on with them. And you only find out as you dig more into the game. Can we bring back Kentucky Grindhouse this month? That's the idea. Oh, I can probably just rename the next Silent Hill stream we do a show to Kentucky Grindhouse. It would count. It's a horror game. Should have a character in Cyberpop named The Black Guy. Yes, that's his name. Get his name right, foe. go. How would you react? How would you feel about a game that hides the fact your character's a rapist, pedophile? If it is something like Silent Hill, where you are watching them go through a personal hell, and every ending involves them getting, like, horribly punished for it, I would be cool with that. It'd be interesting. Basically, like, you don't know why this character is evil, you don't know what's going on, and then in the end it turns out, oh yeah, your character's like an actual rapist and deserves to be in hell. It's like, oh, okay. So one thing about Downpour, having you explore apartments by entering through the fire exit when you find the room is kind of fun. It is kind of cool. The way a Silent Hill game involving military could work if it's an event, depending on the country you live. It's illegal to acknowledge Turkey, Armenian genocide, Vietnam, Montegrad. What Silent Hill but Max Payne? So the nightmare sequence of Max Payne 1. Silent Hill game where you play an IT guy haunted by the grandmas who don't follow your advice. There you go. True hell. Can I get the ultimate weapons in 12? They're a pain in the ass, so if we can stumble into it, maybe, but we're actually kind of already prepped for endgame. Yeah, chat, that's a medium. People did not like the medium. Well, they didn't like the medium because they tried to do a thing of like, oh, the girl wanting revenge was bad, and it's like, no, double down. Double down on the fact that, yeah, you fucking deserve to be in hell. The problem is that people would be pissed and not want to do a new playthrough which reveal the main character's a rapist or a pedophile. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I'm just saying that I'm cool with it because I like horror stories where it's this character deserves to be in hell and they're being punished for their sins. It's why I like Silent Hill 2 so much. So I'd be cool with it, and obviously it all just amounts to, can you do it and not fuck up? A character like the Joker or Carnage doing Silent Hill would be too crazy to really be affected. Oh no, it would get to you. That's the thing with Silent Hill. It will find a way to get you. What would your personal Silent Hill be? I kind of already have it. I love 2. Like, I just genuinely love 2. I love everything 2 does. You suck. You're going to hell. Deal with it. Fun. Oh, right. Yeah, he doesn't have any mana. Pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, just immediately eats it. Oh, he's almost dead. We can do it. Oh man, Savage $2 is mayonnaise of Silent Hill. When I taking smells, ran into a guy called Freudian Clip on Mass Chief Collection. Exterior username. Also, Mass Chief Collection modding is very easy. Down from Steam Workshop and launch without anti-cheat. Oh, okay. If you were sent to Silent Hill, what would your hell be? I don't really know. Could maybe have some with a rapist, but pedophile, probably not. Oh, your personal Silent Hill, what would your Silent Hill throw at you? Giant ladies laughing at your tiny cock. Fight the Yezmat Saber boss. Like I said, if we stumble into it, we can try. It'd definitely be spiders. I mean, probably. Doing the Frighteners for Halloween season? No, I have a theme for this Halloween. I just watched Frighteners because I hadn't seen it in so long, and it's such a fun movie. I love it. Ever since 343 gave Master Chief Collection an official modding support, Master Chief Collection mods have been taken off. You absolutely got to play Cursed Halo on stream. The mod's a must for Halo fans. There we go. She'll be perpetually sick with a cold. Sheriff Lolly from Dead Rising go to Silent Hill? Only Silent Hill worlds filled with tall women are disgusted with you because they think you're quitting reviews. That's just life. What was the plot of Silent Hill 1? It's getting remade. People don't seem to talk about it near as much as 2 or 3. Harry crashes his car outside of a town called Silent Hill, and his daughter goes missing, and he's trying to find his daughter. That's basically the plot. Favorite decade of horror? 2000s had a lot of really good stuff. Like I said, you had the Silent Hill games. You had some of the best Resident Evil games. Like, there was just good shit in the 2000s. Rule of Rose. Haunting Ground. Don't play Cursed Halo because you run the risk of one of the grenades being Thanos with a giant cock. I'm 1313. He's not a prequel guy. 15 months. Please, for the love of God, play Cursed Halo. Runners one. Michael J. Fox, the last starring roles for the Parkinson's got too severe and he had to retire. I think it was the last movie Peter Jackson direct for Lord of the Rings. Yeah. It's fucking sad, too, because he's awesome in the movie. Okay, let's go hit the save crystal before... because we may as well heal up. Are there reviews in classic horror? I mean, some of the stuff I have for this year would count as classic horror. You ever dressed up for Halloween? Like once or twice. I don't do it too often, though. It's mainly just because of the pain in the ass. Gonna play Fatal Frame, Illbleed, and Silent Hill 3 and F. Very good games. Don't worry about the Thanos cock. It's been 1984, I'm certain. And I don't gotta worry about TOS. Naked Thanos got censored because of Twitch and the full release of Cursed Halo. Inferno Plus's video on Cursed Halo are so funny. If I hadn't played the hell out of Halo PC in my early years, I'd definitely play it. Yeah, Cursed Halo had a censored Thanos cock because Twitch kept banning people for it. You ever play or at least hear the Suffering games or solid third-person games? Yeah! We played those on stream before. Well, we played the first one on stream. It's fun. Yeah. Yeah, Thanos got removed in the last update. As my Halo hyperfixation come back, my internet's tanking. I'm dressed for Halloween because I saw a dude dressed up as a forest demon and everyone said he was doing blackface. They killed and ate him. It's not be a world where all the women he's fumbled are giant as spider women who tormented by calling him Quint Reviews and saying in praise of Shao is a better YouTuber. Okay, I do not believe how many Phoenix Downs, so... What about Silent Hill game set in London and twist your Jack the Ripper? I mean, you could do it, yeah. On personnel, so I would include a goth version of a goth girl saying you're a loser, twist version your best friend saying you left me to die alone, constantly being told failure. Should made Silent Hill movies with the original story set in the same world as the games, otherwise they just make bad adaptations of the game stories like the actual movies they made. The sad part is the first Silent Hill movie feels like it feels like an attempt at doing that, where, yeah, it's basically Silent Hill 1. Where it's, oh, take little girl to town known as Silent Hill, then get pulled into Silent Hill shit, and you find out about the cult and all that. But there's a lot of elements there that hints towards it could have been an original story. I think I talked about either last stream or stream before last, because I just watched the movie again recently, where there's a fan edit called Restless Dreams, which is funny because the Silent Hill fan film with Vic Mignogna is called Restless Dreams. But, basically, the fan edit removes a lot of Sean Bean scenes and does some tweaking to basically imply the idea that the lady in the first Silent Hill movie lost her mind and kidnapped her own daughter and possibly even killed her. So a lot of what's going on with how Silent Hill is fucking with her is making fun of the fact she killed her daughter. So all the cult stuff and the child sacrifice is all just her personal demons. And when I heard about that, I was like, man, that sounds way fucking better. Holy shit. So I was actually curious to check out the fan edit, just because I do want to see how different it is. Because there's moments in the first Silent Hill movie that genuinely did have potential, and there was cool shit there. Wait, what is this again? Need to know. It's called the Restless Dreams fan edit for the first Silent Hill movie. I'm already living my own Silent Hill. I keep getting my job application turned down despite me being more qualified. Honestly, the Jackal Sniper's one-shotting you on Legendary made me take a year-long break from the entire Master Chief Collection. Yeah. Just easily cosplay as James Sterling or Henry from Silent Hill 4. All I need is regular clothes. Call it the only minor downside is I have an afro. Can you play all DLC for 13 Trilogy? I don't see why not. They would count. I've been reading One Piece recently. It's spooky season. You should check out Baron Amatsuri and the Secret Island. Or Bean Silent Hill, and I thought it was Mr. Bean's Silent Hill thing. No, it's Sean Bean. He plays basically Harry. You know, Quentin both live in Kentucky. Strange, chat. Very strange. Guarantee that faggot probably lives by Lexington. All the left-wing assholes are there. Do you think a comedic sound would work, like a sound taking place in the Smiling Friends universe? There's actually a lot of different comedy elements in Silent Hill, like all the different joke endings, and they are genuinely pretty funny. So we're getting a new crossover between Superman and Spider-Man. Can't wait for Clark to tell Peter he slept with his wife. In your opinion, what game that you played had the best DLC and or expansion? Dragon Age Awakenings was pretty good. Well, Dragon Age Origins had a pretty good one with Awakening. Witcher 3 has some fucking great ones. Wine and Blood's fucking awesome. Mass Effect 2 had some DLC that was downright crucial to the story. You play Faith, the Unholy Trilogy for Spooky Month? I really want to. I didn't get to last year. Travel to your state, what's there to see and do? You can go to Bardstown. There's a whole bunch of like historic distilleries there. You can get free booze. Louisville is trying to kind of change itself up to be more of a touristy area, but it still kind of struggles in a lot of places. God, what's that? There's like that old, I think it's called like Talbot Tavern. It's an old historical tavern with a bunch of Old West history to it. It's actually really cool. I think that's also in Bardstown. Also, the food's really good. Kentucky was a nice visit. Went to Lexington, ate a Norman Reedus themed restaurant near the hotel we were staying at. We wish we stopped at Louisville when we left that day. So P3 Reload on sale on Steam. I already beat P3 FPS. Would it be worth grabbing Reload along with the other Persona games? If it's in a bundle and it's on sale, sure. Yeah, Rival is essential for the start of ME3 to make any sense, yeah. Yeah, plus Rival's great since you get to nuke 300,000 Batarians from the galaxy. Fuck you, the bastards deserved it. Quinn lives by Lexington, you're right. He sounds like he drinks soy inside Gamersub's Kotal. Check out Do It. Loli needs cup design. I fucking called it. All the fucking assholes are in Lexington. Lexington or U of L, it's one of the two. Me personally, my personal favor is a toss-up between Onstar's Far Harbor, Lair of the Shadowbroker, and Leviathan. Can't decide between the four, which I love more. There it is. My favorite Judge Dredd villains? I love Judge Death. Judge Death and Judge Fear. Basically the Horseman. Let's keep the zombie Quentin reviews with gag glasses. If I'm old Game Boy Advanced SP and I'm going to play FFTA because I'm too poor to avoid Tactics Remastered. There we go. And the other ME2 DLC is Overlord, which made me sad when I finished it. Yeah. How was Batman Arkham City Harley DLC? Too short. That was the problem with Arkham City and Arkham Knights DLC. You can beat them in like 5 minutes. They're really short. There's a lot of the Evil Twin or the perfected clone. Lexington people are relatively lefty because that's all the colleges are in that state. It's like Savannah, Georgia. Yeah. Lexington, Bowling Green, Louisville. Those are the college towns. Yeah, not nearly enough Harley Quinn grappling or brapping 0 out of 10. Guess I'm the freak because I love the DLC Dead Money. The gameplay and design so-so, but the story and the feel of DLC is top-notch. I like Dead Money. Favorite DLC is The City That Never Sleeps for Insomniac Spider-Man. To be fair, that one is cool. And place to stay away in Kentucky. Some areas in Louisville, you just flat out don't go there. Also, the further you go east, the closer you are to Holler territory, and it can get a little rough. The absolute Lex Luthor. I saw he's basically like... It feels like they want to do another sort of kind of weird hippie-ish tech CEO type thing with Lex. Commander Shepard, I don't like Batarians. They insist upon themselves, make it everyone else's problem. What's holler territory? Holler territory. Basically, you're where there's not a lot of money. His hair. There's something wrong with the timeline. Absolute Joker's so beast. I do hear Absolute Joker is really cool because they're doing everything they can to just not make him the Joker. Like he's more of like just a straight up demon. Like not even just design wise. Like the way he talks is like very weird. Lex looks like he's living the life Clark usually lives. I forgot the name. Does anyone know the Wii game, the Silent Hill clone? It was in Towton Mountain Village. I know what you're talking about because I think the Super Best Friends played it, but I do not know off the top of my head which one that is. Holler territory's poor as shit. Yeah. A lot of poverty. If anyone ever watched Justified, a lot of the trailer parks and places they would go to, yeah, that's holler territory. Put my money on it now. Absolute Joker would be Etric and the Demon. They have running water? I think now most places do. If like me, remember the saber from Halo Reach? I was confused with the saberfish from Gundam. You'll still rate the Batman ref. Do something, ref. Isn't Absolute Joker just Venom Joker? Or Absolute Martian Manhunter? I haven't read it, but I've seen stuff about it, and yeah, it looks like it's going like full psychedelic. I pretty much love all the DLC in New Vegas. I love Point Lookout, Mothership Zeta and 3, Dawnguard DLC in Skyrim, and the following from Dying Light 1. Following was really cool. Absolute Joker does not joke, yeah. Yeah, Hills and East Kentucky were ridged out and wavy at the same time when we were driving through, when there wasn't any civilization to witness, but town names of nothing wilderness, yeah. Okay, and obviously this is bad. Yeah, he got a rage, so he's gonna do a lot more damage. Damn it. Deadline's great. The problem is the DLC kind of demands a stealth build to enjoy it without headaches. Stealth build or unarmed / melee. They really want you to do that. Like you can make it work without, but if you use guns, it's a pain in the ass. There we go, okay. Here we go. Before Demon Joker was a billionaire in the Absolute Universe, yeah. Looking forward to the 40th Wing anniversary. It could be cool. Always the unkillable insta-kill holograms, don't forget, yeah. Joker found out that evil and chaos were the universe, so he figured out that being crazy has no point, yeah. Come on. Come on, let me... There we go. I'm kind of glad that even in the Ultimate Universe, the rogues are still more friendly nemesis rather than villains, yeah. Down KY called Korea, which is nothing. Probably armed cavemen. Gonna dress up for Halloween? I don't know. I don't really have any ideas, but could be fun. I haven't done it in a while. Thoughts on DC's KO event? I don't remember what KO was. Okay. There we go. Yeah, KO is currently going on. Oh, okay. There we go. There we go. I was remember specking a melee for dead money stealth too, but you should be doing that anyway. Yeah. I was also go absolute Superman's villain. I did hear that, and that is fucking weird. Like, people have pointed out that Roz kind of would feel a bit more of like a Superman villain than a Batman one, but at the same time, it's like Batman and Roz have been so tied at the hip in so many different ways. Like, the fucking Nolan trilogy, Roz was the one that had fucking Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne killed. Like, it is a definite weird choice. And Drips is a Star Soldier for Halloween. It could be fun. Tech people are still relatively friendlier than Eastern states going west out, especially at gas stations. Oh, yeah, yeah. There's still a lot of that southern hospitality aspect to it. KO's term arc for DC. Winter gets dark side powers. Yeah, Batman knocked up his daughter, yeah. Being from Kentucky, ever been to Mammoth Cave National Park? Once when I was a little kid, because it was a field trip for elementary school. It was fun, though. Absolute Martian Manhunter is almost like almost Sex Criminals meets Resident Alien. Oh. That's on Court of Owls. Killed the Bruces. Court of Owls in general feel like they want to do League of Shadows without just doing League of Shadows again. I'm kind of torn on it. I think the designs for the court is fucking sick. I like the owl masks, but in terms of how they actually are as a story, they're just kind of like, so there's another League of Shadows. Batman was raped by his daughter to have a rape baby. See people generally not liking Yota, I have no opinion, but seeing murmurs from non-grifting people. Yeah, like I said, it's one of those things where I wanted to wait and see on it just because having the Veilguard riders really had me worried. Because, like, Veilguard wasn't just not fun, it was just outright boring and bad to a degree of, like, you can't even get any ironic enjoyment out of it. Like, the only real, like, enjoyment people had out of it was the fact of basically just all the, like, really over-the-top scenes of, like, the, oh, I'm non-binary, like, that whole thing. Yeah, just a boring mess. Yeah. Okay, now we gotta find the statue of the Gygas. I'm trying to remember where that's at. I'm pretty sure it's right up here. Okay, yeah, it's not here. I think it is in this area, though. Here we go. Back from making dinner. See you discussing YMS? No one's brought up YMS yet. For you non-grifter reviews, I've seen Yotai just Tsushima game, but with a chick. Yeah. Which, I mean, I understand that'd probably be the safe thing to do, just repeat again, but I don't know. It was basically Baby's first D&D campaign called Dragon Age, yeah. I remember that time he stuck in my house and knocked up my daughter. It was me, Batman. You knocked me up. Okay, Batman Beyond. From what I heard, there's a woman initially part of the main story targets in Yotai who is also the only one who gets redeemed and is replaced by another man as an antagonist on the list. Apparently, Aiden Paladin's thinking of leaving YouTube since their videos getting buried in the algorithm. My philosophy towards the algorithm is it don't fucking exist. I never try to blame the algorithm if a video never does well. I just kind of go with the idea of if it does well, it does well. If it doesn't do well, I just fuck something up. The whole algorithm worship thing to me feels pretty artificial. Shame YMS died before he could finish the next key in New York. Yeah, right? That's not a Silent Game when the main character are a woman who falsely accused a man of rape and the man himself who went through the accusation. That could actually be interesting. That's when writers make the Waynes criminals. In my opinion, ruins their character. Hate it when it was done in Telltale's Batman and Reeves the Batman. Well, Reeves the Batman, they made it abundantly clear they weren't criminals. They just made, like, Thomas just made one bad deal with the devil, and that was about it. The Telltale one, if I do remember right, yeah, no, they were just flat out corrupt, and I'm also not a fan of that. I get the whole idea is, oh, Batman needs to learn to not live in his parents' shadow and all that, but at the same time, it feels weird. You have to know what you're doing. What's Mammoth Cave National Park? Mammoth Cave is a cave system in Kentucky that is, I think, still on record, like, the largest one. Like, you could straight up just go inside and walk around. Because most caves you have to, like, crawl through and you have, like, really tight passages and all that. Mammoth Cave is the exact opposite. It is huge open space. Algorithm worship is just obnoxious. Oh, you can't do that. You can't say that. The algorithm, yeah. Hell, I point out all the time. I'm able to say Nazi. I'm able to say pedophile. I'm able to say bad words, and I never get dinged. The only thing I got dinged by was the rule where, you can't swear in, like, the very beginning of a video. That was the only thing I did see for sure. Yeah, that was real. Everything else, it just kind of feels like, I don't know. It just never feels like actually real. Was there a video that proved algorithm is complete bullshit? People can list views on a video in times when school and work was starting up. Yeah. Okay, let's head over here. And algorithmic suppression is definitely a thing, but a lot of people use the algorithm as a monolith responsible for all their issues. Yeah, I can see that. Sophia Norris, $5. Why can't Helen Keller drive? Because she's a woman. I still prescribe to secret retard theory. There's too much about the story where it's like, nah, the woman was retarded. I've consulted the experts. I've done the research. She was a retard. Also mentioned the word cunt gets dinged. Yeah, that one for sure happens. So did you already upload and left a comment going, you're about a decade late, you know that? But why mess actually spurting out on any negative response? Also, I had to do my obligatory shilling. Sophia, you played Silent Hill F, right? It's really fucking good. Give Silent Hill your money. Wayne should always be the pillars of Gotham's light. Making them corrupt to me is worse than Superman recognizing his parents to be evil. At least with the Superman thing, it does come into the whole thing of, are his Kryptonian parents his real parents, or are the Kents his real parents? And there's stuff you can do there. That's why I was okay with it in the new Superman movie, because they made it a point of, yeah, his parents might have been horrible and awful, but the Kents were there to care about him. And they made Pa Kent, like, such a great character. The man said, like, 2 or 3 sentences, and I loved every single thing he said. It's great. Batman, it's the opposite. Like, Batman, everything he does is because of his family, because of what happened to them. Alfred takes care of them because he was so loyal to the Waynes. I was gonna send, why does Helen Keller only masturbate with one hand? She can moan with the other, but YouTube wouldn't let me send it as a super chat. Algorithm is a boogeyman to keep people on all platforms walking on eggshells. It's like those old-fashioned Christian thing. Any cussing sends them to hell. Yeah. Have fun raising my bastard. Yeah, I fucking love that edit. It's so great. We never understood that making Bruce's parents being corrupt people bit. I mean, at least the Batman makes sense with Thomas being a deal with the devil. Yeah. Probably using Jin Sakai again, as they wanted to stick to history somewhat in the first game. After the second Mongol invasion, nothing of note happened after 80 years. Well, there's still a lot you could do with him. They could have him actually set up a ninja organization, and he's clashing with, like, different samurai chapters where it's like, well, you people aren't warriors, you're just fucking murderers and criminals. Divers $2. Why is Kentucky the funny meth state? Because there's a lot of meth. There's a lot of meth. I love a good villain on Villain Story. I like to see Court of Owls steal Ra's al Ghul's pit and had to go to Batman to get it back, saying he wants them to have it. That would actually be kind of cool. Commit suicide, PDF file, Goo Goo Gaga, baby talk for the algorithm, yeah. Where's family? Finally got around to watching Boy Kills World. I can see why I hear nobody remembering it. Little girl was annoying as fuck. I loved the movie. I thought it was fantastic. New Silent Hill game will have the main depicted as a man depicted as a monster on New Game Plus. Turns out the true villain's a woman the whole time. Have you read Batman Black Mirror? Commissioner Gordon's son, Gordon Jr. is a killer, and this era Batman is Dick Grayson. Yeah, that's the one where, like, James Gordon Jr. is so fucked up, even the Joker's like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? And the question is, what will the Owls do with it? Unironically, the Court of Owls could do a lot with it. They want to permanently control Gotham forever. Boy Who Kills World's underrated, yeah. Don't forget censoring words that wouldn't even get you pinged on broadcast TV, yeah. What's Atrioc? He does funny financial vids, like live reacting to the Fed chair announcing rate cuts. That could be fun. Yeah, Gordon Jr. just DC's Dahmer, yeah. Why do you want to control Gotham? It's a shithole. Well, that's the thing. It's a shithole because they control it. They want to keep it exactly how it is. I think Punisher were like Jason Todd. I think if he understood like what happened to him and everything that went on with that made him how he was, he would respect him. Punisher is usually Punisher's usually very picky about other people that kill. Mainly because he's like, hey, I'm the guy that's supposed to be the bad guy. You're not supposed to be doing this. You're supposed to be better. But he does respect characters that kill and are basically like, this is just who I am, dude. You know, like, I'm not trying to be a superhero. I'm just a fucking killer. Hell, Thor respects him. It's like one of the weirdest dynamics. Thor actually respects Frank. Guys, it's a sewer slide. You don't have to say that. No, it's a drowns in poo. Any mathematicians in Kentucky? I mean, I don't know any off the top of my head. The way our state kind of is that there'll be a guy living in a trailer, and he'd be the smartest motherfucker you talk to in like 20 years. Sandra Kane should be DCU's Batgirl, in my opinion, but they should have Barbara Gordon as Oracle and Stephanie Brown as well. That could be kind of cool. Granted, Cassandra's already pretty good as Huntress, so I don't know. Speaking of YMS, what do you think of furries and the shit they make as a whole, old and new? Furries are kind of the epitome of, like... Okay. If I had to describe it, furries embody Five Nights at Freddy's. That sounds fucking weird, but it makes sense when you think about it. On the outside, it's cutesy and trying to be child-friendly, quote-unquote, and just a little bit of digging, you see, oh my god, these people are fucking insane. What the hell is this? What you been doing for the last 15 minutes? Kind of walking around grinding, and I forgot how this puzzle is. I forgot you actually have to summon something for this. The only time you actually have to do it. It's so weird. Einstein was born in Kentucky. What's my source? I made it the fuck up. People are apparently people are mad at YMS because he's bordering on Zeus sadist levels of furry. Oh god. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. Damn, that makes sense. Yeah, I saw the Kiro leaks, yeah. Biggest thing about furries, they refuse self-moderate their own community. Well, from my understanding, it's like a clique thing, you know? Like, you can talk to a furry that's just kind of an eccentric dude, but when you get into the actual community, quote-unquote, that's where, yeah, you get into the really dark shit. I mean, why in the world would a man who was falsely accused be sent to Silent Hill? The question must be answered. Maybe guilt off being a man? Well, you gotta remember, Silent Hill just kind of picks and chooses who it wants. Rick mentioned a lot of federal level security, apparently, almost as if the feds are all furries. Okay. Now we touch the gate. Man, wasn't James Jr. after Blackest Night? You just know the Scar plushie of his has seen and been victim to some unspeakable things. Normally, the terminally online sound enough. The only real complaint is that bloated mess is that is UE5, which heavily relies on scaling tech to main visual clarity since it renders the whole town. Yeah, there's definitely hiccups, especially later on in the game where things get a little bit more elaborate. it can start having some performance problems. Or the guy who created Injustice, Tom Taylor, wrote the Injustice movie, which is even more edgy and has even more unnecessary deaths. Sorry for Batman Part 2 coming out tomorrow. Weird, they didn't even promote it. Never forget the time I went on a date and the woman I was supposed to meet showed up in a fursuit. I never hoped to have a situation faster than that. I don't think any sufficiently inclusive community will inevitably have poor self-policing. Yeah. Holy shit, Kentucky has a lot of mathematicians, like 7 pages. Archive the Wolfman entire video about how many furry conventions knowingly cover for Zeus sadist leaks people due to conveniently being friends with them. Yeah. It's the nature of any kind of clique building up in a community. The people at the top will do atrocious things and they'll all protect each other.
The mist runs thick here.
If you look at the chat logs from federal agents, you start to notice they can be absolute degenerates.
Do not worry.
A lot of furries really like throwing stones at Lolicon. Meanwhile, they hide the biggest skeletons in a closet, almost like his projection.
I sense something like the shadow.
Someone who's done with UE5 because Silent Hill F is like the 1000th game with technical issues with the engine.
It appears Sid has yet to arrive. We'll lie in wait for
The
him
two
here.
Judgments, which one's your favorite? I love Lost Judgment. It's so good. Cassandra Cain's not Huntress, that's Helena. Didn't Cassandra become Huntress, though?
Like the old man.
As an old YMS stream, footage of that has been dug up of YMS defending bestiality's chat was sending him porn links. I swear I'm not making this up. Roast my cat for a moment because she pissed on my bed. Stupid cat. Stupid stinky cat. So in Kentucky, you either get really good at math, you get clapped out by a cryptid. Okay, just like anthropomorphic animals, I happen to be associated with a greater furry community. No, that was Kane with a K. Oh, shit, you're right.
What is it?
They know what they're doing. Fuck you. Frederick Knudsen put it best when he said that furries see acceptance as a binary, accepting good, not accepting bad, no other thought put into it. It's self-destructive. Yeah. Well, like I said, it just comes down to the fact of they want that clique built up to where the power users get to do whatever the hell they want and are able to drag everyone down to their level, and anyone that questions it will be forced out as a bad guy, even if the questions they have are very legitimate. Like, why are we doing this? That sounds extremely fucked up. Dibbers $5. Happened in the Brony community as well. BronyCon staff cover of years-long kitty diddling because the culprits are either famous and or trans. Yeah. Yeah, Cassandra's currently Batgirl, Barbara's Oracle now. Bigfoot sightings went up as the furry community grew. I think the bunny women in this game are hot. Wait, am I furry? No, because they look like people. That's a long time ago. What's a good Green Lantern comic? And Shoda give me one? I forgot what it was. I also don't remember which one he gave. I like a lot of the Jon Stewart ones. The one where he, like, had control over a planet and it turned into a prison planet is great. Captain Mercury, $5. Did you hear the Absolute Green Arrow got killed for he could catch Absolute Epstein? Yeah, like, actually beaten to death by... I guess it was the Absolute version of Hawkman. It looked like him. Good because Babs Bear is Oracle. Sad thing about the furry community is that they haven't really gotten better. So much of the internet's gotten worse, so they don't seem as bad as comparison. Amanda Ponies was grooming minors to the degree even his wife was an accomplice. I did hear about that. That's like one of the more famous stories of that group. He was some dude who made like fucking fan music and somehow was able to like pressure a bunch of girls and not saying anything. It's like, this is some faggot who makes terrible My Little Pony music. Why are people protecting this asshole? If furries wasn't a sexual king, just cosplay be easier outed than demons. Yep, Carter Hall, Hawkman. Yeah. That's what I thought, because it looked like Hawkman. It just, I guess, like the edgy Absolute version where he had like black and red. It looked pretty sick. Absolute Hawkman implies that he'll sell out the other heroes. Come on. Take him out. Damn it. Fuck it. Let's see if this works. Was Hawkman went after Ollie for being a commie? It's funny there are furry conservatives and furry Nazis. They want to do a show up to the Portland Riders dressed up in a frog suit. And I'm planning to just make My Little Pony music, make FNAF music as well. That means we should guard them with our lives. Damn it. Shit. Yeah, I can't blame Hawkman for that. There we go, okay. Don't Hankman have any friends? Don't hear anything about him. Hawkman, Hawkman is... I've never read any of his solo stuff. I've mainly only known him when he showed up in other Justice League stuff. Have I super boss for this game yet? I have not, but they're really easy to find. You can find one in, like, the first area. Here, let's see if we can optimize a little bit more. I guess not. Well, here, we'll... Absolute Universe, all the heroes are Kami Tankies. My Brony I'll spare is Brain the Brony Pony, because I really want to see where that isekai goes. Here we go. We do if you one day enter show's trailer, saw him in a fursuit. Oh, I'd kill him. I wouldn't have a choice. It'd be like the SNL skit where it's the, ooh, what you say? It'd be that over and over again, just us shooting each other. One thing I don't understand about is the name Furry Fandom. What are they fans of? Anthro characters and media? Is that it? Is there any other label? I hear Mando Pony was a Pydo sucks. He made some good FNAF songs back in the day. Flash gets bit with a furry infection. Put him down like a rabid dog. When Mercy Kills showed up, if he was a furry, I would have to. First show he dies, he would admit Iggy's hot to him. Hankman, his ability is propane and propane accessories. Russian politics and underground shit's wild. You have communists, Nazis, liberal parties that just want to revive the Tsar, and finally cults that worship 80s cartoon characters. Yeah. Yeah, Flash Kid's furry videos are great. Yeah. Speaking of Iggy, how are Iggy and Winston? They're doing pretty good. They're doing pretty good. Remember Bluey being killed by 40K's cannon? Yeah. That was one of those situations where because they copyrighted it, like they got a copyright strike for it, it's considered canon because, well, if it's copyrighted, that means they own the idea. After shooting furry Shota, I'm sorry, it was for your own good. Furries are demons, VRs can make great hyperbody. Hate that head is an animal. Okay. And actually, give me one quick second. I've got to piss like a racehorse. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yeah. I decided to let the song finish out because it's a really good song. It's a really good song. I like it. It's Icky Thump by the White Stripes, by the way, in case anyone was wondering. Alright. Now back to Vidya. Remember to wash your hands? I'm not a savage. There's no reason not to wash your hands. Here we go. Drinking water, have we? Oh yeah, I've been drinking water all day. I like my gamer subs. It tastes good. Very nice to know a furry many years back. The girlfriend he had at the time wanted to get with my friend, and we found out the furry was forcing himself onto her. Jesus Christ. Hawk people confusing origins because first they were reincarnation and aliens and reincarnation of aliens. Yeah. Favorite part of the Gadgetology cult in Russia is they got pissed that Gadget married the Fly in the Chip and Dale movie and had a bunch of kids. Yeah. My super chat. Alright, give me one quick second to load it back up. I'll get it. If you run your hands over your pee, you can pee and wash your hands at the same time. You're an animal. Yeah. Here we go. My trap's always been good with turning riffs that sound off into good shit. Yeah, it's really good stuff. Zodiac 12 for $2. He's a furry. His persona is Frank. Favorite Rolling Stones album? I can never remember the actual album names. I just remember the individual songs. But I mean, Pain in Black's classic. Alright. Now let's actually optimize a little bit more in case we can. That's if empty-handed. She's not empty-handed. Enables theft of spirit and rare items. That'd be better if we did more... Yeah, make her immune to poison and sap. Why not? And once again, wants us to use Sword of Kings. I don't want him to use Sword of Kings. Okay. Last for $5. You think Gut's about to meet the idea of good in the next few chapters, like how Griffith met the idea of evil before becoming femto? It would be interesting, yeah. But I would imagine they'd want to introduce the idea of evil officially, as in readdress that it is a thing, before talking about an idea of good. Unless he's a furry in public and suddenly everyone in 10 mile radius starts hearing Stelio Cantos. Listen to Health. Health is good. Max Payne 3 soundtrack's fucking awesome. Stream of Claw discovering the gadget cult in Russia is classic, yeah. Furry's friend of mine's a chill furry. Stories are trying at least to deter the crazy elements are interesting. He keeps having to bail in circles because of degens, yeah. I'm asking, instead of 13, can you do the after years first after you finish 12? I want to do all the side games after we get all the main games done, which to be fair, we don't have many of the main games left. But yeah, I would like to do the after years. The reason werewolves were feared back then was because they were pretty much furries. Oh, I will never forget Wolf of Snow Hollow for the twist being that it was just a furry. Okay. Let me see here. There we go. There we go. Yeah, make them super slow. There. I didn't watch Wolf of Snow Hollow yet. Oh, I didn't give all the context. When I said kill all furries, I suddenly whispered except Firth. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, watch Wolf of Snow Hollow. It is fucking amazing. And Parasite Eve can make a comeback with a remake. I wanted to, but it's just been apparently a nightmare trying to get the rights back. Is that your fucking persona? No, I'm an actual werewolf, like Creature of the Night type shit. Everyone beats the shit out of him. You're a horror game plays about solitaire. It's called Forbidden Solitaire. It's supposed to have an old era haunted game vibe to it. Oh, that could be cool. Oh, once again, I'm not seeing when he immediately shoots for fucking, Thrawn. Here, I'll do a summoning. We'll summon Matthias. I haven't really been using summons that much. Here we go. Now Matthias beat its ass. I'll have him pop in Elixir, because I have plenty of those. Oh, I only have one. Okay, so I actually want to save those. I'll pop an X Potion instead. Damn, it's always rights issues, yeah. Problem with licensing is a pain in the ass.
You cannot end this.
Okay. So, honestly, here. Yeah. Since we already know we're going to lose this, make a video on Dead Space, kind of feature channel vibe. Oh yeah, I would love to. Best I refuse, I just flat out refuse to do videos on too many series at once because it just eats up too much time. It just eats up too much time. There's already a whole bunch of other stuff I gotta do. Like, I'm willing to do Persona because that's technically one game, and I have a bunch of the footage I'll record for it, and I'm willing to do Dead Rising because those games are relatively short to get through. I have all the crazy villains you like, but none compared to licensing yet. I would figure if the idea of good would help Guts, he wouldn't make him into some type of angel. Guts still be human. Instead, it would help him with the Beast of Darkness, try to tame it. Yeah. Well, that's what I want. I don't want Guts to, like, turn into anything. He needs to still be human. Here we go. So, big thing is I just gotta actually pay attention when he starts doing other shit. Because I think he pops another haste and goes for Thrawn. Are we playing FF12 for he appeared in my feed? Yeah. Oop. Here we go. See if we can do haste. Yeah, I think haste is still time magic, so it would have to be for Thrawn. Yep, okay. Here we go. This merch from the Lotus and the new arm made of flowers cheese cut off because it's gay. Sorry I'm late. How's the game going? Going pretty good. 12 is a great game. It's a great game. Here we go, yeah. Let's actually put on boss so he can eat up more damage. Yep. Start shooting for Thrawn. Okay, I will actually have him cast Cura, because this heals everybody. Honestly, Cura might just be more efficient. Running PS Vita and PSP now is great. At least better than having to buy another version of the Switch. Yeah. There we go, we got him. Ready for Final Fantasy 15 road trip? Yeah. What Final Fantasy game would you say is objectively bad? They do exist 100%. A lot of people really don't like 12. Not 12. A lot of people really don't like 2 that much because 2 is very different, and if you tackle it like a Final Fantasy game, you are going to get fucked over. But it ended up being the bedrock to a different franchise. It's able to expand a lot of its ideas in a different way. Also, 10-2. 10-2 has just some legitimate problems to it. It's fun, but it has problems. My playthrough, I'm in the Western Sand Sea on my way to Rythal's tomb. Here we go. Finished Dead Island 2. Solid game. Yeah. Just because how clunking leveling is and the solid games prove that it can work, is just bad execution on 2's part. Yeah, 2 is an experiment, and I like the fact it's an experiment, but I'm not going to deny a lot of its issues stem from the fact it was an experiment. Yeah, the 100% in order to get the true ending, yeah. Also, some of the Final Fantasy 13 sequel games are just boring. They're just fucking boring. Tactics 7 and Remake or 3 is my recommendation for new FF players. Yeah. Yeah, I can't deny I love the most Gabby coded game ever, but yeah, 10-2 is a bit of a hassle. 100% 10-2 is like 100% all the unique plays from Xenoblade 2. At least you get funny scenes with those. 10-2, it's legitimately a pain in the ass. Like, Xenoblade 2, there's not really a way to fuck up 100%ing all the unique blades. Beyond just, oh, you forgot to do one of their quests before you finish the game, basically. 10-2, a single dialogue option you'd think didn't matter can fuck you out of it. It's so annoying. Can I be allowed to hire Kojima as a consultant for a brand new Metal Gear story? I don't think allowing is the issue. I think it's, would Kojima want to come back considering the bad blood? Say 15's a bad game, or that them trying to make a multimedia screwed over? The multimedia thing, 100%. Because 15 actually has a lot of really cool stuff to it. My big issue stems from the fact of grenades are fucked with. Well, magic's fucked with because they just turn them into grenades to the point that, like I said, it's called them grenades. And there's obviously segments of the game that scream the DLC probably should have been included in the actual main campaign. You ever chat remember Kphoria? I think that guy needs to be ran off the internet permanently. I have no idea who you're talking about. Also, yeah, I should not be fighting this guy. He is tough. There we go. We can fight these guys. 10-2 is most of its time type of Final Fantasy game I think I've ever seen. Someone play as someone who just started both 7 and 8. And Berserk next chapter is going to come. I love your reviews. I do not know. The story about it coming out in October was a lie. Fitting in such easy path to godly opening and just shoved into Kingsglaive. What a disappointment. Yeah. Oh, son of a bitch. Damn thing followed us. Eh. Can't fight it because, yeah, it's still following us. Also can't skip it in cutscene in 10-2 despite them giving you the option. Yeah, like you have to watch all of them all the way through. 15 suffered from constantly being rebuilt and the push for it to be multimedia fucked up the story and pacing. Yeah. Yeah, run away, yeah. I hate those light ball things. They're basically just espers, which if you haven't been paying attention in 12, you have territorial enemies called espers that operate literally like the super enemies in a fucking Xenoblade game. Basically, in a Xenoblade game, there are normal enemies around, and then for some reason, every now and then, there'll just be like a super tough enemy that'll be walking around. And you kind of have to strategize how you're going to fight in an area due to the fact that you don't want to piss off the hyper-aggressive, super strong enemy until you're at a level to where you can fight it. Because eventually you can get to the point where you can just stomp everything. But 12 took some notes from that, which is funny enough because this is before Xenoblade game. Maybe Xenoblade got the idea, maybe it's the other way around. But personally, I think it's annoying as shit because it basically means that you can be doing very well, you can be grooving in a fight, and then this really annoying ball of light will just come and try to kick your ass. That's on Type 0. Type 0's alright. Do you have mods or any changes in your FOV in 12? Just curious. No, this is just Zodiac Age. Recently started Kingdom Hearts 2, but never played Kingdom Hearts 1. Also started Tactics GBA a while back. You really should play Kingdom Hearts 1 to understand what's going on in 2. You actually need to play like 2 or 3 games to understand 2. Again, 15, what are your thoughts on all the people who wish we got Verse 13 instead? I think the big problem is not even Square Enix really knew what Versus 13 was gonna be. Like, that's kind of the big problem of going, we should have got Verse 13 instead. It's like, I don't even think they knew what Versus 13 was gonna be. Like, it's hard to say, like, Silent Hills, we know what that would have been. It would have been basically like Resident Evil 7, but with Silent Hill and a lot more psychological horror. You know, like, we understand the vision that was shooting for. Versus 13, it was always very vague. You know, it'd be like cinematic trailers and some press stuff, but it would always change. On Kingdom Hearts 1, Rechanted Memories, and 358 half days you need to play before playing 2, yeah. And play all the Kingdom Hearts to understand it. Remind me I need to go back and play Kingdom Hearts 1 again. I finished first thing I sounded love. Hinako went sicko mode. Yeah, not even Nomura knew what Verse 13 would do, yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Damn it. Come on. Come on, you can get it. You can get it. There we go. We killed one. Now let's kill the other. There we go. Hell yeah. I don't worry, Kingdom Hearts 4 will be a shot versus 13. Yeah. Nomura was constantly changing around versus 13. At one point, he wanted to turn into a musical. Yeah, like I said, it's... He didn't really understand himself what he wanted to do. I think of Jack from Mass Effect series. She's pretty cool. She does have, like, one of the better romances in 2 in that you actually have to be careful about what you say to her. You don't just puff her up. Because every other romance is just be nice to them. Jack is the only one where you can fuck it up. I mean, fuck it up not just in the whole argument with Miranda thing, but, like, actually in the route itself. In response to the narrative, Verse 13 was bad because Nomura. We know that he can make amazing games. Just look at Kingdom Hearts Trilogy. I think Luminous team just had no talent. Well, it's not that Nomura is bad and has no talent. It's the fact of I don't think he himself really decided what he wanted Versus 13 to be. Like, he knew what he wanted it to look like. The problem is he couldn't settle on, like, all right, but how would it play? What would be the gameplay? You know what I'll say? It should have stayed a musical. Kingdom Hearts 2, you need to play all the prior titles, bearing in mind the Chain Memories isn't just a rehash of 1, but is the main setup for 2. Yeah. There we go. I'm listening to only plays in the background and started and drop their Kingdom Hearts 1 series. It was pretty funny parts, tiny Hitler clone, but the constant, oh my god, it's so stupid, was pretty gay. Wasn't it mostly Julian that was calling it gay? Remember, Nomura himself leaves plot threads hanging just in case he gets a sequel. Yeah. See, you found a girl, Noelle. Maybe you both can take my dating advice, take her to a nice dinner, and then movie, and end the night by killing me. It was mostly Chris. Ah, okay. Okay, now we gotta wait for... Wait for it to get out of the way. May as well kill this thing. I enjoy the Oni Kingdom Hearts videos. And Type 0 is on sale on Steam. It is different, so yeah, it's cool to check out. Julian kind of enjoyed it. Ding Dong quipped here and there. Chris, to me, was the one constantly making fun of it. And my playthrough, the moment I buy a measure, I'm equipping and giving it to Vaughn. I'm a bitch. Kingdom Hearts Chain Memory is my least favorite in the series, not because of the story, it's good, it's a stupid card system. I'm cool with, like, action card games, you know, like Phantom Dust was a really cool idea, but yeah, it's one of those where you don't really see it too often. Even Julian played along with the jokes. Let's not kid ourselves. Kingdom Hearts is objectively pretty gay, but I like it. It amounts to, it may be kind of gay, but I like it. Lumber's sexual discussion was pretty funny. The episode was just mad at me. I played on PSP back before the HD version. Just playing a ranged character and waiting for the kill mark to show up. A little bit. Like, I recommend it to people as like a novelty, as like, oh, this is... I think quite literally, yeah, it was the first M-rated Final Fantasy game, and you get to see like an edgier version of it. It's like, that's kind of cool. I love 358 Half Days. It was my first Kingdom Hearts game and got me into it. Favorite Utada Hikaru Kingdom Hearts song? End theme Kingdom Hearts 1 just hits. To me, that is good. That is probably still my all-time. Now fair is $5 out of curiosity with the Kingdom Come 2 video. Have a guess like Hogwarts Legacy Weekend Warrior and be out by the end of the year. End of the year, no, because I'm busy with spooky month stuff. And in regards to guest, I didn't have anyone in mind. Mainly because Kingdom Come 2 is such a niche game that the solidification of it being just the woke game kind of already stuck in people's minds, so there's no way to really approach them and say, hey, I want to make a video saying, no, this shit was not woke, that was bullshit, and people bought into it because they're stupid. Do we have any golden needles? Fuck it. And Remedy won't do enough for this. At least pop one on Thrawn. She was supposed to pop it on herself. She didn't for some reason. There we go. Alright. Oh, okay. That's why he's not casting it. Alright, so yeah, I actually can pop a Remedy on him as well. There we go. Simple and clean. For me, both the JP and English version is good. Sanctuary and its After Battle for Kingdom Hearts 2 is my all-time favorite. It is also pretty good. And Kingdom Come 2 Hoopla was something that made me realize, oh, retardation goes both ways, yeah. Because, like I said, like, I was playing the Into the Forge DLC for Kingdom Come 2, and it was genuinely really fun. Building up the Forge is really cool, and I really like the story and the history of how it ties into Henry's father. It's like, this is really cool. Kingdom Come 2 drama sounds gay. Good thing I live under a rock and I'm broke, yeah. Like, every time I hear that guitar intro to Sanctuary, I'm just all I'm 11 again. It is really nice. I think Winston beat guest stars in KSD2, yeah. KSD2 is not exactly niche. It sold like 3 million copies. It's still pretty niche in the grand scheme of, like... I guess best way to put it is, like... Oh, shit. Ah. Run. But it's niche in the sense of stuff like, oh, God, what am I trying to think of? It's obviously not going to be like an industry game changer, you know? You ever continue Kingdom Hearts 1 playthrough? Maybe down the line, Also, yeah, I forgot. This is where it really starts dumping stats effects on you, and they just become more of a pain in the ass. Yeah, KSD2 can't compare to something like Harry Potter. Exactly. Like, the first game already was really niche. And hell, because of what happened with 2, it's probably even more niche to where it's not even going to be propped up as like a culture war icon thing. It's purely just going to be for history nerds and people who like the first game. I mean, I saw Cleo play it, and from what I understand, Cleo liked it. Lumi obviously played it. She liked it. But it's this thing where the public consensus, if you want to be part of one of the crowds, you have to basically treat it as something it's not. And that, to me, always feels really sleazy. Judging you throughout the playthrough if you continue it harshly. Oh, DLC sucks because the Kuhnberg armor set doesn't have a fucking matching pair of gauntlets. Fuck Warhorse, we're never making full fucking sets of armor. I kind of have a Xenoblade playthrough stream. It would be really fun to go through the Xenoblade games. Kirsto brings up Kingdom Come 2 as a man. Those traders selling their beliefs to the woke mob as if she's running Victory Labs really took a big bite of her credibility. Well, like I said, it's this thing of... It's basically just in-group consensus. People have decided it is woke and a trader thing, therefore they can never be convinced otherwise. And it's this thing of... The game is not that. You know? But it's framing. The game has been framed as this, so every single thing in the game that could possibly be up for interpretation or could be viewed in any way will immediately be seen as this. Arts by his chat being real, people calling it woke seem to like it. Yeah, it's a good game. Me and Dick Bro been talking about it because he also has been going through and he really likes it. Now Varva's gonna have a chip on his shoulder and comes to gamers after everyone called him a pedophile. Yeah, that to me was the part that made me like, cause just the amount of like over the top with that, where they were not calling it pedophilia because they actually believed it was child porn. It was just they viewed it as a traitor, therefore they're gonna accuse it of like the worst shit in the world, even knowing that like this guy's not a fucking pedophile, dude. It's happening to Silent Hill F right now. Yeah. Yeah, everyone keeps talking about Kingdom Come 2, but no one talks about the first game. The first game was fun. I liked the first game. Yeah, it wasn't even calling it woke. It was outright lying and accusing the game of distributing CP. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, generally insane how some people view Arch as a traitor as part of the problem for saying it's not very woke. Yeah, that's the shit that made me, like, that is the shit that just, oh, bang my knee. But like, in no uncertain terms, made me get a lot more skeptical about a lot of the shit going on right now, just due to the fact of people got into stuff like Gamergate because they didn't like the idea of games objectively becoming shittier because some fucking asshole with like a consultancy company or like a games journalist approached the dev team and said, well, you have to do it like this because that's how you make a good game, and it just is awful, you know? No one likes self-inserts. No one likes this. No one likes that. You know, they don't want the purpled hair OC who's a rogue and has 2 daggers and is so fucking cool to style on everyone in the story. That kind of thing. People don't want that. But for some reason, games journalists and consultancy companies insist that's what people want. Kingdom Come 2 does not do anything like that, and in fact, there are multiple moments which shows it still very much has the spirit of the first game. Yeah, try casting Shell, Reflecta, or Sloga. The thing is, I've not built up time magic at all with Fran, which honestly we should. She does have the ability for it. He's being accused of being a pedophile again. Daniel Varva with KCD2. They kept calling him a pedophile because of the whole thing with Henry and Hans. Also, I'm saying the most vocal people never play the game. I saw a lot video claiming it had Golem in it. Also, lots of juice burgery. Yeah, ignoring the fact that was a cover story. Like, the way that quest ends is like, yeah, no, it's not a golem. The guy even makes fun of you for really believing it was a golem. Henry and Hans do well in Modern Frat Party. They would do awesome. You have the SHTF box. So what's your loadout? Also, SHTF is different than Bug Out Bag. I do not know what you're talking about. And if they do a self-insert, they should do a create a character and insert myself into myself. People in KCD2, KF Thread were straight up running ops or reporting game to the FBI. Yeah, it's like, they were reporting it to the FBI, trying to get it pulled off Steam, and it was this... It legitimately was to a point of, like, this is fucking stupid. Like, this game is obviously not child porn. Anyone with half a fucking brain would tell you it's not child porn. You guys think about the new thing Zom's making? None of the Disco Elysium successors will be anywhere near as good as the original. They'll be puffed up. People insist they'll be just as good, but it won't. Yeah, KC2 is easily Game of the Year. Very fun and well-rounded. I like it. Yeah, Golem thing was literally to hide the fact he was making gunpowder. Yeah. He lied to you and told you he was making a golem because, in truth, he was making guns. Okay, Bosch is healed. Yeah, it's pedophilia check notes to pick visibly adult men modeled after their actors to young adults. Yeah. Yeah, why do you keep listening to people who are actively looking for bad things no matter how small? Yeah, Bosch is chilling frozen in time. So I think this is going to be fun. 12? 12 is really fun. Now, the same people call KC2 CP are bitching because you can't look up Hinako's skirt. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, I'm sick of the concepts of pedophilia and child pornography being watered down by culture war cunts. Yeah, from what I've seen of VTubers playthrough, Limu specifically, of KC2 is not what people claim it to be. Game remains true to the first game. I literally talked about this when the game was first fucking launching. All the people claiming it's gonna be woke and trash and gonna fall apart and all this shit are then gonna turn around and act like they never said that when the game gets popular and their friends play it and go, wait a minute, I actually like this. What the fuck? Yeah, not guns, but gunpowder specifically. Making guns require different kind of expertise. That is true. I feel when someone doesn't like you, don't necessarily mean on here, but in your normal life, does it bother you? No. I don't pay attention to people long enough to really get their opinion. Yeah, because they chose to be angry, yeah. I learned from KST2, don't trust them gypsies. Yeah, and like, it got to the point where even just saying there being a Jewish quarter in the game was somehow proof of woke, and it's like, but they acknowledge the Jews are sleazy. Like, is it this thing of, once again, the issue of you literally cannot discuss any kind of subject matter in a game, otherwise it is poison-welled, like, it can only be this, there can never be any other interpretation or idea of this, it can only ever be used for culture war points. Because that kind of goes against the entire point of media freedom. Cost piece $2, I blame the Fujoshis for all this drama. The internet theory is more preferable to the idea that people could really be this shallow and two-faced. Unfortunately, we get both at the same time. Yep. I think games like Silent Hill F and KC2 being the target of ire helped me snip a lot of bullshit from my feeds and free up hours of my time for hobbies. Get more focused on game dev. Yeah. Berserk news? Still none. It's like Silent Hill F, you're not allowed to write about feminism. Yeah, it's like... You know, because I'm one of those of... Here we go. We'll swap to Curie. He heals everyone. But I'm one of those of... I am okay with a bunch of different themes in media because the whole point of media is being able to explore these themes in different ways. I just want you to do it right. Paid on the Birdman? I don't think I've ever watched them. But the black man, yeah, the guy they outright address is an asshole. Start training at home, Charles Atlas style, bodyweight, some chairs, elastic bands. Actually has results. Yeah, good shit. And some people can't be happy even with cool shit. Which game do you spend hours just to customize your character? I don't really spend that much time in character creators, mainly because I'm not too good with them. I just think, that looks fine, and I go. Ever play Counter-Strike Source? It still has players 30,000 tonight with no skins. Yeah, Counter-Strike Source was so much fun. The most reasonable criticism is that Jewish Quarter isn't historically accurate and it's probably originally meant to be a nearby town of Colon instead. Like, yeah, you can argue that from the perspective of it being a historical accuracy thing, because, I mean, KSD is all about the... It's really all made for history nerds. Yeah, but those people are too stupid to make the reasonable criticism. Yeah, you know, it's like... The whole point of the series is appealing to history nerds and people who are very into this very niche subject matter. And with KC2, you can at least make the argument of the whole point is it's showing these different groups in this setting and how the events of the story would be impacting them. Eco, $5. Like, dude, Wokoids have been calling for the Minecrafting as the Jews ever since Palestine conflict kicked off, yeah. Curious part of the drama is people realizing Varva isn't a Christian despite him always being open about that and used to claim that KSD1 was always woke and anti-Christian. Yeah, it's like, it is this thing where people were obsessed with... I guess best way to describe it is KCD was their attempt at grabbing it and using it for a political agenda. You know, you had Varva, who is very open about the fact of he just wanted to make this game about history and make it as good as he can, especially with the fact that it was tied to the history of his ancestors. You know, he's from the Czech Republic. And it just so happened to coincide with games journalists being very sleazy and going, you have to do it this very specific way. And he's like, fuck you, I'm not going to do that. And so people rallied around him and propped him up and helped him. And they wanted him to essentially scratch their back again for KSD2 when he was very open about the fact of, I do my own thing, I want to do this for my next game. A bit spoilers, but F's true ending was really good and fit how Silent Hill normally goes when a god gets involved, and that boss fight was sick. The It's Not Silent Hill crowd are stroking out, yeah. Favorite weapon to use in KC2? Longsword. It's basic, but it's so much fun. Even try to attack RE9 and try to portray Grace as a piss baby, but if they portray her automatically girl boss, they would scream to the heavens. Yeah, it is this thing where more and more people are acknowledging the fact of it feels like there's no way for game developers to win. And it's not even like game developers are like this poor, innocent victim they need to be shielded, but the whole point is, if no one's offering what they really want in a realistic mean, they're not going to fucking listen to you no matter what, because they're going to acknowledge nothing I do is going to make you happy. Fair enough, $10. I recommended Silent Hill F to my sister because we came from something similar, even though not to the extreme. But I know she'll enjoy the story and characters. Yeah. Ever see yourself making a game? It's one of those things where when I was a teenager, I really wanted to do it, but I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. So I don't know. I do like getting involved in projects. I was literally recommending a video called Silent Hill F is not Silent Hill. Yeah, it's like... The whole thing is just silly. Honestly, I feel like now calling the anti-woke niggers Jeets, Gooks, or any brown racial slur because they began being just as insufferable as a Skittle Mafia. Yeah, try to please everyone, you end up pleasing nobody. Yeah. Like with Ghost of Yotai, they fired the dev and released an apology video. People just responded with, you took too long, boycott. Yeah. I have a friend who ended her friendship because another friend pointed out Deep Space is Gooner. Yeah, we'll just run through it. All the status effects are pissing me off. Eh. Here we go. Which part of the fight, Yagami or Ichiban and his crew? Both would hurt a lot. Race for this argument for it not being real Silent Hill, as that Silent Hill was always inspired by American horror rather than Japanese. Well, it was just Japanese take on Western psychological horror, like with David Lynch. I'm cool with them doing new things, like the whole like, well, it's not Silent Hill because it's not trying to be a David Lynch movie. It's like, no, it's trying to be like a 90s era J horror movie. I'm cool with that. I like J horror stuff. You know. Like I said before, the anti-woke side died when it got flooded with Latinos, Jeets, and Slavs and the Ukraine war kicked off. About people fucking with games, how do you feel about the growing anti-modding community, anti-modding crowd demanding people shouldn't make mods they find distasteful? It's stupid. Like, the whole problem is everyone wants to get involved and tell people how they're allowed to make a game. Like, you get the best games possible when someone is just allowed to experiment. You know? Let them just experiment and figure out whether or not it's a good idea, a bad idea. Like, you can give your take and say, I just personally don't like that, but people should be allowed to try. Alright, I forgot. Disease is so annoying. Yeah. Ugh. I forgot. Disease is one you cannot cure. If you ever do make a game, UE4 is really solid and user-friendly. Don't try 5, though. Thing is super bloated. Goto is overhyped but reliable. Unity's still pretty good. Yeah, modding won't make Morrowind playable. Isn't these two the Fallout show just around the corner? Yeah, it's gonna get even more insufferable. Some dumbasses legit think they can stop people from modding. It's like trying to stop a bear from shitting. Yeah, look how many games came out of Doom, Half-Life, and Arma mods. Exactly. Raise Fist EU, KSD2 has gay people in. Also, Raise Fist listen to Judas Priest as a gay lead singer. Can you give me Silent Hill? I haven't played a Silent Hill game, but I really want to play this one, but I'm very broke. And just wait for a sale. Yeah, I'm finished playing Dead Island 2 this month. Probably, because once I'm done with Silent Hill F, I was going to go back to Dead Island 2, because I'm pretty close to beating it. Then I was going to go back to KCD 2. Like, there's a lot of games I need to get through. Silent F is not the only game that breaks from the formula experiment. I mean, RE4 was a break from the original RE games, even the concept. Yeah. I like to use axes in KCD 2. From what I hear, axes are fun, but I just love the sword. The sword's so cool. I kind of feel bad for some people who obviously have some mental disorder and make them spaz out every time they see people enjoy things, yeah. Damn, he got rejected like boy giving flower to his crush. I ain't gonna buy you a game, nigga. Use Creation 2 engine, is used by the hit game Starfield. From what I remember, Racefist does not like it when metal bands do things that are not metal. He bemoaned hard rock songs to Judas Priest because they were commercial. Plan to get Ninja Gaiden 4? Oh yeah, that's gonna make it even worse. Fuck, I want to play Ninja Gaiden 4 as well. Or 500 games on Steam and I will buy another and not play it for years. There's not much death you're enduring. This is a bad segment or legit difficulty spike. It's mainly that 12 has a thing where as the game goes on, enemies pour out more status effects, and the status effects are a pain in the dick. And the thing is, usually when there's a difficulty spike, once you get out of that area, the next area you go in will give you counters to that difficulty spike. It literally just amounts to, you just have to suffer for a little bit. I couldn't get into Kingdom Come, so I haven't bought Kingdom Come 2. Yeah, it's a niche game. Like, that is an aspect to it where I fully expected when the game, when the second game was announced, like, it will try to break further into the mainstream, but it just doesn't have mainstream potential. Not because it's bad, but because of just how it plays. You ever seen the concept of 2077 Johnny Silverhand before they got Keanu Reeves? He looked like British Razor Fist. Do you like the trope of an obviously mentally impaired person, but they still have some brilliance in them? An autism, legit mental asylum, catatonic, but math genius? I mean, yeah, it could be cool. Fine, I'll play Neo White then. Actually, the Citadel has been helping me break the Gmod New Vegas cycle. Yeah. I was surprised it got a sequel. Yeah. I really like KSD 1, so I was happy it got a sequel, but, you know, it actually being a thing and being announced, I was like, holy shit. That's an absolute Batman. I'm considering reading it. It hasn't really looked that interesting to me so far. I mean, it has some cool ideas. Bane just being a scary motherfucker is fun. I thought the Go Loco Broke crowd said bullshit when KSD2 reached 2 million sales milestone in 3 months. Yeah. Well, it's like I said, it's because the definition of woke has been intentionally watered down, and that's the problem. You know? It was intentionally watered down just to basically settle beef with stuff that they don't like or jumping at shadows of things. So when things started breaking from their expectation, they had to essentially just go with the idea of, well, clearly they're lying about sales numbers, they're lying about this, they're lying about that. And it's like, it's very obvious when a game flops, you know? You have something like Assassin's Creed Shadow where fucking nobody talked about that game. The only people you could find talking about AC Shadows were shill accounts. And I mean, like, blatant shill accounts. Like, fucking, you know, their accounts, like, 2 months old, and all they've been posting about is AC Shadows. Like, an obvious bot type thing. But, you know, games like Baldur's Gate 3, because the separation really started happening with Baldur's Gate 3, where Baldur's Gate 3 had all the stuff that they claimed to hate, where it's like, oh, it's woke, it's full of degen and homo stuff and all that. But it was a runaway success. And that's because it actually wasn't woke, in the sense of, if you wanted to be an asshole, you could be a fucking asshole. If you wanted to play it this way, you could play it that way. You know? It was a game where there was more to it than just Tumblr politics. There was a hell of a lot more to that. I'm disappointed what happened to the Fable reboot. Yeah. I don't remember the name, but some marketing expert wrote a book just out of World War II explaining that people's preferences change depending on what they don't have, and I agree. Yeah. I think Saudi's by Ubisoft. Tencent already got Ubisoft, from what I understand. Saudi's got EA. I find the idea of Silent Hill manifest in the village because its name can loosely be translated in Silent Hill extremely funny anytime that somewhat similar names in danger. Bear Sex, the reason Baldur's Gate 3 became so successful. Yeah, like, they try to use that as a point against Baldur's Gate 3, and it basically just amounted to, well, why do game journalists like this and not like games with a bunch of anime fan service? And it basically amounts to, yeah, game journalists are a bunch of fucking hypocrites. But that's not a point against Baldur's Gate 3. It's not like any dev for Baldur's Gate 3 was coming out and saying, man, fuck anime fan service games. They're all for pedophiles. Fuck this, fuck that. Like, they just made a game. It was trying to get a W against games journalists that caused it to turn into this whole thing of, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 is woke and degen and awful, and it's terrible they would allow such a game to exist. You know what I mean? Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is a perfect example on how progressive politics don't control the narrative in that. Yeah. Here we go. Dr. Shado is making a visual novel? Who's that? I found it really funny when Baldur's Gate 3 didn't indeed allow me to get into a poly relationship. That's called just being a whore. Baldur's Gate 3 is popular because D&D 5e was popular, and so was Critical, which is based on 5e. Baldur's Gate 3 also had a long development cycle, was in beta. Yeah. I rewatched Perfect Blue, scene where it was shows the fish still alive in the tank is fucking Kino. Yeah, you realize. Just don't enjoy the bare fucker D&D assistance memes about Baldur's Gate 3. It's funny, and that's the thing, like, in context of the game, it's funny. It's a funny scene. It's a joke. Mention marketing guy, because lately I've been trying to write a story focusing on simple characters. Just go gym, get strong punch stuff. Have so many complex characters. Yeah, Dragon Age Veilguard's a prime example of woke. Yeah, it's like, look at Dragon Age Veilguard. Dragon Age Veilguard is probably like the premier example of what happens when you have a legitimately woke game. It's awful. It has no humanity. It feels like everyone's fake. You know, it's that kind of thing. Even Sin struggled to hate Baldur's Gate 3. Had to compromise and say it was woke and degen, but also really fun. Yeah, it's like, it's what I was saying for a while in that, you know, things are more complicated now. Woke shit. I'm not going to do the typical quartering thing of we won against woke because obviously it's more complicated than that. It's more in the sense of things are more complicated than they were in 2014. You know, you have less of the luxury of being as outwardly hostile to your audience like what was in the past. Also, both of them have disease. That's fucking perfect because we have nothing to cure that. But the whole point is, like, basically, you don't have the luxury in game development anymore to be as outwardly assholish and prideful. Like, you have to, at the very least, find a way to win over the other side in some manner. Because games across the board have lost a shitload of money. You know, historic failure after historic failure after historic failure, you know. There comes a point where it's like, there needs to be a shakeup. Even Konami had a shakeup. And we already saw what woke shit looks like. Veilguard, Saints Row Reboot, Forspoken, Conquered. Exactly. All of which crashed and burned. Baldur's Gate 3 can be very fun because they allow so many choices, options, pathways to handle issues or fights. You can also change your character class to many, many different classes and subclasses. I was trying to say Baldur's Gate 3 was intentionally uglified the ladies and kept using screenshots of angles that intentionally made Shadowheart look bad. Yeah. And it's something that I was saying for a bit, where if you get to the level where you have to lie about details in a game to prove it's woke, you already failed. Because people who believe you are going to play it and go, wait a minute, that's not what you told me it was. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why'd you lie about that? Decker Shadow is a classic movie reviewer who's been around for a decade and a half. His slogan is the internet personality with the best hair. I have never heard of them before. I remember if you have long hair to brush it daily, spend 2 hours in a hairdresser getting knots out. It's not fun. Woke games are bad, not only because they're lame and gay, but also because it usually means a woke team, and we all know how miserable it is to be around wokies, let alone work with them awful work culture. Yeah. Remember when they lied about Silent Hill 2 remake? Yeah. I was looking at current fighting games that crash and burn like Guilty Gear Strive and Skullgirls. Yeah. Yeah, what do you think about F being woke and feminist propaganda? It's not. Like, that's kind of what I mean in that this culture of it's woke and therefore must be terrible no matter what it is going to crash and burn. Because as the issues mount up of just calling everything woke, there's going to be enough examples of no the fuck it's not building up. And at the same time, people just get exhausted, you know? People get exhausted of like, am I allowed to like this, or do I have to ask you for permission to like this? People hate that. They hate that feeling, and they're gonna resent it. Decker Shadow's a great dude. He covers a lot of modern B horror. Oh, okay. I do like horror movie channels. People like Karlak, Lazelle, and Minthara too, but Shadowheart's a favorite girl in the game. Most baffled why it takes so long for corpos to don't their thing and drop the bullshit said by consultants for losing money. Be greedy, but not stupid. Yeah, I freaking love Lazelle. Also, a ton of porn made of Shadow Horror. Of course, they make her breast be like 44 DD, but still her. Gonna play Ghost of Yotai. Like I said, I'm getting that shit on a deep sale. If you need permission, like or not like something, that's kind of bitch behavior. That's what I think. You know, it's like, I have to wait for permission to figure out if I want to enjoy something. Like, then how am I going to be able to enjoy it in any way if I'm constantly worrying about what other people have to say about it? Yotai is gambling. The game is perfect. No flaws. And, make up wokeness or take things out of context, turn the woke it's not woke, and you're pulling things out of thin air because you want a moral reason to not like something. Yeah. I literally gotten with a Twitter argument about the Skullgirl situation because one person tried to say Skullgirl is succeeding because of previous sale going on. Yeah, and it objectively isn't. Like, Skullgirls is so hilariously in the water. Why not pirate instead instead of waiting a sale? Well, basically right now it's only on, like, console. So if I want to check it out in any time frame, it would have to be, like I said, on a sale. I mean, you can wait for the PC version, but with the way games are so bloated now, pirating's a pain in the ass too. Plus, I do want to buy into it. If I put money down on it, I have to figure out really if I like it or don't like it. Kids were taught about what happens when you constantly cry wolf when there are no wolves. Already normies are doubting if woke even exists. Yeah. Like, it 100% does exist, and it will pop up from time to time to remind you it exists. The problem is, people are rapidly reaching a level where they're already fucking exhausted of hearing about it. You know what I mean? Like with Silent Hill F. Silent Hill F right now, people are already at the stage of, are you fucking kidding me? Like, do you even like this series or not type shit? I know there's already people bitching like, oh, I can't believe I'm called a tourist just because I don't like the new game. It's like, because people are that frustrated. They're that frustrated of every single thing they like turning into a fight, you know? It's like living next to a guy that constantly fights with his wife. Like, past a certain point, you're just banging on the wall telling him to fuck or shut up already. How do you feel about the one African game called Reloaded? I heard about it once. I've never heard anything about it again, and apparently was already a financial failure, so... Finished new episode Peacemaker, didn't expect to go that way, pretty good. Yeah, look at the Harley Quinn show, too, another good example, yeah. I like Aquaman, but he brought up a good point when he debated Andy Pants. If you keep acting like the boy who cried woke, eventually people are going to stop listening. Yeah. Only every time somebody uses fake swear words to have fuck like a real human being, they become captured and turn into the thing. Their blood turns into soylent. Only cure is getting the belt. Here we go. Fellow Time Splitters fan? Hell yeah, yeah. Yeah, the game peaked with like 22 players on Steam, yeah. That's what I mean by it still very much exists, and companies will try to keep it going, but it also just comes down to the fact of it's not financially viable. People don't like it. And people literally do the whole I'm done watching his shit with Arch because they think he's some enemy or useful idiot in culture war. Yeah, and I hate crap like that. You know? That's just tribalism. Members of Persona Twitter tourist community, I don't want to hear their opinions, just post your stolen memes and fuck off, yeah. It ends in hate fucking, not gently, but just violent. The only way that a relationship could have had some form of catharsis without violence. I tried playing Reloaded, but it was so bad he stopped and played Ace Attorney instead. And thanks to all this bullshit, I started second-guessing about if I can even consider myself a true anime fan simply because I don't watch anime the way these kinds of people do. Just tired of people making mountains out of molehills. I don't care if something's woke. Is it good? If not, who gives a shit? If it is good, then why should I care if it's woke? Well, like I said, it comes down to the fact that the definition of woke has been watered down. Like, my definition has always been corporate cynicism. Like, basically, it is just a fucking inhuman, like, just to already use the term, inhuman attempt at pandering to social issues. Like, you know, it's like a big corporate movie, you know, like Sony or Disney, putting a punk rocker character in their multi-million-dollar franchise movie and going, isn't he so cool? He's punk rock. He's so not like other people. And he's also Spider-Man. Just saying. Also, people criticizing KCD2 stuff as just choosing not to buy a game as opposed to all the other stuff they did and said. Yeah. And Brisket Sanders, the reason Guilty Gear is now considered dead again because they couldn't stop talking about Bridget even with that stupid retcon, yeah. Start wondering who would you call an anti-woke grifter? I mean, there's a lot. Just take 5 minutes to look at Twitter. You're gonna get spammed with a bunch of them. Harley Quinn show is a good example because it's, he must really hate Spider-Punk. I just found him boring. Well, it's not out of, like, seething hatred. It's just, hey, that's probably the perfect example I can think of an unironically woke element. You know? We're in the climb phase of woke simply due to the fact that true believers are still around and we're stuck with them. It's going to take years, and I mean years to recover. Yeah. So copies of Minecraft on the desk. You think I get this buff reading books and the giant mural of Hitler? How the fuck did I miss that? Because situations like you described, I'm glad I don't have Twitter. IGN's starting to get sick of Sony's story slot. Maybe we'll start seeing less from here on. And Spider-Punk is mostly just an aesthetic thing. The actual usage in story Spider-Punk is deeply ironic to being a punk thing. Yeah. Spider-Punk more like Spider-Poser. As said about woke, it's all in your face and very abrasive, unapologetic, and bitter. Exactly. It can't be hidden. The minute hidden woke became a thing is the minute everything started to go to shit. Because that relied on the honor system. You had to just trust the guy you were listening to wasn't lying. Are they getting mad that we don't want to buy a video game as opposed to getting mad because they fucking lied? Yeah. Lunacid's my go-to fun game. I can play that shit forever. Pronouns BS only comes into play in a single post main ending combo once and never again. Clive is such a sad skeleton. I remember being offered a free Steam key to Skullgirls only to give it some random Roblox military RP guy. I don't know if I dodged a bullet or not. Yeah, Hidden Woke, thanks for that, Razor. And it says punk rock more like being part of a multi-million-dollar franchise, yeah. Reload a game? Who the fuck thought a game with an all-black cast stealing shit was a good idea? Harley Quinn show is a good example because it's doing the whole deconstruction aspect in DC and it's just not funny. Yeah, Hidden Woke's just anti-woke's version of Dog Whistle. Yeah. Definition of woke is that anti-politics and social issues being forced down your throat with commentary at the salty of a shotgun pointed directly at your face. Yeah. Skullgirl was a good game, but the treatment of the new devs to the fans killed it. Yeah. Like, violently killed it. Is it really did? Just trying to be bitter, pretty bitter disappointment. I'm still subscribed, but it gets my nerves regularly. Well, he's not even the one that really kicked it off. You know, like, trying to blame a singular person for it, I think, is the bad road, because it basically just amounts to the end of a movement. You know what I mean? Like, when movements die is when everyone has that heel turn and you find out who they truly were. Truth is, SJW people became mainstream due to backlash against them. There were socialist foot soldiers infiltrate all institutions, and people got pissed at trannies. I like Youth Pastor Ryan. I learned some very fun things companies did back in the day. Yeah. He's more of a symptom than the cause. Yeah. KC2 thing was most people twisting aspects of the game to call the director a pedophile that literally just makes the anti-wokes look insane. Yeah. Like, hell, the reason for the pedophile thing is you had guys like John Del Rose really push it, and people were paying attention to John Del Rose because they just thought, well, that's another guy in the anti-woke sphere. He can't be lying. And it turns out, yeah, he's a fucking liar and a grifter. Hell, one of them got outed. Fuck, I forgot who it was, but, like, one of the dudes in the circle got outed for, basically, God, I'm trying to remember. He had an anti-woke account where it was the typical quartering thing of going, guys, the left will be dead any day now. And he had an alt account where he was doing the same thing, but actually, like, simping for leftist shit. Like, I don't remember who the guy was, but literally playing both sides of the field. And he did get called out for it. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, is this something that's going to determine the fate of Western civilization, or is this the fucking money pit to you? Yeah, Andy Pants, yeah. You know, shit like that is the kind of thing that really does need to make people start going, okay, are we being taken for a ride? Is this shit as serious as we're being told? Because if you have situations like that, that just makes me go, so you just view this as a chance to get rich. Man, that's literally a grifter, yeah. That most recent DLC being extremely lame story-wise, and one of them being a pay-to-win character gameplay-wise didn't help Skullgirls, yeah. Oh, bullshit's been going on since the No Place for Hate bullshit, which was like 2006. It's been forever, yeah. It's like the whole One Piece shonen is political bullshit. It's really not, but the second you give them an actually political shonen series like Akametsu, their brains explode because it makes fun of them, yeah. Yeah, Synthman who's a fucking retard and he comes off as a grifter. Oh shit. Oh, that's gonna suck. That's gonna suck. Distract. Oh god damn it, I forgot. It doesn't fucking heal. Screw it. Oh, come on. Free the homie Mike Z. He was a good boy who couldn't rein in his tisms around the vultures in the circle. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, it's gonna be so annoying. Say me that, or probably me saying what you're saying literally provably isn't true. Was just watch Synthetic Man's video, yeah. Anytime politics come up here, we kind of just retread ground on most of it, just being fraudulent and gay. Yeah. So what are your thoughts on soldiers breaking out about being forced to adhere military grooming standards? I saw Generation Kill. I saw what happens if you don't. You go $5. Speaking of which, situations like Skullgirls, Alcoholica, and Depp vs. Her, why I actually hate feminists more than trannies. Okay. What's your favorite 360 game besides Dead Rising? I mean, Mass Effect 2. I played a shitload of Mass Effect 2. Ring Pun Pun and got to the part where he turns on Aiko for Yamaguchi. And then a page after walking away, his peers is like, do you prefer bestiality and necrophilia? Building a snowman. Apant's an actual nutcase. Remember he made a based anti-woke game that got pulled from Steam because of realistic-looking child strippers in it. Yeah, it's like I said, the whole thing is just stupid and silly at this point. Here we go. Another claim people try to use to defend the censorship is actually Mike Z is the one who made the choices, not Autumn Games' fault stick. Yeah. But when Fallout Season 2, it's a gun won't go down the you're either with me or my enemy bullshit again. Yeah, it's like, I hate that. If you turn it to a gun to your head situation, you're gonna lose because people are gonna go, well, why the fuck do I care about you? People should really stop handing Cyberpunk the acronym is unfortunate. Enemy 2 is peak. I don't hate 3, but 2 was everything people loved about 1 cranked up. Yeah. And you got to romance Tally, and she was awesome. Favorite anime from last season? I think Dandadan still holds it. Dandadan Season 2 was fucking awesome. I loved it. I mean, 1's the better game of 2. Only downside is I can't love my wife, Tally. And to the point where I don't care about woke, anti-woke. Everything's blatant hypocrite or a liar in the match. I just want some damn sincerity. Tally's best girl Mass Effect. Yeah. Ever play Fancy Pants? I have no idea what you're talking about. Do you remember that the Dead Space remake had a warning and censor option on body horror? You know, that's a major part of Dead Space. Yeah. Look, Brad, I'm a man now, just like you. Except I don't look like a faggot and talk all educated. Dude, I'm not even kidding. Ray acts exactly like one of my real-life buddies. It was fucking uncanny. Run. Hello, I never played Fancy Pants. Please, is there anyone here that played it? I don't know what you're talking about. At least my mom took me to NASCAR. Okay, does she have any techniques? She has first aid, okay. And we still have no Phoenix Downs. They base Ray off the personality of your buddy. Honestly. At least play Arms with Wings? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I gotta admit, Secretary of War does go hard. Have you seen Space Dandy? Yeah, Space Dandy is classic. Yeah, fun game used to play all the time in my school's computer lab. Skullgirls do all this censorship crap just so they could get on the fucking Evo. When I called trying to get Evo money and they didn't even get main showing, yeah. Ever get asked by a fag another nonsense opinion about this bullshit? My go-to answer is, do you have to wake up 9 to 5 to get money? Game of the year for you? Expedition. Expedition by far is my game of the year. Like, it is so fucking good. That's the one where me and my brother, like, we were talking about it, and we literally went, man, fuck that game for making us feel like kids again. Really sad because Rage Fest Discord had a KC2 hype thread that, like, a week before launch to send an anti-woke crap. Yeah. Cancer for $5. Find out Andy presents himself as a Sigma despite looking like Corey, but none of the swag. Expedition is better than Death Stranding 2. Dude, Expedition legitimately was like... That was fucking mind-blowing to play through for the first time. Like, I like Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 was a lot of fun, but, like, Expedition was one of those where I'm like, dude, that was fucking good. Spaceman isn't a classic. It's still new. I'm a college student. You ever play any fucking Flash games? I mean, yeah, but I don't remember what Fancy Pants was. So over-under on them fumbling that new Return of the Living Dead movie. Safer to assume it'll be fucked up than do well, but I want it to do well. Yeah, you son of a bitch, you rekindled my sense of wonder, Lolly at Expedition. Quite literally. My problem is Lolly chose the Verso ending and Verso's sack of shit. No, Verso was completely justified. The minute he says, I'm tired too, it's like, alright, this whole place gotta burn. I like when Ray gave the reporter a gun and told him to cover his sector in the book. Shame they don't include that in the show. Yeah. Pants was the guy who looked like a doodle, a person with spiky hair and orange pants. Yeah, I don't remember that one. Expedition, I think, will mark a turning point in the AA being the dominant force in the industry. Dude, it's so good. Yeah, when Wall is just a dad trying to fix everything. Yeah. Jimbug bought a boop for $2. Chip, please tell me you played Arms with Wings. I do not know what games you're talking about. Urso's justified in his actions. I can't blame him. He's just tired, yeah. Expedition 33 made me wet from my eyes. Death Stranding 2 made me wet somewhere lower. Sorry, not sorry. Here we go. Paul, you're telling me you haven't played Gwimbly 7, the Scourge of Glup Shitto? What kind of job did you have for not playing these peak kink flash games? Well, that's why I didn't play them if it's a kink thing. It's like, I didn't play porn games when I was a kid. Even when I was a kid, I was like, I would rather just play a real video game. A space train game on Flash, but I don't remember the name. All I remember is your dad was killed, so you had to trade to build a fleet to get revenge. Alright, here. Let's see if... There we go. I remember playing a Flash game called Super Mario Crossover at school. The original Super Mario Bros. The characters from other NES games. Oh. Trying out fighting games to become esports and or be on ESPN is what fucked up a lot of them. I believe they got thrown into ESPN 8, which is known for showing anything obscure like rock skipping. Yeah. That was a typo, Mankino. Imagine not playing Plants vs. Zombies. I mean, I played Plants vs. Zombies. Okay. She has mirror on, so this could theoretically prevent her from dealing with a bunch of stats effect stuff. Metal Gear Pinello time? It might have to be. In fact, I believe she can do it. Shit, wrong direction. Wrong direction when we missed a step because there's supposed to be the path open down here. Have I asked this before? You ever played Lost Odyssey, kind of like Expedition but with Immortals? Yeah! If I remember right, they outright named that as one of the inspirations. The poem is I'm working so I'm lurking, yeah. Any love for the Deception games? That doesn't sound familiar. And I found Newgrounds years ago. Back then they had flash games like Assassin, Basic Bitch, where you killed celebrities, etc. Yeah. Isn't Lost Odyssey still trapped on Gen 7 hardware? Infectionator stream for Spooky Month? Infectionator was fun if I remember it. If I remember it right. Okay, here we go. Son of a bitch. Ah, god damn it. There are games where you make traps to watch pursuers fall into and then sacrifice to the devil. Ah. Remember a bush shooting game? Yeah. I remember a Pokemon Tower Defense game from my childhood. It was very early in development. Remember George Bush and the whole White House thought it was cool as a kid? Yeah. What games you got lined up for October? I got a whole list. For sure, we're gonna try to do we're gonna try to do Look Outside. We're gonna try to do I'm gonna try to do Faith the Unholy Trilogy. I don't know if Shoto wants to do that one or not. Oh, fuck. And finally, really now explain why I shouldn't trust Songbird, but read. Songbird is a fucking bitch. You will know why not to trust her. Only Flash game I loved as Crack was Shoot the Turtle game and Happy Wheels. Playing the Riger games, it was odd how relatively close they were to God of War. Yeah, fuck this shit, I'm out. Yeah. Like I said, this one wouldn't be so much of a problem if we didn't have both Fran and Bosch hit with disease. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're good, we're good. Disease makes it to where any damage you take will just straight up take it off your entire total health. So, once they go down, and because you can't cure disease with any kind of, like, status effect spell, you have to have a specific item to cure it. That means they were just stuck at 1 HP over and over and over again. Yeah, Miniclip was the shit back in the day, yeah. Fuck, what was that Bush Flash game? Protect the White House? I think it was called Protect the White House, yeah.
Feeling we're somewhere we're not meant to be.
Yeah, it's exciting.
That's when they're moving the chip ending of Cyberpunk.
Exciting?
I think it's pretty cool. They really sell it to you, you fucked up.
Who can say what lies ahead? We may encounter the
Those
very
boys in Cyberpunk, the rule of thumb is be nice to Johnny, but not a doormat. Keep Songbird at a distance and wipe up Panam,
I
yeah.
don't know what we'll find. I like it better that way.
I should check out Otter of the Flame. It's a pretty good shonen manga with Nordic mythology setting. Plus, there's a tall buff one with nice opie. Oh, shit. Drop the controller. Yeah. Yeah, wasn't it just Bush Shootout? I remember a similar game with Obama, too. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Whack Your Boss. I remember that one, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's all just damage. Ugh. Yeah, the devil ending in 2077 was horrible, yeah. Is it really a fuck up? I take more as, yeah, you get to live, but now you're just another NPC. Well, that's what I mean by it's a fuck up, because, like, obviously that's not the road you should have went down. Like, you don't have to be a complete simp for Night City, but acknowledging that, like, yeah, you probably shouldn't have done that. There a beat-em-up called, Absolem? It's a beat-em-up with a roguelike aspect, and it's being made by Streets of Rage 4 team. Oh. It was a really weird sequel called Whack Your Axe. It was just disgusting scat fetish. I do remember that one, because I remember even as a kid going, like, what the hell's up with this game? This is weird. Play Whack Your Ass, but not Fancy Pants. You ever play those Madness games? Yeah, I played Madness. There we go. I like the tower running in Cyberpunk. That one's cool. Rose David Lynch inspired by the pre-code era of filmmaking. Yeah. Sunbird's just sad, like I get it, but what she's doing doesn't excuse the actions. Yeah. Row of the Dead 2, right? Yeah. I remember that one was fun as hell. Everyone played Thing Thing and Ex Mortis. I don't remember Ex Mortis, but I played Thing Thing. And canon for me is Don't Fear the Reaper. That one is pretty dope. What's your mistype is Whack Off Your Boss. Whack your ex, whack your teacher, whack your neighbor, whack the robber. Good times, good times. Miss playing Happy Wheels or sing Tobuscus played. Some people owe an apology, yeah. Mental damage is still there, though. I mean, dude got fucked up by what happened. Yeah, Solo's entire tower and even Adam's Smasher, yeah. See, thanks, Cyberpunk, though Dex says go out in a blaze of glory or choose a quiet life talk, the only real bad ending is signing with Arasaka. Yeah. There's that game where you had to take upskirt shots, I thought it was, and then cut off. I'm just Tobuscus. He was like one of the proto dudes to get Me Too'd. He had an ex-girlfriend that came out and accused him of a bunch of, like, sexual misconduct stuff, and it was all completely bullshit. But because he was one of the first to have it happen to him, people just bought it. Yeah, Toby ended up turning into a tweaker and painters to far right now, yeah. Which, I mean, being more politically active is fine of itself. It's the fact of you can very clearly tell, like, there's a lot more demons going on in his head that's motivating this. And Tobuscus recently made a song for Nux Taku, yeah. Smorts is partially lost media. I believe the third game's missing. Yeah, I love Goro. It's a shame he's with Arasaka. Yeah, he's a company man. Did he make a ton of OG Flash games? Think he made the Shoot the Turtle game? No, he was friends with the guy that made those. That was a guy by the name of... I think it was Gonz Awesome? Gonz Awesome, Gonzo, I think his name was. And Gonzo has his own channel where he did a bunch of his own stuff. But yeah, he was friends with him, because they would show up, they would have cameos for each other. What about Leave Night City with Panam? That's probably the most happy ending. He's the worst Tobuscus. The YouTubers believe the allegation against him. No, that hurt their ego, so they justify it going, oh, racism. I wonder who caused that. Yeah. Yeah, when Toby's exes actually came out in his defense. Yeah. Like, it was very, very obviously, like, a bullshit power play. Yeah, Gonzalez's best animation is Black Sunshine. He has some really funny videos. Betray Songbird, reject CIA, return Night City, get depressed, don't go Fear the Reaper for true playthrough. Yeah. I mean, you can say art's political, but that doesn't change the fact 99% of people talking politics are bad actors. Is very rare, if not impossible, to talk about politics and art now. Well, my stance to that is, if you genuinely believe all art is political, you are stupid. People tend to get very reductive about what it means, where they usually post the fate thing of Saber eating the burger and go, what's the politics of that? And I get the point. It's basically going like, no, you fucking idiot. No, it's not. The problem is the fact of truly believing every single piece of art is political is just allowing your mind to only think about politics. There's a lot more going on. Like, there are a lot more to stories than just a political angle, and believing everything has to be filtered through politics basically just means you're a sheep. You know, politics change, and the people pushing politics are politicians. So you're admitting you're a slave. It's actual slave nigger mentality. Yeah, it's getting me comparing politics to One Piece vibes. Yeah, it's like One Piece talks a hell of a lot more than just politics. For one, it's just a fun adventure story. Yeah, the times, yeah. What the fuck, dude? Why are you not... There we go. I would never understand why they bug out sometimes. It's literally Gramsci socialist propaganda meant to force proles into revolting by making it all matters the life of political. I even think that's giving it too much credit. I think it's just stupid rich kids that want to look smart. Everything's political. The fuck politics of Pac-Man and Donkey Kong. And the art that my kid gave me years ago wasn't political. Say it ain't so. Definition of born again is realizing and communicating how you've been is futile and you need to change your tactics. Yeah, and every art talks about politics. How the fuck do you find politics in a children's drawing or Mona Lisa? Well, hell, not even like that. Just like, even to just talk about it from like a modern perspective, because you know people talk about all the time of like, well, media is made in the landscape that it is, and it's impacted by the politics of that landscape, therefore it's political. It's like, but there are stories that are intentionally made to not have any kind of political message just due to the fact of they acknowledge the passage of time. Things will change. You know, things change, people change, their perspectives change. That's why you have a story like Silent Hill 2, for example, where Silent Hill 2, it literally doesn't matter what time period it takes place in. It could have taken place in the fucking 1800s, and the story would still make complete sense. Because it's a story about human behavior and what people are capable of doing to each other. You know what I mean? We're playing FF12 tonight. We are gonna try. We actually are pretty close, but the last few dungeons are a stretch. Fair joke when it comes to Mornigans are you only turn to God because nobody wants to talk to you anymore. Imagine patch bringing each guy to an alien planet, leading the inhabitants to Christ. That sounds insufferable. Gonna play some co-op with the boys? It could be fun. Just came in the stream. How you doing? Doing pretty good. That's made me feel a bit sad. I have a good friend who thinks not discussing politics and arts is reductive. Also mentioned Hassan One Piece for his argument. Just call him stupid. If he's your buddy, he'd respect you for it. Where it's like, that's fucking stupid. Arts political. Okay, explain the politics of Crash Bandicoot. Well, I truly do believe the Silent Hill thing is a better example in the sense of Silent Hill 2 is a universal story about human behavior. People talk about all the time about how like Silent Hill 3 has a bunch of feminist themes in it. I don't agree with it. But then you can just shoot, you can basically just shoot back with 2 in the sense of, well, 2 doesn't talk about anything like that. 2 is this story about human evil, you know? Otherwise, it's about human nature, not contemporary politics. Yeah, the best stories are about human behavior. Politics, you know, even like really good political stories just use politics as a framing device for what people are capable of doing to each other. A day bitch down tried and insist, no, straw hats and alligator about terrorism. Yeah, just call him an idiot. Like, you just keep doing that over and over again. It's like, that's stupid. Like, no, it's not. Keeps wanting to use Sword of the Kings, and Sword of the Kings is not good for him. That's more life than politics. Weirdly, Kojima gets us the most with politics just being surface level. Exactly. Here we go. Politics Crash Bandicoot are about the mentally challenged rising up against the man. But, you know, it's just this thing of, like, it is such a miserable way to live. It's a horrible way to live. And that's why it really is this thing of they want you to obsess over politics. They want you to be a fucking slave, you know? You're constantly praying for Massa to give you a favor, you know? Players I've gotten through this whole game with just bonk and heal, no buffs, rebuffs, not even stat effects. Exactly. The only way art's political is in that sense you can only do this in X-type political system or exist in whatever the fuck, but it's a loose definition. Yeah. Remember this game recommending Sword of the King all the time when I played this decades ago. I would not equip that dog shit sword. I think it's because it's a MacGuffin weapon, so they're like, no, but you really should though. It's like, but I won't. Bro just punched him for being retarded. Either he stops being retarded or he caught a felon the other way. Yeah. I present the Jello's fetish art from his secret fetish to call it, fuck politics, someone being degen anime tourist. Go message to Star Wars, bureaucrats are evil. Great message. We're turning into a ding-dong stream. We tried making the same argument for everything being political, playing Pikmin. Yeah, it's like, it's just stupid. Like, it's the idiot's way to sound smart. I pay attention to politics. I pay attention to things going on around me. Well, congratulations, jerk off. In 20 years, everyone will call you an idiot for believing it. I mean, hell, to mention it just for the fact of, you know, what we talked about in this stream, how many different figures involved with all the various gates have crashed and burned and turned to parodies of themselves? Like fucking diversity in comics, you know, your boy Zach, he was saying if you like the Demon Slayer movie, you're like a fucking school shooter. It's like, politics changes over time and people will not be the same from where they began, you know? It's just how it is. So, obsessing over politics and making it your entire personality just turns you into a joke of a human being. You become a bad joke. Why do you think modern media has gotten so bad? Because everyone has to have that Twitter argument political rant. And everyone says the same thing. You know what I mean? You sound out of touch. You sound like a douchebag. You sound like any other... You sound like Haley or Brian from, American Dad or Family Guy. Just the most annoying possible human being that refuses to just let people enjoy something. Okay, we need Rod 4. Look at the Star Wars prequels. Politics exists to show that politics don't matter. Just people playing politics. Yeah. Yeah, your boy said what? Yeah. He made a post on YouTube because he used the community tab for some reason for his rantings. He treats it like Twitter, where he was ranting about Demon Slayer making a bunch of money and going like, "Oh, this looks like baby shit," and all the people who like it are weirdos. And quite literally did say, if you enjoyed it, you're like a potential school shooter. It's like, and that's what I mean. Where just a few years ago, like 2019 or so, he was a genuinely cool dude. He was the guy people would watch and go, you know what, this guy sounds grounded. He sounds like a guy who actually has some understanding of things. And then, nope. Turns out that wasn't true. Or maybe it's a thing where he just lost that spark that made him interesting. Who knows? Yeah, politics makes you feel miserable and insufferable to others. Yeah, it's like, I talked about it all the time, and the fact of there was like that solid 3 weeks where I literally could not go an hour of my life without someone bringing up something political, and I just got fucking, like, it literally turns to the kindergarten cop shut up thing, where it's like, why the fuck does everyone care? Everything is secretly political is how we got in the end. Are they not justified for their actions? Exactly. That's why Yellowstone's a terrible show. That and it picks modern ranchers very poorly. I love Taylor Sheridan, but yeah, you can tell he had never actually stepped foot on a ranch. 20 years, what will happen for Almighty Law to go crazy? Demon Slayer maybe mid, but school shooter? That's retarded, yeah. I thought Pippa saying Demon Slayer's shonen slop was a hot take. I hate that aspect. Some of the early American Dad episodes where Haley says something stupid and Stan brings out a good point and the show bends it backwards. Yeah. Well, in general, a lot of Seth MacFarlane political writing is just bad. Like, it just doesn't age well because that's what politics does. It never ages well no matter what side you're on. Because that's politics. It's a constantly shifting beast. Bro, Ding Dong Julian are fucking retarded now. All they do in their stream is bitch and moan. They don't even try to be funny. Yeah. This week's Lolly entered a blind fury and heard the name Charlie. Rip Charlie from work. Yeah, it's like... And hell, look at the Charlie Kirk things. Everyone's bitching that nothing's actually happening and everyone's grifting it for money. It's like, yeah. Horrible fucking tragedy where this guy died for no fucking reason. Shipper warned Citadel for years, even gets murdered, resurrects, and name drops the Reapers. Killed me. Reapers show up. Sorry, Shipper, we're gonna save our own ass. Get fucked. I do believe... Yeah, we had to turn on the gates. Sounds like if Sopranos glorified the Mafia. To be fair, Pippa isn't wrong. Demon Slayer is just anime fast food. It looks pretty, but yeah. Off a troon furry bussy. Isn't Demon Slayer just baby's first berserk? Did the episode with that chick who owned the toy truck by going, I voted for Clinton, when at the same time the episode came, more evidence showed he was close to Epstein. Yeah. Pippa also liked Joker too. That is true. Yeah, people exploring a tragedy. Sadly, nothing new. Yeah. That's why I tell people all the time, be very careful of someone demanding you be miserable. Because there's never really a good reason for it. To be fair, Julian, he does try to talk about the game they're playing while Ding Dong goes on the same droning arguments and TDS bullshit. Be fair, regards to Ding Dong and Julian, they're two homosexuals that are based in California. They were gonna mainly bitch about politics eventually, yeah. Because Sopranos got up to the scene and the therapist got attacked, so I want to see Tony go after him, yeah. He would 100% be justified to do it. I mean, fuck that guy. Tezdito is now pretty cool dude. Pretty cool dude. Yeah. That's my secret. I'm always miserable. Demon Slayer used swords for the most part in school. Shooters more firepower. I mean, well, like, one of the coolest characters had a shotgun. He was pretty cool. So Stone Hashira is still my favorite. He, unironically, should have just been the protagonist. Zack's first mental breakdown was him being unable to finish the Mark Wade lawsuit. Second break was him discovering his peers not liking Furiosa. Final break was Ed Pisker's suicide. Yeah. Friend from college described like Yellowstone's characters this way. I've met mean drunks that are nicer than the characters in Yellowstone. See people calling for violence of order to the Kirk incident, and it reeks of Fed posting. Yeah. That's the point the episode was trying to make, but it's so bullshit. Melfi didn't send Tony after the guy. All she did was let him be free to rape again, just soothe their conscience. Yeah, it's like... That's one of those cases where Tony would be 100% justified in killing that guy. Oh, Huster should have been the protagonist. Yeah. Got to Mac made a good video on Demon Slayer's issues some years ago from what I remember. Yeah. Much for Demon Slayer as fandom blood for people that couldn't get into JoJo. Honestly, a good way to put it. There's stuff to like in it. I just think other things do the same idea leagues better. Drove me nuts walking through these traps. I was super autistic. I was walking around with Libra active. Why would I do that? It's funny to walk in the landmines. I think Zach's brain broke because nobody liked his boring not G.I. Joe comic. Well, if I remember right, the problem with that was he also didn't really know where to take it. You know, he kept killing characters off and redoing the story over and over again. Yellowstone's a show my mom likes, and that's all I'll ever see it as. Libra, Unga Boonga, heal and run. Imagine if 12 had a fancy counterpart to launch a launch grapnel hook. That'd be kind of cool. That's fair. Personally, I like Demon Slayer. Oh, like I said, I fully understand people who like it. The studio that animates it, they know exactly what the fuck they're doing. Like, they are really, really good with how they animate it. I've read Go-Go Loser Ranger. Yeah, it's actually really fun. Demon Slayer, the Kamiga kill problem, backstory, then death, sometimes a brutal one, yeah. Okay, if I remember right, it might be this way. Plus, Tony legit cared about Melfi, so I don't think he would hold her over her head. Yeah. And yep, new enemy, so we're on the right path. What game's currently in your backlog right now? I gotta finish Silent Hill F. I gotta finish Dead Island 2. I'm gonna finish the DLC for KCD 2. There's a lot now I think about it. I agree with Eric July where he states the best way to make change is change culture for the better and focus on things at a local level. Yeah. Or more than that, it's like you have to build the alternate market. You can't just constantly complain and wait for someone else to do it. You know what I mean? Like, you have to acknowledge when something is good, because by acknowledging something is good, you get a better perspective on, you know, what you actually like, what your taste is, what you actually want to see. And on top of that, acknowledge what didn't work for you and what caused you to not like something that, you know, something else tried. You know, it's basically you gotta have perspective. Demon Slayer anime is made by UFO Table, the same studio that made Kara no Kyokai, Fate Stay Night, Zero, and Heaven's Field. You know when you see it. Yeah, they're a very good studio. And it's exactly what Eric was talking about, parallel economy. And he's doing fantastic with Rippaverse. I know people are complaining and saying that they don't really like Rippaverse, but he's getting it done. You know what I mean? New Return of the Living Dead movie, would you be against going back to the original punk style? I would like to at least see them try to emulate it, but I don't know how they'd be able to do it in a way that would feel sincere. You know what I mean? Oh, anti-woke projects fail because nobody listened to Eric July. Just don't make an anti-woke product, just make a product. But more than that, a lot of the guys that get it set up, they're not trying to make a product. They're trying to make a... just to be very pointed here, a money pit. They have no intention on actually getting it done. You know? They have no intention on getting it done. They're just trying to milk as much money before they have to run off to the sunset. It's literal snake oil. And it's one of those of, well, what the hell does that say to the guys that do want to also get involved and get things done and, you know, try to join the industry and do all these things that could potentially make things better? It's basically saying just treat it as a grift and run away. You know, there's always a convenient setback that ruins everything. There's always a staggering lack of updates after a few years. Like, fucking Mark Kern is still taking money for his game, and that game is never coming out. Remember that time after Tony's mother helped in his attempt assassination and hallucinated a Italian girl to be his mother? That was a weird episode. At least Rip is doing something, not bitching on any day that ends in Y. Well, more than that, he's doing something, and he's actually getting it done. He would rather have beef more than Eric July and actually make his comic. Exactly. Like, he only put out Super Killer when he was literally gunned to his head, forced to. All just controlling your life is how you get people who say the Jews sunk the Titanic. What did they use Kabbalah to control the iceberg? Ripper's alright, nothing that groundbreaking, but he's making himself and a lot of people money while delivering products, so that's good. Also, congrats to the baby. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, like, I fully agree. Ripperverse is just kind of bog standard right now, but it has potential. And that's the thing, just being consistently bog standard and getting it out at a consistent rate, you know, law of averages dictates that there's gonna be that thing that becomes the runaway success. Zim Despot, $10. Demon Slayer never stuck with me after I finished it. Not enough for me to hate it, but not a setting I would go back to, like Star Wars or My Hero. Fullmetal Alchemist, the same deal.
Fine. Thank you.
Inspired by Panay's undeniable and uncreated love of Reze from Chainsaw Man. What's everyone's waifu or favorite female character? I love Aisha Clan. She's neat. I forget there's comics out there that got a distribution deal with fucking
You
Walmart.
could destroy all of Evilise
I want to actually
if you
finish that one.
wished it.
Yeah, and squandered to fund a side project, losing out on the deal and screwing backers. Yeah, it's like, it really is something to where it's like, there can be business fuck-ups. There are tragedies in entertainment where something that should have worked out just didn't work out, but stuff like Comicsgate in particular, like, it really does just reach a level of, this is intentional. You have no intention on changing anything. Yeah, the fuck was Vito's comic even about? I know it was probably dog shit, but I want context for future jokes. It was basically Deadpool meets The Boys. Like, it was about a guy who travels dimensions and kills different superheroes in those dimensions. I don't think good about Ripperverse, but he gets his stuff out and keeps his promise to his followers. Backer, he has my respect. Some of the character designs are really good. He was really smart to buddy up with Kanan White, because Kanan White is a fucking amazing artist. And some of the designs they have for characters, like, that's actually really cool. I don't know anything about Ripperverse, but I can respect Erica is trying to make something to solve the problem rather than just constantly complaining. Yeah. Alright, success usually be the thing of your projects that put the least amount of effort into. Honestly, yeah, it does tend to happen. Even Dick Masterson shit on Vito's comic, yeah. Yeah, Yara looks cool. Watch FMA or FMA Brotherhood, they're both widely different. Brotherhood's the better of the two, yeah. Or Brotherhood's closer to the actual manga. Yeah, 2003 Brotherhood. Dante was a pretty cool villain. How about Eric July's comic off Amazon? I think it is, yeah. I think it's on Amazon. Hell, fuck, the, Black Powder Red Earth guys. I mean, they're still consistently making stuff. They're working on all sorts of new projects. Here we go. Okay. And Quarter Pounder can barely sell a single grain of coffee. Yeah, right? My cost is $2. We need a Soul Eater Brotherhood. And once again, disease is a fucking awful effect. See, I still see anti-grifting grifters still call Eric July a grifter, and I'm like, at least he's actually making shit like you guys showing corpos. Okay, but now you're just gonna literally stand there and die? Which of Dick's associates had a worse fall from grace, Vito or Maddox? Probably Vito, because literally his entire reputation, he's a pedophile. Yeah, why is he standing? Like I said, sometimes the gambits don't function right, and they'll just stand there when they're supposed to be doing something. Vito never had a rise to begin with. Same with Maddox. Yeah. Hey, Reverse Comics. Which one do you like if you do have some? I got the first issue of... Yeah, it was Isom. It's pretty good. Art's nice. Like I said, it's not anything that's, like, life-changing, but...
I've never seen this.
Could be the start of something.
All right? I'm fine.
Remember Vito now? He defended a pedophile and Babyface kicked his ass for that. Yeah.
Is that nethicite?
Fucking hate the quarrying. There's an actual science amount of time it takes him to and before he starts approaching what the vid's about.
Much nethicite in one's grasp.
Yeah, 6 more days till Yuka replay ye. Yeah, I some issues 1 and 2. Yeah. And Mikey Moore, No More did a fantastic vid on Comicsgate. Yeah. I got Isom, Yara, and Golden Patriot. Yara's probably my favorite design out of all of them, just because of the fact of they fucking cooked with that. You know, you have like classic style, sort of, kind of Bayou-ish voodoo type Blood Witch. I mean, Vito's a pedophile. What the fuck happened to him after Mafia 3? Max kind of had a rise with his blog, but the second he showed his balding face, that's when he fell. Smart move on Eric to not have some multiverse in the series, and that's become a mess in the big two. Yeah. Yeah, Blood Ruth, yeah. I don't know how anyone can watch Quarter Pounder without falling the fuck asleep or killing themselves. Yeah, I love Punisher / Horseman. Yeah. Horseman is obviously his answer to Punisher, and if he's able to keep it pretty consistent, could be cool. Like I said, he's got great potential with a lot of the stuff he's set up. That Yar was a big Slavic ice lady. Oh, yeah. I think you're right. Yeah, you're right, because she was the one that actually got the Todd McFarlane statue. Keep getting confused with the witch one, mainly because I really like that witch. She looks pretty dope. Because, yeah, Yara was the one where, like I said, she got like a whole fucking McFarlane statue. Yeah, Michael Moorcock only used the multiverse like once or twice, then never used it again. Yeah, Chuck Dixon's writing Horseman, yeah. And it is one of those things where if he's able to get the right stable of writers on his characters, he should be able to go pretty far with it. Because like I said, great concepts that just need to be handled right. Yeah, Blood Road 2 to start pre-orders, yeah. Second Isom issue was what killed it for me, because honestly I thought it was so stupid. Well, like I said, it's a matter of he needs the right team working on each person. I know he's already setting up fuck, doesn't he have like animated trailers for some of them? You know, I want to get the Punisher guy for the Punisher character. Well, that depends. What Punisher guy? Because Chuck Dixon Punisher is not a bad choice, not by any means. But at the same time, there are some pretty good Punisher writers out there that he could rope in. One of the blogs I used to like back then was iMockery and Late Dinosaur Dracula, yeah. Easy fight. Yeah, it's literally just if he spams out disease, you're fucked because there's no way to cure disease yet. I think Moorcock used multiverse more than once or twice. The two collection of his stories are an indication. Yeah, Punisher Born. Yeah, if he's able to, if he's somehow able to like rope Garth Ennis into something, he could actually have something pretty fucking dope. But he would have to watch him like a hawk, you know, give Garth just enough freedom. I mean, yeah, Chuck Dixon basically made the Punisher comics good. He wrote some of the, like, fucking best parts of it. I know he wrote a lot of War Journal, and War Journal is, like, some pretty peak Frank. Isom also has a McFarlane figure in the works. Yeah. Fucking heel strat, win rate 100-0. Undefeated. Yeah, you don't get vaccine until, like, the ass end of the game. Yeah. Are you part of fight against grenade spam, or are friends really against grenade spam? I understand grenade is a legitimate tactic. You know what I mean? Like, you would want to throw a grenade out because it's an easy way to get a kill if you know what you're doing. But people who spam them out are fucking annoying. What does Garth do when not being watched? You usually get crossed. Who knows, maybe someday you'll have a Yuki McFarlane figure if you're cool enough. I'll just tell Todd I really like Spawn, and I really like baseball, and I really like Spider-Man. Yeah, then there's EDF grenade spam.
Fear not, Princess of Dalmasca. We, Ocuria, have chosen you.
I'm sad, chat. I became a dude with a nice chance to get a pension and not become an emo punk. And the game is so much faster or fast forward, yeah. Crossed IRL, now that is when everyone's screwed. I do like baseball, Spawn, and Spider-Man. Is 12 as political as people say? I mean, it's political in the sense that it's about medieval politics, and it's kind of a nuclear war allegory, but it's not really anything too important. But yeah, an SH figure arts, Yuki. You're not lying about liking Spider-Man. Spider-Man and Spawn are awesome. I don't know much about baseball, though. I just realized both iMockery and Dinosaur Dracula love Halloween, bordering on obsession. That's probably why I like them.
Such power exists?
In times that are long passed away, we sought to save this Evilise, and chose Wraithwall, the Dynast King.
Hey, you played Medieval? Oh, hell yeah, that game's great. That's one I played a lot of when I was a kid. Which baseball team do you cheer for? What one does Todd McFarlane like? That will improve my chances. I remember Kingmakers? I think it's going to come out for real, going to get delayed. It's kind of one of those where they announced it, and now they've gone dead quiet, so I'm worried. Pre-trip, done coffee, chug, bathroom, war crimes committed. Okay, go into lurk mode. Yeah, their design's really cool. Art and Final Fantasy's peak. And that one emo chick stayed in my life. If I would become an emo punk, wish she didn't abandon me and moved away.
Now take this sword, this treaty blade, Occurian seal.
I here still think that the worst thing Ennis did is the boys. I tell you right now, the boys is not that bad compared to Crossed. See, everything is political and raise you good stories have applicability. Yeah. See the trailers for Double Dragon Revive? It looks good, but I'm wondering if it'll run good and not have bad bugs. Hopefully it's good. Double Dragon is fun. I think it's the Mets. I don't know. Just don't pick LA and support them for not having a cost cap. Yeah, perfect for you to watch this Halloween. HBO Spawn. It is a good show.
The Nephesite is ours to give to chosen bearer, or to
a new weapon obtained. It's also not really that good.
And set the rose of knowledge in man's
I'm sure I can check the shop, and apparently it's coming out October 8th. Well, I guess we'll see.
Profane. It is anathema to us. We give you now the stone.
What's a Dynasty King? Tactics Over had one too. King of a Dynasty.
Destroy them all.
Judgment?
Are Spawn comics being made, or are they finished? I think they finished.
Destroy them all.
It had a few reboots, but I'm pretty sure it's finished by now.
The hues of askew.
Anathema is a cool word.
With haste, they move through 2 short lives. driven to there by base desires.
Nuke them all.
And wasting, on they run. Undying, we Ocuria light the path for wayward sons of man. Oft did we pass judgment on them, so that Evilise.
I'm reading a Junji Ito book every October. I'm 2 days behind and not chosen one yet.
We are history's stewards.
Well, he's got a ton of great ones.
To set the course and keep it.
You want to visit the farms lately? I feel like Noel's fucked up the boards.
Chosen is our hand, our fist,
The most I know in regards to modern farms lore is that
the rest.
the Kano Casino thread had like a full-on revolt.
Princess.
That's where you had like the red text spam and all that. Other than that, I haven't heard about anything new.
Take revenge against those who stole
And puppeting her husband to convince her to nuke their enemies pretty disgusting.
role as savior.
Dynasty King is just how Yatsumi Matsuno liked to use in his works. He created the word necrol used in Final Fantasy XII for the necrol of Nabudus as well. To be fair, it sounds metal.
Your birthright.
I like to think Evilist in 12 is tactics and Vagrant Stories Distant Past, and 12 is what the world is based on, Tactics Advanced. Kinda is. What Casey revolved over. Basically, there was rumors that Andy Warski was trying to sex an underage girl some years back. And they wanted to talk about it, and Null kept trying to shut it down and say, like, nuh-uh, that was debunked. And they're like, but we looked at the text, it's not debunked, though.
We could not see
And that
them,
turned
but
into
we
a
are the
whole
Ocuria
fucking
speak.
weeks-long argument.
They may be gods, but we are the arbiters of our destiny. Your Highness, I'm against this.
Say the line, Bart.
The
The reins
Empire
of
must
history
pay
back in the
for
hands of man.
destruction.
How's new car so far? Very smooth. Also has really good gas efficiency. I haven't had to fill up in like 2 weeks. I'm shocked.
Wasn't he saying he'd be here?
He should have arrived by now.
And I should have realized by now.
Visited cave recently, and a user that I knew of, Bruno Matai, was apparently a psychopath, left a whacked out manifesto, may have committed suicide. I always thought he was an asshole.
Remember what he said? He wanted Ash to get the stone. He wanted that all along.
Dude sounds like a
That's why
hoy.
he flaunted his nethicite and reeled us in with his stories about Gedovagan, all to bring Ash to the Ocuria.
But wait.
What's your car
if
again?
we
It's a
got
Mercedes.
hold
It's
of
super
another
nice.
site, wouldn't that be bad
Bought
for
off
the
my uncle.
Empire?
What should you drive V8
Maybe
turbo?
he
That's
wants to
bullshit.
see
What
where
the hell? Yeah, right?
foes with Nethicite collide.
Even I'm
It'll be
shocked.
just like Dr. Sid.
Someone on side scrolls was talking about how he knew some guy who knew a guy who got a Black Excellence Emmy Award who is known for dressing in blackface to deliberately start riots. A couple weeks ago, I watched your old Boogie video when you said you think Boogie's gonna do some something very drastic soon. I had to pause because I think you were a prophet.
Watch the Ocuria stones shape things.
I saw Dizzy play a new Digimon game today for 7 hours, and I think she might be a female Epstein.
All along. He wasn't mad at all then.
I'm about to
was
say,
he?
sounds like a hoy. What kind of car do you have now? Have now? I say it's a Mercedes. Super nice. I lucked the fuck out getting it. That's kind of how it is with cars. I either buy something that's kind of junky, or I buy something that's really nice.
And make our amends with Lady Ash.
The cylinder deactivation, basically for putting around town, it's a 4-cylinder, and when you put your foot down, it turns to 8. It's for fuel efficiency. I really like the feature, because I stated I haven't had to fill up in like 2 weeks. Hey, what's Train Spotting? Yeah, it's good.
I fear you misread her intent.
Do you guys move Dagmas for 5 fake monies? Really enjoyed the Persona 4 video. Awesome work. How do you think EA buyout will affect the AAA industry? I honestly do not know. I genuinely don't know. Like, I want to hope it would get better, but it's genuinely impossible to say. EA is a master at doubling down at the worst parts. I'm the original car. The one I was driving before I got the new one, I sold it. Selling it helped me get the money to pay for it. There's no Knowles Hill to die on weird shit involving kids. People are forgetting him and Ming encrypting his hard drive for whatever reason. People aren't going to forget.
On you, Gabranth. Shall I wager all our fortunes?
You got Mercedes? What the rich boy. I bought off my uncle because he upgraded. Roster update. I now have Hypixie, Shisa, Inugami, Preta, Bicorn, Morio, and Slime. Either you have a lucky car or your fuel gauge is broken. No in between. Zero in between. Trainspotting is one of the scariest scenes in any non-horror film I can think of.
What's that, Vanna?
Is he the only judge left? Basically.
Ah, taking the bait already?
I was saying Jim recently over Jim's last stream, taking jabs at stream for crime, becoming religious, and playing as a pedo for being a VTuber fan. Yeah, it's just... It's the dumbass high school politics, infighting shit that made me burned out on giving a shit about any of this. Like, yeah, we have to puff up and be on the side of people that would fucking hate us and sell us out first chance we get. Past a certain point is to say, shove that flag up your ass. Oh, he sold the sex machine to get the sex machine too. Just notice why is nearly everyone sound either like Obi-Wan Kenobi or the British guy. British stage actors, aka the best voice actors you can get for a JRPG. Still 2 judges left. That said, you never fight the second one, Zagaboth. Yeah, I think he's already dead by the time you get there.
Have I not been an apt pupil?
Oh, forever salty upstaged by Pink Moldy Rabbit. I like Ahoy. Dry yet captivating. No stupid jokes or current memes, to the point. Ahoy's really good. Like, I remember stumbling into his Polybius video, which was the first video I watched from him, and I was like... I legit went like, dude, this is like an actual fucking documentary. Holy shit.
Accomplished in 6 fleeting years.
Fuck, this platform won't let me super chat.
Man's fervor or all obstacles prevailing.
Our lives are much too short. You undying might waste.
That's why the Middle Ages chapter in Live Alive was so good. They got British stage actors voice everyone.
Just so.
The Akuria are gods guiding mankind for their benefit. Makes you wonder who exactly Sid is talking to. Yeah. Oh, Zagaboth actually survives. Oh, okay.
Still lies before you. Not lightly will the Akuria allow you to wrest the reins of history.
And Silent Hill proved American local theater actors are best.
Indeed. What
Arsa Ash doesn't want war. The judges. She made a TikTok post about the pros of nuclear genocide. We have our doubts.
Immortal, rent from time.
He said the thing.
For your ascendant's vein, I offer prayer. May you attain all that which is your due.
Final Fantasy 12, Dragon Quest 8, Xenoblade 1 are the Holy Trinity of Brit-Bong JRPG dubs. They really are. Like, Xenoblade 1 in particular, like, you can still hear the distinct accents and all the different characters, but it actually kind of fits. It's so fucking weird.
In tower on distant
First time Bloober gets the guy who played Ethan in Resident Evil voice Harry in the Silent Hill 1 remake. That would be dope. He would fit Harry. Don't forget Dark Souls, that is true.
Some other course? Maybe you found out something that can help.
I'd rather stay out of that Sky Pirate's debt, thank you.
What's wrong with Redis?
Question, should I try to get Ninja Gaiden 4 or should I wait for a sale? I don't know. I want Ninja Gaiden 4 to be good, but it remains to be seen.
Expert on pirating now, are you?
It does fit, I think. They're not civilized, yeah. Love Ahoy's video on the 4-bite burger, yeah. We're going back. British theater actors have actual talent and aren't full of the same drama and politics going on in the American VA scene. Curry wants humans to follow their plan. History going according to plan. Nations rise and fall on their whim. Villains' main goal is to remove them from the equation, making the world free. Yeah. So it's kind of one of those of... The villains are not completely wrong in that they want to make the world free. The problem is the way they're going about it is fucking evil. Rancock's speech is the best part of any Killzone game. Okay. Balfenheim. Should have enough teleport stones. Yeah. Vayne isn't exactly the bad guy, but he's not your ally. Yeah. What was blue ethereal thing supposed to be? Basically, the gods manipulating everything. Ahoy made an hour video of a video game box, and it's very exciting. Yeah, that's how you know. That's how you can tell the dude just has talent. He's able to make a fucking box sound interesting. Yeah, Brian Cox also voiced the director for Manhunt 1. Yeah. Bloodborne's still one of the games Sony seems to intentionally set on to do nothing with. Make sure we forget about it and refuse to release on PC. Yeah. Some bullshit. So obviously we sell off all this loot. I will forever forget to sell off other weapons, even though that would be very helpful. Yeah, Brian Cox's also the original Hannibal Lecter. Make a box sound interesting like SpongeBob. What's iconic arms at least once a year, yeah. Ever played a lit RPG? What's that? Killzone 3, Malcolm McDowell and Ray Winstone weren't exactly slacking either, yeah. So release a Bloodborne 2 and they can add Angry Lesbian to it. Yeah. Yeah, never forget, Ahoy started out covering the stats of the guns from Modern Warfare 2's multiplayer back in the day, yeah. I will say, Zodiac Age really could have used a sell all button or a select. We made this a lot less tedious. In Saudi Arabia, please re-release Alice 1, Black Dante's Inferno, and Medal of Honor Airborne. Yeah, Bloodborne alone turns the wheels of history. Such a good line, yeah. Here we go. And don't forget to drink water. Hydration is important. Here, we got the important ones that we know we're going to need. Yeah, okay. Dunsfer won't be back, sadly, for reasons, yeah. There's RPG. Been trying to get into them. Can't explain much. When I hear literary RPG, the first thing I think of is like a text adventure. Better to Bleach or Naruto? I'm going to give it to Bleach just because John Young Bosch genuinely likes being Ichigo, and he's actually pretty damn good as Ichigo. No shade on the Naruto voice actors who plays him, but eh. A fuck bizarre button, yeah. Oh, there's Save the Queen. We're not going to use Save the Queen, though. We definitely need that. Yeah, okay. Problem is Naruto's the least interesting character in his own series. Very common shonen thing. Naruto does have Crispin Freeman and Itachi. That is true. There we go. Darn Chet Nintendo has come to save Bloodborne. Alright, let's... If I remember right, it said Axes and Hammers 6. Alright, yeah. Now he has another summon that we're probably never going to use. Naruto would start Rock Lee, Gaara would be one of the goats. Yeah. I'm supposed to run just like Naruto, my arms behind my back flapping in the wind. Better to Berserk Golden Age film or Hellsing Ultimate? I'll go ahead and give it to the Golden Age film. It was genuinely fantastic more than once. I like Hellsing Ultimate a lot, but Berserk beats it. Just because it's Berserk. Fuck you. Nintendo's the devil, you know? You're not wrong, but... You know what? No, not even that. Like, you're just not wrong. You're just factually correct. Do you think Naruto would be interesting if Gaara was the main character? A lot of people say that. Either Gaara or Rock Lee, because... Gar's a lot more smart with how he uses his power set, and Rock Lee, you know, Rock Lee consistently has, like, the better underdog type story, where it's all about how he constantly gets his ass kicked. Shikamaru is my favorite character. Yeah, Rock Lee is MC weapon peak since he can't use jutsus, yeah. I finally found the game about space trading, flash game on Newgrounds. Taipan 3000, man, I love playing that game. Yeah, Shikamaru is good. Who's more evil, Disney or Nintendo? I'm gonna give it to Disney. Nintendo has a lot of, like, famous evil, but Disney has, like, insidious evil.
Leave what boats have foundered. I want souls saved, not driftwood. Our armada ran afoul
Tsunoda's best girl, no one can change my mind.
All engines stopped.
You only think they underwrote Rock Lee because making his hand-to-hand choreography is too much work.
Death, it seems. Those seas are yacht. I expected airship trouble, not a
Nintendo's terrible and Sony's far worse, yeah. Wait, is that Phil Lamar? Yeah, Phil Lamar plays Redis.
From the lay of your
Or Redis. For Bleach, you had Johnny Young Bosch, Michelle Ruff, Wendy Lee, Patrick Seitz, Vic Mignogna, Doug Erholtz, Karen Strassman, and Kyle Hebert. Yeah.
But we may have caught a glimpse of his true intent.
Yeah, Tsunoda had a beautiful face, body, big tits, blonde hair, best girl hands down. Fuck, Disney fucked over the original founders, including Walt. Yeah.
And these Ocuria I know not and care to know even less.
Yeah, Rock Lee wasn't in very many fights on screen, but his fights are what everyone talks about when they talk about the fights in Naruto, yeah.
No new stone may be born. We say the Sun Crest is the source
Well, I mean, both seem great. I'm torn. Some guy won. Inspired by Berserk. I choose one. Take my money.
Lifeless. As for the manufactured Nathasite, who can say?
Naruto's not about hard work or beats talent. Naruto's about overcome circumstances. What are you willing to make better world for yourself or others? See, Nukitashi's getting an English dub. Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Will or nil, I'll tell you. You pick it up and throw it away.
Either way, we have to find this
Sony's incompetent
right?
evil. Nintendo's comfy evil.
Across the sea and in tower.
Yeah, Disney pushed the lie that lemmings fell off cliffs when they just shoved them off and filmed it for a documentary in the 50s.
Familiar words, Vaughn.
One characters I liked in Naruto were Sasuke, Kakashi, Hinata, and Obito.
I chanced upon during my visit to Draklor, the Naldoan Sea. The
Remember when Nintendo introduced the Nintendo Vault crap? Yeah.
Fish out the truth behind these words and caught trouble.
Then proof is ours. This lighthouse on the Naldoan Sea.
I miss Iwata era Nintendo.
The strong mist that becalmed your ships is a grimmer yet clearer sign than any we might hope for. The Suncrest is there.
All well and good, but how do we
Yeah,
get
still the
there?
devil.
Those seas are in yacht, as I recall.
Yeah, Nintendo's very passive-aggressive evil, sort of. Coming off as being run by a bunch of
Try
bitches,
putting this
yeah.
one in your ship. 'Tis a sky stone made to resist yacht.
More spoils from the Draklor labs, is it?
We all miss
Why
Iwata,
not use it
yeah.
yourself?
That's just the thing. My ships are
Yeah,
preserved
Naruto doesn't win
model
any
will
fights
not
because he
work.
trained real hard. He wins
But
fights because he has a
should fit
god
the
living
straw
inside him,
so far
yeah.
in yacht. Lady Ash,
Masashi Kishimoto has a twin brother who's also mangaka. Lesser known, but still pretty good.
I am in your care. But tell me one thing. Why do so much for us?
Hey, Hinata I liked a lot. She was a little girl that believed in Naruto when no one else did. She also was nice, kind, beautiful, caring, loving. She also has big tits. That's a plus.
nay, but a memory for
Yeah, Iwata was the soul Nintendo. Nintendo died when he died. Iwata dying and Reggie leaving. Naruto's not about a guy banging his big titty aunt. Wow, losing both Iwata and Reggie made Nintendo even worse than how it was. Yeah, right? Yeah, Reggie got kicked out from what I heard. Miyamoto stepped down after Iwata's death, didn't he? Now instead of a game dev, it's run by bankers, yeah. Yeah, Disney hit their comics artist name off and put Walt Disney as the artist and writer, yeah. Iwata said Nintendo did mobile games, it would cease being Nintendo, yeah. When did Disney become evil? Before or after Walt died? I would say after. And Miyamoto just does movies now, yeah. Those guys stopped being interesting when he went full villain. I liked him better when he was an edgelord, but still cared about his friends. Wii U era was rough, but 3DS had hits after hits. Yeah. Even then, the Wii U wasn't even particularly that bad. The games themselves were good. It's just the technology was too gimmicky. RG even said, this isn't Nintendo we worked with. It's just sad, yeah. I've seen recent vids by Legal Mindset. Nintendo of America is going into California Mindset, and I think their new president's like a lawsuit-hungry dictator from Sony. Oh, God. Yeah, gimmicky and tons of content droughts, yeah. Because, like, you had some great games on Wii U. Zombie U is actually pretty underrated. Xenoblade Chronicle X was sick. You had the Twilight Princess remake. Well, that one was just more of a remaster. But the Wind Waker remake, Bayonetta 2, like there were some good games on Wii U, but it was just a tad too gimmicky. Hell, Wonderful 101. That was like one of the best Platinum games. Yeah, you don't want to play with an iPad with buttons. Exactly. You know, hell, there was a reason they brought a bunch of those over just to, you know, the Switch. Just because it's like, fuck it. Yeah, Splatoon was top-notch. Yeah, Splatoon was a ton of fun. I keep forgetting Breath of the Wild was a Wii U game. Yeah. To be fair, Breath of the Wild, if I remember right, was I think that was a Switch launch title. They just also had on Wii U as well. Yeah, Wii U went, it should have been called the Wii Fuck You, yeah. Alright, now these people want to talk to me, douchebags. If we're being arrested for the possession of emulators and ROMs, it's been fun, yeah. I found that Orihime's powers are going to give her a draconic design until the editor shot down. Editors are lapdogs that ruin everything. So she basically would have been like the one chick from Witchblade. That could have been cool. I gotta remember where to actually find the Aerodome. I think it's actually not far from here. We would like to sue you. Remember a lot of Cali people got, in the late 2000s, 2010s, they ended up taking control and pushing Reggie out. Yeah. Go ahead and try to arrest me for using an emulator. And Draconic Orihime? Man, we got gypped. Game was going to be Wii U exclusive, but was pushed back enough to be Switch exclusive. However, we wanted to throw Wii U owners a bone. Yeah. Top Cow Witchblade or Anime Witchblade? More than likely Anime Witchblade. The design in that one was sick. Though if you're leaning on more Draconic, definitely Top Cow Witchblade would be closer. Now Nintendo's just run by more MBAs than people who made things within the company. Yeah, it's some bullshit. Star Fox still in the Wii U graveyard. To be fair, it's best it's still dead. Nintendo death squads are always on standby for emulator players. If they would just port the fucking games, people wouldn't need to emulate them. There was a live-action Witchblade TV show. That is true. Probably wasn't good, though. Comic design's a little too over-designed, so I prefer anime design. Yeah. Technically, Anime Witchblade was produced by Top Cow, even the manga version. Yeah. Can Nintendo legal team do something useful and take down the Smash competitive communities if they're going to be cancel big? Smash has become far left lib shits over the past 10 years. And pedophiles. Don't forget, they're pedophiles. Nintendo knows that if, they can never fully shut down all emulators, but are too prideful to admit it. Yeah. Well, it's one of those of, like, the architecture's already out there. I mean, Dolphin's up and running, and it runs very, very well. I think between Duck Station and Dolphin, they're, like, two of just the best emulators out there. So, you can just download a digital version of their console if you want. Oh, Dolphin... If I remember right, Dolphin covers all the way up to, like, the Wii. Wait a second, this isn't Smash, this is Anal Sex, Underage Pro Smash Player 2017. Which Nintendo will port older games to Steam, but we all know, like, hell, that will never happen. Yeah. Yeah, Dolphins for GameCube and Wii, yeah. Yeah, Wii U now. Yeah, I think they're working on the Wii U as well. Played Muramasa, the Demon Blade on Dolphin, which is a Wii game, yeah. Correction, I was mistaken. The person I was talking about was the chief legal officer working for Pokemon. Yeah, there's Semu for Wii U. I find insane that one of the Melee streamers is willing to risk his career just so he can dance on Charlie Kirk grave on stream. I forgot his name, but it was messed up. And he was probably also immediately out as a pedophile. Hey, you know what? Yeah, we gotta get there. I just don't remember if the port you're supposed to talk to actually has anyone here. I'm pretty sure. We'll just try to talk to everyone. Simon's bad for years, the Wii U emulator. That was the best way for me to play Bayo 2 because way more consistent performance. Yeah. There we go. I forgot. You talked to the private airship lady. I found out about Orihime design getting scrapped. I kept thinking of a line from Mandatory Fun Day video. War crimes are committing war crimes. This is also counted as FF14 since 12 exists in the 14 timeline. If you want to count it, sure. Heard that Discord changed its TOS. If it thinks you're watching anything sexual about fictional minors, Discord will snitch your personal info to the Southern Poverty Law Center. That feels like one of those things that's going to backfire hilariously, and a lot of Discord top people are going to get outed. Dolphin was the first time I got to play Fatal Frame 4. Fucking Nintendo sits on gold and then wonders why nobody buys stuff. Yeah. Crawl's the best aesthetic. I think this is a dungeon before the last. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So at the current rate, we may beat this game by tonight. I'll tell bros it's over. Operational Xbox emulation gets good someday, and it's getting there, but man. Do you remember that one post on Twitter saying, showing a bunch of Smash Bros. Players wearing clothes with porn on them, and some guy, some gay dude or whatever, wearing lingerie at a Smash tournament? Degenerates. This Raiden 14 was so damn fun, yeah. I'm confused. What's happening? We have to go to these ancient ruins because, fuck God, he's fucking with us.
And in that mist, the Suncrest waits.
My lady, your words still
This will be our final fantasy.
Pray you reach your answer ere we the Suncrest.
This guy gathers that Devin Pritchard is going to go hard with California-minded politics. Ugh.
Should I choose revenge? What then?
I recall Duck Station and Dolphin are essentially deemed perfect in performance out of all the other emulators out there, yeah. Excuse me, how the fuck does Discord know what I'm watching? Is it just malware at this point?
If something untoward should happen to me, you're taking the straw.
Untoward?
Because Nintendo of America is headquartered in California. Yay!
I am the leading man. Might need to do something heroic. Don't worry, I'll show you how to fly her.
Yeah, the only one defending Nintendo at this point is Harmon Smith, yeah. Oh, we have a guest character. This will be a fucking breeze. God's Angry Joe moment. He's messing with me. You could see it in his eyes. Yeah, Illuminati Magical God wanted to use it, as well as the Empire, and we may or may not want to destroy it. Yeah. Isn't the same guy who voices Ignis? Maybe? He does sound like Ignis. I just never really thought it was the same guy. I was right. And yeah, see, enemies by this point just literally spam out attacks to give you every status effect. That's a really good place to grind, yeah. It is one of the end game dungeons, so it's kind of like, hey, if you need boosting levels, so long as you can earn it, you're going to get it. Speaking of which, actually, that reminds me. Why have Kira when we can have Kiraja? Oh, we don't have the license, that's why. Okay, well, we can spend some time grinding. Still got friends wanting Nintendo to shut down Power World. At this point, I give up, yeah. Version 2 of PCX2 is great because it makes games like Shadowheart playable. The overworld doesn't lag as hard as before. Yeah, PCX2 is not bad, but it mainly just comes down to there's only so much they can do, considering how complicated PS2 was. How dare you emulate Punch-Out for the Wii? How dare you not port Punch-Out Wii to the modern consoles? Yeah, right? Kira is so good. It really is. It's dirt cheap, can be spammed out fast, and it heals everyone pretty consistently. At this point, half of Nintendo's bullshit because of Cali shit's running Nintendo of America, yeah. So I just re-released the PS2. Never felt sorry for killing grunts in Metal Gear. And P-Team, hey Loli, can we level up too? They can watch. They get license points, so they can watch. Kill more bugs. Nintendo port Punch-Out Wii or give us a new Punch-Out. Yeah, right? If I was to download, save my progress, and play PCX2, to save your progress, it should be automatic. Like, it'll create a save file. I was able to beat Ratchet and Clank 1 and 2 on PSX2 and Crash Twin Sandy. JP side Nintendo's just as scummy, yeah. Power was on knockoff Arc Pikmin. They didn't even hide ripping off Pokemon designs. However, I don't think suing them was the right call. Reminds me that I used to spam basic heal all through Dragon Quest VI until the final boss forces you to team heal. Yeah. It tries throwing out landmines, but it can't stop me. It can't stop me. The only thing that'll stop me is the fact that... There we go. I'm surprised Nintendo hasn't sued the Baki game coming out. It's basically Punch-Out. I love Xenia, but it's so unstable, yeah. Speaking of which, I almost forgot. There we go. She now has a significantly better bow and arrow. Also, landmine sparing a save crystal. Evil. Way to say it, Nintendo and Power World 2 retards arguing with each other. I don't care anymore. Like, Power's no longer a small team. They're also a corporation, yeah. For some reason I need to download the same files repeatedly. Huh. Power I thought was going to die naturally through content droughts. I think it's safe to say the game is nearly immortal thanks to Nintendo trying to kill it. And it's Streisand effect. What's a good DS emulator? I want to play Dragon Quest V. DS? I don't really know. They exist. I just don't know any. Also, we get Undead Dragon. Personally, I always thought it looked sick. Melon DS is the best from what I heard. There we go, whoop its ass. DSDQ remakes don't really emulate well. Yeah, gnarly motherfucker. Yeah, it looks sick though. I love it. Even though, yeah, he also likes to spam out Disease. Disease and Sap, which is just such a mean combo. Here we go. Ah, son of a bitch. Alright, Pinelli, you have to tank. Just tank long enough for Reyes to kill it. God damn it. Sort of like Poison and Leech Seed. Yeah, basically. On a serious note, if Sony tried to do a PS2, it would be fucking expensive just for storage space. Library of that console's fucking massive, yeah. Worst thing, Disease doesn't leave when you die. Yeah, like I said, it's just a pain in the ass. How dare you emulate Barnyard, the movie, the game for GameCube? Arcade Punch Out, an Italian boxer named Pizza Pasta. Yeah, it's funny. Okay, before going, let's see if we can... Here we go. Now he has Kiraga, or Karaja, which is the best healing spell. Now for him... Yeah, for him, we mainly want to focus on Knight, for like... does he have any other... He may have all the stat boosts necessary. So yeah, I think stat boost-wise, everyone's about where they need to be. Now it's just a matter of don't fuck up. Reason why elves and dwarves dislike each other. I understand why Tolkien, why do other fancies do it? Because it's a reference to Tolkien. That's basically the only answer. It's everyone wants to reference Tolkien. Metro Prime was fun. I missed the GameCube. Yeah, technology to incorporate the PS2 library thanks to SSD. We can trim the fat on a lot of games since they're only big due to file padding to reduce seek times. Yeah. Can you target healing spells on Undead? You can, and I'm going to see if that will damage him. Because he should. He counts as an Undead Dragon. Elves and Dwarves in terms of Tolkien design just seem to be natural opposites. Yeah, a lot of fantasies inspired by Tolkien, yeah. God forbid anyone compete with Nintendo, even though a lawsuit wasn't for copyright infringement, just patent trolling on filing and mount patents. Flying and mount patents, yeah. Okay. We are gonna try this. See if that hurts him. It should. It does. Okay, so yeah, that'll work. Thrawn is doomed, so I will have Another big thing is I really... Okay, we have serum. We do have serum, so I can actually set that as a thing. Where's Remedy? There it is. There it is. Staring right at it. Yeah, I'm actually going to swap to... Yeah, here. Damn it. I forgot how you just set as leader. God damn it. Because, yeah, I gotta pull Vaughn out of here. For some reason, he always tries to fight. Like, you stupid fuck, don't try to fight. Come on. There we go. That's better. Oh, god damn it. Okay, I'll cast slow. Hey, Staga. Okay, Vaughn's face clear suffering from fetal alcohol syndrome. He's not the prize bulb in the toolbox. Okay, now Remedy on Frond to cure Doom. Oh shit, she may not have the ability to cure Doom. Fuck, okay. But here we go, okay, so it's... Once again, dude, holy shit. Like Vaughn, this would be so much easier if you weren't constantly trying to fight, you fucking moron. Yay. Here, just cure mode. I think characters from Cyberpop survive as Necromorph outbreak? I would say so. There are reasons why that I will not say. But second issue will kind of deal with a bit of a zombie outbreak. And it will explain that there's more going on than you think. Are you able to burn PS2 games from an emulator onto a display on console? Yeah, that's actually how Irishman would play a bunch of PS2 games. His dad would burn them onto like DVDs or CDs, and they were able to just put them in the PS2, and they fucking worked. You know, it set Vaughn to a support role. Yeah, Zedwards? I love zombies. Zombies were gonna show up at some point. How's Vaughn's Gambit? Or if he attacks towards top, he's likely to attack. That's the thing, it's very bottom. He's only supposed to attack in utter desperation if he gets cornered. Because you don't want him you don't want him not set to ever attack, because there are cases where they will get cornered and they need to do some damage. But he's not supposed to be trying to attack. And we will actually go back, hit the save crystal. Somebody get on adding Yuki and Rachel Left 4 Dead to his player models, and yes, that means Rachel's gonna sit in the wheelchair. Yeah, usually attack when he has no MP. And the thing is, he'll do it even when his MP is full. I don't know, he doesn't make a lot of sense. He's kind of stupid. Yeah, I've tricked the console and starved thing as a PS disc. Yeah, you basically just have to jailbreak it, but jailbreaking PS2 is actually not that hard. Remember, Apple computers and laptops have the ability for you to burn DVDs? Some places in Europe still trade music via CDs. Yeah. And it's disappointing we never got a comic about a symbiote outbreak. I mean, yeah, it would be like Marvel Zombies, but still would be cool. No, you did. Like, that's an actual thing. Carnage USA, I think it's called. That's about an entire small town falling to the Carnage symbiote.
Hey, Fran. Something's written on the wall.
Australian commentator posts video implying Tasmania is the worst state of Australia. Look inside. It's just because they don't vote for left-wingers. Half the comment section is talking about how shit the left-wing party in the state is compared to the mainland. Mainland party is still shit. I can guarantee any Australian person can guess who I'm talking about just by how I described them.
Where the Watcher. The ward of the three weights, soul hungry, unsated. He without power, want it not. He with power,
I love you, white
trust
people.
it not.
Yeah, PS2 HDD was notorious for being easy to jailbreak. Yeah.
Rend illusion, cut the true path.
Yeah,
In
PS Disc
blood,
has these waves in the disc for laser to
grateful.
read. Yeah.
The Dynast King?
Does it startle you? The Dynast King took his sword from the Ocuria. It was here he claimed the Nethicite. He must have known he was not the last the Ocuria would choose. He left
I thought you were
this
cool,
for you.
Australia, but all you do is lick the boot.
Rend
They're foot
illusion,
fetishists, please
cut
understand.
the true path.
DVDs, I had the
Words
same
of
situation
much
with PS1. Hell, I skipped Down Crisis 1 because all the text was in
runs
Japanese, and a
in
couple of
your
games I did had the
veins.
anti-pirate screen or just
Perhaps
loop.
it whispers to you the truth.
And you got jailbreaking the PS3 and PS4, yeah. And good night, folks. Gonna head to bed. Yeah. At this point, Nintendo really wants to revel in their mediocrity for the Pokemon series by suing Powell rather than actually improve the franchise. Yeah. If I remember right, I think we're like already halfway through this dungeon. I remember this one not being very long at all. This you send like 20 million Patriots to Australia, you could change it. It's like British Texas. Even Wraithfall was like, don't trust those Akurian fucks. Yeah, if I remember right, the ascents aren't very long. It's just kind of like... if I remember right, it's just mainly that this dungeon can be kind of a ball buster. I think Game Freak got scared changing anything about Pokemon after Gen 5. I know Pokemon functions on an EV and IV basis. I put so many hours in Pokemon Y, specifically because of the ever-proving IV and EV training mechanics. Pokemon fucking sucks. Did you play Pokemon Red and Blue when you were a kid? Yeah. I didn't get super into Pokemon, but I knew about it. I was more into SMT. In short, this place has 4 Elemental bosses, 2 Esper bosses, and a Judge boss. There are 4 ascents. Yeah, it's not that long. Like I said, it's not that long. It's just a ball buster that fucks you over. Because there was no topping Gen 5, and I'm saying this as a huge Gen 3 fan. Dragon Quest Monsters Joker Enjoyer. Heard about the attempts by Nintendo patent game mechanics? Yeah, it's all the Power World shit. Oh, there it is. Gen 7 was the last time they tried something slightly different. Even then, those games had problems. Never got into Pokemon. My sister really likes it. I like Fire Emblem and Advance Wars more than Pokemon. Advance Wars was really fun. I had Pokemon Red on the Game Boy Color. I used to be in Pokemon, but later on over the years became a Digimon person and Shin Megami Tensei person. Pokemon series is your favorite. Loved XYZ. Like I said, I never got super into it. I remember watching the original anime, and that was about it. They'll be able to sue Power World, Nexamon, Digimon, SMT, Persona, even Record of Agarest War. Yeah. It's just their attempt to fuck over competition. I think success of Expedition 33 and its turn-based system will affect how FF17 or future FFs play out. I definitely want them to, because the biggest problem with Square Enix is they keep trying to chase cinematic movie game style for Final Fantasy, and they look amazing. You know, Final Fantasy games look amazing. But gameplay-wise, they don't really know what they want to do with it. You know, they don't want to do Kingdom Hearts combat for Final Fantasy, even though that would honestly be a good idea. They seem reluctant to go back to ATB, so I think just doing a strict turn-based, kind of like Expedition. Honestly, I think that would be for the best. I actually think SMT should counter-sue if they tried that, because they invented it first. That is true, they did invent it first. The Pokemon that really love to kill Ash or corrupt him with dark forces. Nintendo lose the lawsuit, what do you think will happen? Good question. Because, like... it's hard to say, you know? Everyone usually expects Nintendo to win because they just have the infinite money dump, but it is a situation where they are just objectively in the wrong and being massive dickheads. Yeah, 16 was too long to be DMC, yeah. Remember this monster capture game coming out called Book of Abominations? Such a Pokemon combined with Lovecraft. I like Monster Ranch. You can raise and train Ultraman Kaiju and make them cockfight. Here we go. That's on Sunset Overdrive. We played it before on stream. Gameplay, really fun. Music, really good. You know, it still holds up just to actually sit down and play. The humor is fucking awful. It is just objectively not that funny. Another case where Nintendo could have won by doing nothing if they just left Power World alone. Interest would have died and people would still be buying Pokemon. Yeah. You can't fly at the end of Sunset Overdrive really aged like milk, huh? Yeah, right? So that just happened. Yeah, it was unironic, so that just happened. At this point, if they failed this lawsuit, there's very strong incentive to countersue. Uh, 16 needed more sword combos, melee, more weapon variety, and make all the magic spells, not the willing abilities, not charge shot. Yeah. 16 combat feels more like a Yakuza in the sense of not having control of how the boss fights play out. You can't really one-shot bosses, yeah. Like, there's a lot to appreciate with FF16. For one, a lot of the designs are fucking sick. Like I said, it just looks amazing. Leaning back more into medieval dark fantasy was a good idea, and I like the world they built up. The whole Akashic thing sounds like a fucking nightmare. But the problem is, once again, it still felt like maybe about 30% of what they originally intended to do. That's kind of been a common problem where a lot of new Final Fantasy games that come out feel like they're only about 30, maybe 40% of what the original idea was. So what jokes didn't age well with Sunset Overdrive? Because I just turn off the dialogue at this point. They make a reference to NeoGaf. It's not great. And people are still buying Pokemon. You're mad coping if you say they aren't. Yeah. 16 change your basic combo with your different icons being a lot better. Yeah. Yeah, what was NeoGaf? Exactly. And Monster Rancher was sick. The disc reading gimmick for new monsters was fun. The monster fusion is pretty cool. Yeah, the fuck is that NeoGaf? Yeah, see? I'm not even kidding. Asking that question right now is proof of how bad that joke aged. Nintendo's also suing Power for Pokemon mods in their game. You're not responsible for the mods your users make. If they win, it could kill modding entirely, as devs will restrict it out of fear. Yeah. Yeah, didn't NeoGaf chill out because all the crazy people left? Yeah, NeoGaf is a lot better now because all the psychos who made NeoGaf what it was and gave it that reputation, they all fucked off to Reset Era. Now, NeoGaf still has some crazy people on it, but now it's like any other forum. It's been that long now. Lolly, my hips, they ache. Almost Final Fantasy VII. Depending on what you did, if you just rushed through to the main story about 30 hours or so, if you wanted to do everything, hundreds of hours. Oh, for real, what the fuck is NeoGaf? NeoGaf was Reset Era before Reset Era. Yeah, it's a forum like Something Awful. Yeah, it basically was meant to be like a forum for Something Awful. NeoGaf got the reputation it did because it was famous for having a lot of actual industry people posting on it. So you could actually talk with developers, you could actually talk with people who worked in publishing. You could get more insider information. And that's how it ended up getting the reputation that it did. The big problem with it is it also became one of the most infamous hug boxes on the internet. Like, if you thought Tumblr was bad, NeoGaf was worse. Reset Era's just fucked, especially with them getting caught covering up a Sony executive caught in a pedo sting years ago. Yeah. Yeah, Cliffy B, yeah. Yeah, Hugo Benedicta all seemed way more fleshed out by the time you get to Barnabas. He felt like a throwaway character, yeah. A lot of ideas in 16 were cool, but it really did feel like the game had some problems. Yes, chat, worse than Tumblr, yeah. Yeah, NeoGaf also became one of the biggest echo chambers. We're going to a friend's wedding, coming home and finding out over the weekend NeoGaf had imploded and Schizo were making Reset Era. I missed so much spurging, yeah. Speaking of forums, what's with all these chans? 4chan, 2chan, 0chan, 8chan, even 1D, 6chan. Basically, 4chan sparked up and became a thing, but people wanted more specialized 4chan, or people who get banned from one chan went to a different chan. It's just kind of one of those things of, you had the Watershed site, and then you had all the others that kind of splintered off. It quite literally is like with Something Awful, where a lot of modern internet forums spawn from Something Awful. And 16 was losing as a lost after the Titan boss fight. Yeah. It had cool moments. The Bahamut versus Odin fight was fucking awesome, but a lot of the lead up to it just kind of felt meh. Yeah, 2chan was the original in Japan, yeah. Yeah, I'll never forget nor forgive what they did to Catherine Fullbody. Yeah. Chat, you all should know I didn't have the internet and know how to use the webs when I was a kid. I don't know this internet lore. I don't know who Medica was till last year. 4chan's still a thing? It is. It came back after the Shardy hack, and from my understanding, it's back to basically just business as usual. You know, Pole's still full of CIA, K is still full of a bunch of crazy-ass boomers, Ko is still full of dudes who want to fuck various different cartoon women. D is still the place you don't fucking talk about. V is still insufferable. And you want to know what's not a thing? Tumblr. Yeah, Tumblr's just completely dead. Like, you know, Tumblr's one of those where every other site had their rocky moment, but even, like, NeoGaf managed to come back. Tumblr, I think, is just completely dead. Yeah, 4chan ironically died when Sakura Fish poster got banned. How about Music Board? Yeah, Mew still doesn't listen to music. You know, I love that. I love that bit where everyone brings up like all the songs people think about from 4chan came from every other board except for fucking Moo. Yeah, the only reason people remember 8chan is due to Dan Olsen doing things. What about TG? TG and X are still going strong from what I understand. I don't really browse TG that much, but from what I understand, they pretty much acted like nothing happened. Yeah, TG is still full of quest threads. Archive is still neat. Ironically, the best 4chan board's TV. I think TV is another one where people theorize there's like there's a lot of actual industry people who post on there. I only go on V and VRPG. Yeah, JP is the board that has changed the least that has actual users, yeah. Actually, used to go on Moo a fair bit, circa 2012 to 2015. It was much different at the time. Now it's very quiet, and there are people on there who ironically like new metal. Didn't that used to get you, like, fucking, like, hanged if you admitted you like Slipknot on Moo or something? Yeah, just go on A sometimes. Yeah, A is still cancer. Yeah, DVR's still around, but it's a stumbling corpse. I think I've heard... yeah, I think I saw a post someone made where, like, DeviantArt is basically just there to advertise everyone's Patreon now. Like, that's the only reason it even exists. Even the fucking AI bot spammers have Patreons. I like Coke because all the cute cartoon women. Tumblr died due to a mixture of porn ban and UI overhaul, kind of like how DeviantArt died due to AI slop flooding the shit in its UI overhaul. And we do not have any haste. That is gonna suck. Oh, we'll see if this works. And DeviantArt's deader than Elvis. Basically, Internet Explorer to Chrome, yeah. Menacing spiny turtle. I love him, though. I love the turtle. I always feel bad killing turtles in these games. They make them look so cute. AM is also one of the few boards that still has actual old facts and hosts active translation and archive projects. Oh. Basically, everyone who is serious moved to other places like ArtStation or Pixiv. Yeah. Or they just, once again, open a Patreon. Tumblr died more than just banning porn. They banned porn because schizos would post gigabytes and gigabytes of child porn. Fortunately, I browse VP even though I hate it. Also, yeah, I forgot. He has a skill that just makes him immune for a little bit. It does go away, but it takes a while. So, Fron, please. Please stop drawing aggro, Fron. Damn it. Here we go. There we go. Vaughn, you died again. Turtles are so freaking cute. You used to catch them in the creeks. I love turtles. They're adorable. I mean, the reason so many obscure mecha series are even translated, let alone having disappear off the internet. Yeah. I tried Barag, but it's just child porn. Yeah, I can see that being a negative. Yeah, Fantana runs away from 4chan nowadays, yeah. I think Captain Kirk called someone the Edward on TV and X? Probably. Oh, there we go. We killed it. And Containment died because Lord Bung bunged out. Yeah. Used to be a lot of hipster Pitchfork Sims on Moo, but when Pitchfork started simping for Taylor Swift and mainstream rappers, it became irrelevant. All the Sims fucked off and disappeared. Didn't something similar happen to, I think Death Grips had something happen to them, too, where, like, for a few years, they were, like, the biggest thing on fucking Moo. There would always be a fucking Death Grips thread. And then out of nowhere, they just stopped fucking posting about Death Grips. Right now, V's big goal is to prevent any kind of serious discussion about Silent Hill F. Even though popular Ghetto Robo is, swear it's a pain in the ass to find translated version. It really is. Is Nuclear Ambiguous sound like a Tool song to anyone else? It's really goofy when people ask where to torrent. Everyone just posts their Laserdisc collection there. What was that cat skateboard game? Skateboard killing unicorn game you played? I forgot the name. I think it's called Gory Cuddly Carnage. And yeah, that game was great. Needs to be a discussion about how many VTubers want to be groomed by the Fox Boy. Those girls ain't right. I fucking told you. For some reason, every woman I've seen interact with Silent Hill F, even if they say they hate the game, all want to get with the Fox guy. I think Ryokoshi underestimated female loneliness. Death Grips isn't making music right now, and that could also explain it. Yeah, Gory Cuddly Carnage? Yeah! That was the one where he played the cat-killing mutant unicorns. It's actually really fun. Foxboy who solved the Japanese fertility crisis, but at what cost? Also the guys who want to fuck the Scarecrow lady, so make of that what you will. Doing a power on these lonely women. I remember the Zasho's Dashcom, man, that was a disaster, yeah. But honestly, it was pretty emblematic of Tumblr culture in a nutshell. A bunch of hilarious man-children that refused to do anything serious, that could never at any point take anything seriously, trying to do something that actually required real consequence. Because, I mean, a convention's not just something that you meet together at a local diner and you know, bullshit over coffee. Like, it's an event. You have to plan it out. You have to figure out what you're doing. There's money involved. 4chan's had fucking conventions and meetups. Like hot dudes in masks that tickle you to lose your soul. 4chan doesn't have much, but sometimes you see a good post here or there. Most are just contrans or shit fighting. Yeah. It all amounts to depends on the board. I'll make fun of ladies falling in love with Fox guy, but what's your excuse? What's our excuse? We want to fuck a giant vampire MILF that will cut us in half. Very true. It's the epitome of why can't we all just get along? Listen, Scarecrow ladies have a fat ass, okay? Yeah, psychology, math, so much of erotic art. I am so lonely. Of course, 4chan can plan events, has TG, and you know how much of a pain in the ass it is to DM a D&D campaign, much less something that isn't D&D like Traveler. That is very true. I feel bad for Art Bro every time we play D&D. He has to do what he can. YouTubers are interested in two types of men, himbos who don't know what sex is, like Big Boss, or men who are literally just Patrick Bateman. I don't know, there was that BronyCon where organizers almost killed Tara Strong. That one was pretty bad. I did not want to bang the giant vampire lady. You were weak. Here, both tall vampire mommy and cute fox boy are hot. Exactly. Because there are better tall ladies out there. She was still a pretty good one. I liked the classical Victorian style. Look at a picture of old Paul Meadows back in the day. Not a single white person to be found. I think the best joke about Paul I ever heard was someone going, "You would find less diversity in a 90s McDonald's ad." I like the bunny chicks in FF. The Viera? Yeah, they're nice. They're always nice. I'll say it, Lady Dimitrescu looked frigid as fuck. Someone had to tell y'all. Or as Philip J. Fry said, I'm scaroused. I banged the Fly Daughters. To be fair, they were pretty cute. You know, blood and psychopathic smiles aside. noticed recently attracting to tall, muscular women has increased dramatically. It's safe, horny. I've been arguing for years it's cultural appropriation. Look, he will not devise will always be legendary. We want a strong, independent man. Me, I am confusion. Blow me away, please. Remember the girl with the tumor in the face? She was pretty hot. Which one was that? Are you still talking about RE9? I don't remember any of them with a tumor in the face. I know the fish man, but he was a fish man. Play lips add to the charm. Oh wait, were you talking about the doll girl? When safe and horny become when safe horny safe edge become a thing. Corporatization of the internet. Yeah, the doll woman. Okay, yeah. It took me a sec to remember. Hey, Demetrius did awaken something in me, and it's not just the tall woman propaganda, but it's hard to be choked. Never forget with Ryakushi, he's skilled at introducing people to kinks. Higurashi gave us yanderes, and Neko gave us Hagalov for it was cool. Now he's giving us women for foxmen. Yeah, adults sound like Marine and Japanese dub. Yeah. Sure, I thought of how women would react to a live-action Book of the New Sun. Severian the Torture would attract some very rapid fangirls. Lady Dimitrescu is big MILF. I like big MILF, simple as. Future Diary was my introduction to Yandere. Yuno's crazy best girl, yeah. Everyone to fuck Dimitrescu. There's only one vampire desire to fuck, and that spot belongs to Sarah's Victoria. He is fine as long as you put comfy in the thread tile to the game you want to talk about. For some reason, threads with tiles like that are less constrained. You can talk about the game. I'm gonna make this bold of a claim. There was no characters I found attractive in there. Like, not even the fucking scarecrows, all you freaks. At least Lady D looked normal enough. Yeah, Donna from RE Village is a real cutie, minus the face tumor. Yeah, Priscilla from Dark Souls, tall dragon lady, cute. I was Ripley to break my back like what Bane did to Batman. I know that Ashia Clan and Armika are who gave me my muscle mommy fetish. Lady was a Melkir. What would her gimmick and codename be? Because she's basically a vampire, something to do with bats. So maybe like Howling Bat. Here we go. Armika for the ass lovers, me included. Big woman, man. Yeah, Resident Evil 8, I could fix her edition. See what Okuchi does to a lonely motherfucker? I don't see the appeal in big women. I'm for the small cuties all day long. I understand and I respect it. I've said multiple occasions. I understand how the brain chemistry works, but I'm not questioning it. I'm just here for the ride. Even if the ride so far is being full of fucking Mexicans. That is my allegory, and I ain't moving from it. Look, Foxbush remind me of why I had a crush on Sashimaru. I mean, he's a great character. But he's a great character in the sense of I'm like, oh, this motherfucker's super evil. I'm gonna stab his ass. I'm gonna stab him in the back. Women also want to stab him in the back, but with something else. Yeah, just don't go full love each other, that's all. Exactly. You know, it's like viewing anything else sex-related. It's a spice. It's the spice of life. Shit. So yeah, she still doesn't have the... Oh, I think she doesn't have it unlocked yet, that's why. Even get Muscle Mommies my For You page on Twitter. That's the thing my For You page gets right. Women love men with red flags and vice versa. That is very true. The universal across all genders is that everyone just wants someone that will just ruin their fucking life. As Mexican, fuck you too, stinky kraut. Stay away from fat flat girls. If they chubby, they must be packing a large, huge bazonga. Yeah, until it ruins their fucking life, yeah. Look, Yori Yagami's hot. To me, ripping Ripley's piercing using industrial magnets normal. Nacho Libre was so good. I wish Mexicans were real. Get surrounded by Latinas, motherfucker. Don't complain. Rin was like a daughter to him, damn it. True reason we all like psychopaths and we all secretly want to die. It's like Persona 3. Here's a fun fact. Symbolic connection between vampires and bats, a new phenomenon in both fiction and mythology. They used to be equine, serpentine, and even feline. I do remember the original Dracula book, yeah, referenced the fact he could shapeshift into other animals. Oh, he turned into a werewolf in the book. I think it's better to kill Songbird instead of giving her back to the NUSA. I just give her back because it's the biggest fuck you possible to her. I'm spiteful. I'm a Mexican. I'm a giant Mexican. When I go to Mexican markets, I see over the vendor tents. Yeah, Samus and any other, also any of the tall ladies from Fate. Yeah. Someone bring up Sasha Maru's child bride? That's where Kane from Blood Omen got his wolf form. Yeah. The werewolf thing only happened in the 90s Dracula movie. No, it was referencing a scene in the book. Just, I don't think he had sex with a lady in the werewolf form. Because the Coppola movie added a lot more of like the actual sexuality aspect, because he wanted to be more of like a Harlequin romance novel. Here we go. Given her age, ladies definitely got a rainforest below the belt. I'm cool with that, but are you? I'll have to see the extent of the rainforest. I like the world of Rose Gun days where Japan was conquered between US and China and treated like Mexicans working for cheap labor. Now, these Dracula got furry shit in it. It's more like monster fucking. So it's like the new Nosferatu movie. Yeah, bats became their thing due to Dracula, due to them being night creatures. Yeah. Controlling the jungle population. Looks her Integra. I'm a kitten. I'm Kitty Sarah's Victoria. Called the trees. And for attraction monsters is teratophilia. Well, I mean, to be fair, that one lady in the movie didn't have sex with Dracula because he was a monster. At least I don't think so. It was mainly just because she was a whore. Which is why she turns into a vampire. By looking at some figures on the villains for RE Village, like they're based off on yokai. but can also focus on that they're based on classic universal or monsters. Just keep beating the heads. Lucy in the original was a good girl, never a whore. The movies keep turning her into one before being turned. Yeah. Almost done with this dungeon. We're actually about, like, already 30% of the way through it. Alright, cards on the table. I found myself looking up a wholesome material of Mio Akiyama from K-On! I think I'm infected. Wait, Sakato from Higurashi was a legal loli? I mentioned those three animals, mainly referring to vampires from Mediterranean mythology, specifically from antiquity. Oh, so wait a minute, okay. I'm gonna check something really quick. Okay, yeah, no, that is right. When the dude said Lucy was the good girl, it's like, wait a minute, wasn't that Jonathan's wife? It's like, oh, no, she was the friend, okay. I was confused for a second. I was confused, but that was on me. Because, yeah, no, Lucy in the original, it's the one chick's childhood friend. I think the book already describes it as, like, they're almost like sisters or something. And she's the one that first gets turned by Dracula, but then Van Helsing kills her. I think Judge from Blood Meridian would survive Silent Hill. It wouldn't be survive. He would be an entity in it. Yeah, Wilhelmina is the good girl. Yeah. So I looked in some videos on the villains of Ari Village, like they're based off on yokai, but can we also say they're based off on classical universal monsters? I mean, they pretty obviously are. It's basically a mixture of yokai and classic universal, because, you know, Lady D is literally meant to be Dracula mixed with Hachishaku-sama. I recall the protagonist Dracula was shocked at most. The fact that he managed to cook him a feast all by himself. Yeah. That was like an actual red flag to him. The fact that he had that big-ass manor with no servants. Though to be fair, he also described him as looking pretty old. So it's like, how is this old man doing all this by himself? As a vampire in the Philippines, I was an undead top half of a woman that got quieter as they got closer. I say, I feel like more people are focused on yokai instead of universal monsters. Yeah, I mean, like, Resident Evil Village was all about paying tribute to, like, those classic universal monster movies. Like, hell, the village you're in is basically just Transylvania. Who's Frankenstein Village? Heisenberg. Well, he's Frankenstein's doctor. Or the actual Dr. Frankenstein. I don't consider that tiger girl from Door to Door to be a loli. She's high school girl size. And Judge Holden ended up being the Pyramid Head equivalent to whoever is the poor bastard tries to deal with him. The kid. Not even kidding, it would be the kid from, you know, Blood Meridian in the book. He basically is his Pyramid Head. So I'll kill you if we did to Lucy. Secondly, recipe for the chicken, coca vin. That was meant to be the Wolfman. Talking about Heisenberg? No, he's meant to be Frankenstein. The Wolfmen are the different, like, fodder enemies you fight in the village, because the villagers turn into basically werewolves. Went through the trouble to prepare this feast all by myself. Not gonna lie, it's pretty gay, old man. My friend's like 4'11". I have a Loli admonishment speech memorized for whoever dates her. Here we go. Yeah, Lycans are just insane. They're pretty dope fodder enemy. I like the fact they feel beefy enough to where if you play on a hard difficulty, it makes sense why they would take so much damage. But at the same time, you can kill them pretty reliably. Just all around really cool fodder enemy. Guts versus Guts, but you kick Guts, go wild and corrupt him. Well, I mean, Guts would just kill him. He would literally just kill him. Now, we can kind of argue once again that Guts already fought an equivalent with Mozgus from Conviction. Lady and her daughters are Dracula and the Brides. Donna's supposed to be Chucky. Monroe, Island of Dr. Monroe. And Lovecraft and Heisenberg is Dr. Frankenstein. Yeah. I forgot the main girl name in Toradora, but she's rookie size, so I don't consider her Loli. She's gotta be the size of like Snail Ghost from Monogatari. Taiga. Her name is Taiga, because I always make jokes she's like a tiger. Eh. Supersized bitch, ugly ass psycho doll, moronic freak. There's a hot take of a love interest, a hot-headed. They're not tsunderes. The translation is soon to call pertains to their demeanor, not just dismissal. I consider it's a reference to Lucy Westerna. Four-letter names, long last names, blonde first turn. Could have been a reincarnation. Maybe. I could definitely see it. You know, assuming you're talking about, you know, Hellsing with Ceres and that, you know, Ceres Victoria. Like, I could see it just because of the fact of they do establish that Alucard is literally Dracula, so it's kind of a play on the fact that he turns Lucy. Where, like, at first, you know, in the actual Dracula story, him turning Lucy is like a fucked up, horrifying moment of like, oh god, this is getting bad. But in Hellsing, you want her to turn him, you want him to turn her because if he doesn't, she'll die. Here we go. Ah, fuckers. Come on. Ah, shit. Does he also have giant tits like Ceres? Just run. Just run. Okay, there we go. Please, for the god, love of God, tell me we have Phoenix Downs. Nope. Okay, it's gonna be another pain in the ass. Yeah. Son of a bitch. I thought the Nazis in Helsing are the corpse of Mina Harker, who was turned, and they used her DNA to generate foul vampires. Hi, Lolly. Where'd Skinsoul on the crunch? No, he just got screwed over on Tuesday. Now he's back to regular shit, from what I understand. I say we shoot for this. Fuck. Okay, barely squeaked out. Again, why Alucard turns Sarahs into vampires because a simple reason, Alucard loves big boobs. I mean, he was a noble. He would have pretty good taste. Okay, and there should actually be a healing crystal somewhere nearby. Yeah, it's right over here. Okay. Stappy's already dead. Paternal runs become a tradition. Alucard, okay, I'll do it only because you have nice tits. Ethan, why'd you do this whole resort to bring my daughter back to normal? I didn't. What went wrong? It says here that I want to bring back my child. I have to turn them into class. Fuck. I understand the bit in the second half. It kind of feels like you got fucked over there. Ironically, throughout history, and even today, people of our class generally prefer women with less endowed boobs. Lucy is derived from the Latin term light, while Sarah's anglicization of Sarah's Roman gods of the moon. Kaguya-sama Love is War is a great comedy romance anime. Yeah, it's fantastic. Ah. I hate this season. I always have something getting stuck in my throat. Alright. If I remember right, after this will be the next boss fight. Around space was referenced how Mother did all this to bring back Ethan's daughter back instead of her own daughter, yeah. Well, her idea was to use Ethan's daughter to resurrect her own, but Ethan got in the way. And for my last mountains, Alucard, I'm not sure you're referring to Ceres or Romania. I was so hyped about Berserk 383. Just get a whole chapter being a cliffhanger. I'm dying. Welcome to it. Man, it's the first one to confess to the slave, the person they confessed to, yeah. I don't think we're beating the game tonight. No, but we are really fucking close. Like, this is the second to last dungeon. We're already almost done with it. Semi-serious question. When you were working on Cyberpop, before you went and pitched to Micah, did you organize your story ideas and notes or something like that? Yeah. I had a little design document I was drawing up with it. Like I said, it was just one of those ideas that wouldn't leave my head. It didn't get very far at first, just due to the fact that it was just something I was kind of tinkering with. It was only down the line later was I adding more stuff to it. Welcome to Berserk Waiting Room. Enjoy your stay. May I take your coat? Ethan did a better job saving his daughter than Harry Mason. Also, Vaughn. There we go. Welcome to the long wait that is Berserk. Maybe when Berserk ends. Supposedly, the plan is to get it done in the next 10 years or so. And that was a few years ago, so definitely mid-30s at least. There we go. Yeah, thank you. I was curious about that. Yeah. Going to survival horror games to go for the Alone in the Dark style. Most become Resident Evil or Silent Hill. I know Alone in the Dark has had a few different games to it. The first game just had a remake not too long ago. So we're just going to enter one piece of these breaks, yeah. Well, Manu from Drifters, a large bust like Ceres. Unfortunately, her dub actor sounds like female Whitey from 8 Crazy Nights. Berserk ain't ending ever. We're gonna struggle to infinity. And we'll have kids by the time Berserk ends. And 24 chapters, they average 3 chapters a year for 8 years, yeah. Which, that actually doesn't sound close to... It's gonna take longer than 8 years at that rate, yeah. Because 24 chapters to wrap everything up? No, that's not happening. Fortunately, Alone in the Dark remake did so poorly the studio shut down. Oh, actually is sad. And, by the time Berserk ends, there's a decent chance several members of the chat will have died. Wow. Welcome to the Waiting on New Berserk Chapter Club. How waiting on new Berserk Chapter are you? Manly Pass hero bit. It's a good bit. What was Berserk's chapter release schedule before? Honestly, pretty much exactly as inconsistent. Yeah, this just means we won't be able to make money, which I can live with that. Love his nice on his deathbed, still waiting for the last chapter to drop. By the time Berserk ends, I'll finally got my job application picked up for an entry-level construction job. Which I thought I'd be married by the time Berserk was finished, but no, we can't have nice things. What's wrong, Lolly? My love, it's peak. The ending is peak. One uppies? Yes, please. No, wait, the ceiling fan's still running. Yeah, at least we got 5 chapters this year. That is true. And Berserk ends will bring back direwolves. Oh, wait, that happened already. Yoro was known for his Idolmaster breaks, yeah. Your last chapter at age 87, then turned to dust. Here we go. How do you think the people who've been following since the 80s feel? Yeah, right? Oh, those poor motherfuckers. I'll find his Middle Eastern Latina Casca. Just remind me, I have Alone in the Dark and a bunch of other horror games from GOG I haven't even touched. I'll be 40 and realize Berserk's still not finished. After it would be Berserk might have ended, but Kotal still saves you on gamer subs, then just die of a heart attack. Thank you, Master. You fucked up Berserk chapters. And by the time Berserk is finished, Earth's tectonic plates will rearrange back to Pangea. And if there's more years past, the more frequent chapter releases are, but that might be cope. Well, now, Gabby, Berserk will be finished when you have your grandchildren. I think somewhere there was a devoted Berserk fan who died without getting to see how it ended. Yeah, right? To put in perspective, I first introduced Dick Bro to Berserk in high school. He now is married with a kid, and the kid's almost like 3 years old now, and Berserk is still not finished. I gotta live to see the end of Kingdom Hearts series. Damn, Lol, you're old. Berserk's been going on since 1989. Berserk ends Lolly, 93 years old, using a walker. Hey kids, this will be my last Berserk video. Showed up fitting his dentures. Who are you? Oh god, I'm gonna have that middle-aged short haircut and Berserk is still not finished. Yeah, probably more than 0 fans who died after following Berserk from its start. Yeah. In perspective, the only comparable manga right now is One Piece, and that has multi-generational fans, yeah. But that fan who died now has Miura right there telling the ending, so I guess he laughed last. That is true. Gonna be bald and senile before Berserk's done. I always love the that one edit image where it's the guy on the subway and the girl looking at him and fantasizing about life together, and all he's thinking about is like when Berserk is gonna get another chapter. That one always make me laugh. It's like, man, the last one was like when fucking Gurren Lagann was airing. That one better. I was watching and showing people Berserk since high school too. My cousin who was born after me watching and reading it is 19. I did it, Loli. I killed Songbird. I think it's the best canon in Phantom Liberty. Songbird was a bitch, but nobody truly wins. Yeah, who said it's gonna end in 24 chapters? The ludicrous. No, the dude was saying, like, at the current rate things are going, if we get, like, 3 chapters a year after 8 years, because they did say they're gonna try to wrap it up within 10 years, and that was 2 years ago. Basically, the only way to believe that would be accurate is if it only ended in, like, 24 chapters. Yeah, the reason people lost their minds when they got off the boat, yeah. Every time Berserk finished being a head in a jar like in a Futurama episode. Spanish American war vets are still around when Berserk started, albeit not many left. Any of us die before Griffith does will seriously make some bad choices in life. I got in Berserk shortly after I got my GED 8 years ago. Berserk fans be dancing for joy. The next chapter comes out and it's just gut suffering new trauma Griffith gave him. Last chapter comes out, we'll spring out of retirement home beds like Charlie's grandpa and Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, yeah. 24 chapters seems way too few to wrap up all of Berserk, even without the exact details Miura would have wanted, yeah. I'm still hedging my bet we got another like 50 to get through. More likely to come out first. Final Berserk chapter, Half-Life 3. I can't use items, you bitch. Oh, that's why. Oh well. I went in 5 chapters a year over 8 years. We're at 40 chapters. Yeah, that's at least a little bit more accurate. My chapter of Berserk finally comes out, and Loli dies of a heart attack due to excitement. My chapters have been since Miura died. We're at chapter 383 now, I believe. And Miura died... Fuck, last one we worked on was like 364? So Stranger Things is going to end September 1989. Guys, you guys have to see this. It's the coolest thing I've ever read. Yeah, 364, yeah. At least nearing 50 chapters seems a bit more reasonable, but there likely would have been more if Miura could still make more and plan things out. Yeah. They did outright say we're only getting the version that Mori remembers and the notes left behind, so it's not going to be the full story. Because Mori even outright said he would Miura would editorialize all the time. You know, he would go back and think like, well, did this idea really work out? Is this one what I really want? You know, that kind of thing. So yeah, 4 chapters. Well, no, it's been around almost 20. There we go. Search is passed down to 2 more authors. Yeah, it's about like 19 chapters, yeah. Yeah, so like 20 chapters in 4 years, yeah. Alright, I forgot. You can't use any items here. Well, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. And it's like 5 chapters a year-ish. Yeah. Wish God didn't hate mangaka so much to give him terrible illnesses. Yeah. I got my years and chapters mixed up. Yeah. Looks I believe that the final 2 chapters of Berserk be long-spanning epilogue, since I believe Guts actually caused a massive paradigm shift in the world. Definitely more than likely. Because I'm of the belief of they won't be able to re-separate the realms, but humanity will be able to have enough of a foothold to where civilization could keep going post-Griffith. Basically, there's no way to put the genie back in the bottle, but you can make it to where the genie's not actively trying to kill you. I do it like Canticle for Leibowitz, illuminated manga panels. Most of the end of Dying Light 1, never appreciated how cool Kyle Crane was back in the day. He's really cool. He's like the best part of Dying Light. Favorite Dragon Farting's moment is when they go into Casca's mind to heal her from the nightmares. Yeah. It is such a cool moment. That whole sequence is so good. Better not get dementia by the time Berserk ends. Yeah, right? Could be like that thing where the fancy creatures just die off naturally and only the humans are left. Maybe. Yeah, I could see that. And Griffith will kill Void or Skull Knight. I keep going with the idea of I think it might be the opposite, and that Void might fuck Griffith over. One co-post I was sticking in my mind is a post to Carl shirtless at his computer saying something like, "I'm starting to think you guys are actual pedophiles." I imagine him saying it. Yeah. Got me heading to bed. Good night, y'all. Yeah. What's voice acting in Service Bowl? RGS is giving his all as Crane. Plus, I love how Crane just doesn't take Rice seriously whatsoever. Yeah. Roderick and Farnese have a kid. Shrek is on a date doing something fun. Casca's at Goto's cabin. She looks, Guts is now blacksmith. Casca touches her stomach. She's pregnant. That'd be the, hey guys, we're all gonna get laid ending, which is like the most happy possible, but I don't think it's gonna go that way. I was watching Good Ending. Jimmy, hey Curly, glad you woke up from your Constance trapped in space. Mouthwash. I did what to Anya? Jeez, it's a fucked up dream. Come on, buddy, let's get back to work. Yeah, Guts is gonna die, yeah. They saw the completionist try to come back? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, this is going bad. Run. Just a little bit of breathing room is all I need. There we go, okay. Here we go. Oh, die on Casca's thighs. And son of a bitch. God damn it. Okay, there we go. We managed to kill it. Trust me, if anyone deserves their happy ending, it's Guts, but that is not the road we're going on. Yeah. Okay, now we'll run around like this for a little bit. Rip Brian Wilson. Hearing how shady completionists act as I highly doubt his mom had dementia, because why would you do that? Yeah. No, do not bring them back. Let them be forgotten forever for that bullshit he did to his mother. May not be Chris Chandler level, but fucked up, yeah. That'd be the silliest, but also most believable ending for Berserk. Probably summoning the idea of good to fight the idea of evil. It'd be very goofy. You can see where they think it'd be a good idea, where it's like, oh, you know, be like the ultimate good versus evil, but it'd just be a little bit too much. Do you think Griffith won't necessarily die, but be brought to hell where he suffers eternally? Well, to me, that's the same thing, just drag him to hell. Once you're in hell, you're dead. I think is that for no reason Puck and Evil-Lyra have a kid. I don't mean that in a haha funny way. I mean, he falls asleep and dies on her lap pillow. That would actually be kind of a nice moment. We did what to their mother? Yeah, completionist exploited the fact his mom had dementia for that charity scam thing he did, where he never donated any of the money. Okay, here we go. Oh, he did that? Fuck him, yeah. Like, what way would you want Griffith to be horribly maimed to see him finally bite it? Like I said, I just want him dragged into hell. Like, I don't need to see anything, like, super over the top, like Guts cuts his limbs off or anything like that. Just the image alone of him being dragged into hell would be dope. Yeah, completionist return game should be Thief, yeah. Yeah, what an asshole. He's a horrible person. Because, yeah, I never bought any of the bullshit excuses he tried to pull. Like, oh, we just couldn't find a good charity for this. So you're going to wait on it for, like, fucking 10 years? You don't need 10 years. Yeah, his entire family was involved in the grift. His dad and brother ran a charity golf tournament. Yeah. I don't know what dude was thinking. Well, the thing is, he was smart. He knew no one was going to call him on it. It basically amounted to, well, who would call me on this because it's so horrible to accuse a guy who legitimately lost his mother to something terrible of doing something so heinous. His return game should be WarioWare. Let him go back to the bonfire tree and Guts gets to lay on Casca's lap and pass away with a smile. That's how they should end it. What Guts Dragon Slayer can rest on the hill of swords a record built. Yeah. Yeah, St. Jude's is right there, yeah. Like, if anything takes 10 years to make, it's never being made. That's kind of my philosophy. Cat Market for $2. The old Band of the Hawk should drag him down. That would be cool, yeah. That Moon will call him out, and I'm positive the hype went to his head. Yeah. From what I could tell, Gerard desperately wants his father's approval because his dad mocked him even though he built a huge YouTube brand because it wasn't a real job. I understand people having insecurity about that, especially if you are like a lower totem pole kind of guy where you're not able to make a lot of money off it. It's mainly a hobby. Once you're to the point where your income is like enough to pay your bills and then some, you can literally just scoff in their face and say, I make more than you. You know, it's like that should be the go-to response. It's like, I make more money than you, dude. Now, granted, yeah, always treat it as a safety net that could collapse on you at any point, but it shouldn't be anything where you let it control your mind like that. Yeah, YouTube isn't a job, though. As stated, it's always a safety net that could fall apart at any second. But if a dude's being a dickbag, then yeah, you can kind of rub it in their face a tad. It's very telling when he got scared, because now people think I'm on par with John trying to say racist shit. Yeah, it's like just complete, like, dude, you stole how much money? Yeah, he sure made a lot of money from that charity event, yeah. At this point, is JonTron the only member of Normal Boots who did well? Yeah, right? Okay, that was just fucking mean. Yeah, JonTron never said anything racist.
I can't.
Just fucking run, dude. There we go, okay. Don't you activate Libra? It's funnier this way. Oh, and that's right. He can't bring anyone back. Okay. Actually, let me see if he can, though. Because I've never actually touched a lot of his stuff. He can learn white magic. Fuck yeah. People believe JonTron say anything racist or first suck journalist toes. Yeah, JonTron misquoted an article until it became true. Well, like, the whole thing with the JonTron thing is, like I said, you know, he was basically just baited into giving basically just a easily able to rip out of context soundbite from Destiny. Because that's his whole thing. He gets you riled up, gets you mad, and you don't think about what you're saying, and that's how he wins, quote-unquote. Sarah Sparkstar's channel justified to a coworker why it's normal for a grown man to watch Friendship is Magic is the first video on his channel, and yes, it's still up. After 12 trims in a nutshell, I'll use Zodiac Age technique, run away. It's working. The wealthy black people still commit more crime than poor whites, which is true. Yeah, it's just the way he worded it was so easy to rip out of context. Which was the entire point. The entire point was bait him into saying something like that so Destiny can just turn around and go, well, you said la bad thing. Because, you know, online debates, especially with guys like that, they're complete bullshit. Like, they're actually just complete bullshit. Pro Jared's still doing fine, especially after his false Me Too accusation. He was even professional Magic the Gathering player for a bit. He has his own, he in his own lane playing FF and streaming. Yeah. Yeah, isn't Pro Jared still around? He is, yeah. What did JonTron say again? Basically what the one dude put earlier, wealthy blacks are more likely to commit crimes compared to poor whites. Which is an actual thing you can look up. It's just the way he said it was so easy to rip out of context. Yeah, Disney got absolutely mocked by Jim, yeah. Well, he did the one thing no one else was willing to do, and that is just treat him like a fucking idiot. Okay. I think if you clear one side of the board, it gives you the ability to get the ones on the edge. I don't remember how to get the ones on the edge. I'm glad JonTron's still doing well for himself, even if he doesn't make videos anymore. Yeah. Well, he does, but they're very rare. Yeah, Jim and now Andrew Wilson, yeah. And include that there is indeed a picture of him wearing Sailor Moon cosplay with his cock out. Yeah, that was part of the Pro Jared leaks, yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah. Ah, damn it. Oh, Game Grumps are struggling to survive, yeah. They're really scoring those statistics against his people. Here we go. John's also being a father right now, so he needs to take time to be his wife and kid instead of making videos. Yeah. Video Destiny going schizo has incredible editing, yeah. Why'd you have to remind me of that? Aren't the Game Grumps basically just awful people? Eagle Raptor for sure. He was so bad the fucking Oni called him out. Okay. I know your favorite Sailor Scout, exactly. Did Peanut Butter Gamer do anything scummy? I don't know if Gamer actually ever gotten anything that bad. I think mainly he was just kind of being a... What's the term for it? He's just kind of a basic Twitter lefty. That's about it. By being honest, never found Game Grumps funny, even before I knew about the horrible shit they did. Why is it Raptor acts so homosexual? It like literally acts like a gay guy. To explain it in very simple terms, Trolls Remorse. Like, unironic Trolls Remorse. He actually has it. Because if you watch a lot of Eagle Raptor's early stuff, he was very edgy back in the day. And some of his videos still hold up. They're still genuinely pretty funny. But he is so terrified of that coming back to haunt him, he will do anything possible to forget it ever existed. Yeah, response to a video about YouTubers and Eagle Raptor. Strabe does own all Newgrounds, basically trying to throw away his origin. Yeah. Aaron will never go back to Newgrounds days. Yeah, he's terrified of it. Like I said, he is legitimately terrified of that coming back to haunt him. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Ego's either buy cures or just wants brownie points. Probably both, if we're being honest. Yeah, just look up Aaron Hansen says N-word compilation. Yeah, it's like... And it's this thing of, it literally wouldn't be a problem if he didn't constantly try to make it a problem. Like, he's... When I say he's terrified of being canceled, I'm not kidding. H-Bomber guy made a retarded furry fuck himself in the ass of the coat hanger, then later on killed himself. Yeah. Here we go. All right, Balthier, I'm gonna need you to not fuck up. How did you already fuck up? It says N-word, hard R, then cry when someone else says it's fucking hypocrite. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, why is the response to Trolls Remorse always to become Satan? Like, they never just become chill guys. They always go out of their way to be evil. I think the best way to describe it is basically they can't hide who they truly are deep down. You know what I mean? Like, they will do everything they can to look like a good boy, but they can't hide the fact that's not who they are. You know, they're still the same asshole who did all the fucked up stuff they did previously. They're just scared of the consequence of it. Yeah, Aaron's now leeching off Danny and NSP for clout. Yeah. Sir Pello collaborated with Tenma recently. Aaron's post-board trolls remorse. The funniest thing he did was that one time John was playing Animal Crossing. Aaron went to the Game Grumps forum and said nigger loudly. Yeah. One thing reminds me of iDubbbz and Quint Reviews who are doing everything they can to be part of something that will always reject them. Yeah, that's basically what it amounts to. Like, they're pissed terrified of being canceled, so they're trying to buddy up to the people that will try to cancel them. Not realizing that they don't cancel because you legitimately did a bad thing. They're using any bad thing you did previously, no matter what that may be, as an excuse because they just want to get rid of you. You know? Also, H-Bomb killed a guy? Yeah, poor Danny's literally too old for this shit. Sounds like the fun parts of a toxic relationship. That's basically what it amounts to. Oh god. Also, yeah, why is he attacking so much? Let me take a look at Vaughn's. Yeah, it's like all the way down there. Let's just turn that off. Have him focus completely on healing. No, he's also out of mana, that explains it. So I'll turn it back on instead of Kiraja, because that is so expensive. I was gonna do Kira. Gained empathy now and it proceeds to become the most callous, cocksucking piece of shit ever. Yeah. If you have to tell people you have empathy, you don't have empathy. You're trying your best to have the illusion of empathy. Ron. Never forget that Aaron outed the fact Ding Dong was gay to his family. That's genuinely fucked. All because Ding Dong didn't like a fucking visual novel he made. Like, the whole story's just stupid. It sucks to see how many people contracted trolls remorse. Aaron, iDubbbz, half the animation reviewer crowd, especially the British ones, and creator Jerk Beast. Yeah. I have empathy, Patrick Dopesman. Yeah, damn right, nigga. Eagle Raptor is Metal Gear Solid vid. Yeah. Yeah, Quentin threw his tranny druggy lover into the bus immediately. He's fucking Steve Shives now. Yeah. Who's Ding Dong anyway? To kind of explain it, he was buddies with Eagle Raptor, then he ended up becoming buddies with the Only Plays crew. But he was still, you know, associated with Eagle Raptor, because I think all of them, including Ding Dong, were former Newgrounds. Aaron went on to make that fucking, what was it, Dream Daddy game? Where basically, it's just a gay dating sim, you know, it was like a BL dating sim thing. And it blew up for approximately, like, 2 months. Well, during that time... Okay, here we go. May as well bring up Redis because he has a rise. During that time, it hit that serious period of, if you do not like this game in any way, you are le homophobe. Ding Dong is one of the people that just so happened to not like the game. So Aaron fucking, like, outed the fact he was gay to Ding Dong's family who didn't know. And it caused a whole shit show. Only two people on Newgrounds that came out chill after Newgrounds, Max G, Happy Harry, most Oni crew, yeah. Max G, from my understanding, is still solidly a pretty good dude. Eagle Raptor thought I cured homophobia with a shitty meme VN no one remembers, yeah. Well, you know, that's one of those things of, like, the reason it was so insufferable is because he genuinely thought he invented the idea of gay visual novel, not realizing that was already a genre. I remember the controversy of a gender swap fan art of the game. She received threats because of it. Yeah. Another graduation from Hollow. Holy shit. Also, note, both Ding Dong and Julian are the least stereotypical gay guys ever and actively can't stand said behavior. Yeah. Still laugh at your Quentin rant on that part of ContraPoints. You're not like Cosmo Kiryu who has abs like a god. You couldn't even stick with your tranny waifu. Well, Ding Dong is that only play co-host, and he's gay too. Crazy, he doesn't act like a fag. He's a basic Twitter lefty, but from my understanding, he's not a bad dude. People like that make up half the world's problems. I swear it's game people. Get the fuck over it. Yeah. Like I said, it's really, really shitty people desperate to convince everyone and themselves they're good. Yeah, that's what it is. Friendship with Oni, yeah. Also got Fantano. Dude became insufferable after the stroke session from the journo. Yeah. You know, it's like... you don't have to go full, you know, poll TND type shit if a journal tries to fuck with you. And you also don't have to become such a measling living tampon because of it. I don't know why, but people only seem to think it's one or the other. I'm actually still able to be a chill guy, but still willing to be edgy, and I feel shame for it. Yeah. Miss Ding Dong always saying, Chris, you can't say that like a disapproving mother. Goddamn, he's leaving Hollow. You can't just leave it at that. So Oni played with 2 homos. Also, yeah, holy shit, Kira's way better. Of course, I say that, but Vaughn got targeted because Vaughn, like a retard, once again, cannot seem to not want to jump into the fight. Let's see, indeed, total nigger death. You know, here. Because I already know how it's going to end. It literally just amounts to, I cannot seem to stop Vaughn from trying to fight if I'm not directly controlling him. Here we go. Biggest complaint people have with the gender bend Dream Daddy art is that they gave one of the characters big milkers. Here's a little shock. A woman becomes a mother, she'll get big breasts. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things that plays into that really performative aspect of it. Of like, no, it can't be sexualized in any way. It has to be different. It's like, there's no reason. Like, see his gambits here with the ass fucking up. Oh, I already checked his gambits. It literally just, he's for some reason prioritizing his lowest tier one on top of everything else, including healing, which is way above. I think it's because the boss aggro's onto him, so he tries to react, but the point is he's not supposed to be trying to react. Yeah, see, now that I'm controlling him, it's way better, because now he can just act as a white mage. No, not Alkun. That's fine, I at least have Bobs and Vagine. I was graduating to blue-haired tomboy. Oh, shit. There's an artist named David Liu, who has a sick 80s, 90s anime art style, and when I discovered his work, holy shit, half of it was for the Grumps Dirty Pair ripoff. You can't have over-sexualized women now. Excuse me, I jerk out to pictures of feet. Yeah, it's like, it's stupid. It's stupid, it's performative, and for some reason, Tumblr kids are super into it. Oh, and she's not getting a graduation stream. Oh, she must have fucked up bad. Yeah, it makes sense she was on a very long hiatus. It could be a medical thing, then. Another complaint was that one of the Levengers was a trans man that accused the artist of being transphobic by essentially turning him into a trans woman. Yeah, it's like... It's this thing I mentioned before where kids nowadays are insufferable. They are insufferable. If you want the most politically addicted, refuse to think for themselves, and have to constantly look for the appreciation of others, it's the modern generation of kids. It is the most agonizing shit we've ever had to go through. Like my generation, we were the edgy kids. We liked making fucked up jokes. We liked doing all this stuff. I know it sounds like old man ranting, but my point is, kids nowadays are to a point of they're genuinely terrified of everything. They're terrified to just genuinely like something. Everything has to be filtered through the idea of, but is this the approved thing to like? It's fucked up. On the controversy of the Dream Daddy art, had something to do with one trans character being turned into a woman. A suit-wearing blue-haired girl from one of the newer gens. Yeah, it must be a medical thing. That's the only thing I can think of. Oh, 2000's Xbox Live would break modern gamers. Well, like, it's not even a matter of like, oh, we were so cool, haha, you know, we're so fucking cool. It's the fact of, like I said, kids are fucking scared. Due to mental health issues, apparently it's just a case of adjustment disorder. Oh, okay. And back in my day, all I'd say to a homie was penis when we laughed for hours. Yeah. Holy shit, it's a one-day graduation, October 3rd. Oof. Oh, no. Okay, we cannot use this one. This is a really bad one. Altar of Knowledge. I think this just means we don't earn XP, which is fine. This one, the one joke everyone told on YouTube was Mario using super shrooms as drugs. I was telling my little brother, don't be afraid to like something or do something different. Yeah, it's conformity. Helicopter reason for kids being like this? No. Helicopter parents couldn't fucking dream of getting this shit out of kids. Because, like, if your parents tell you not to do something, a kid's more likely just to kind of rebel and go, fuck you, I'm going to do it anyway, because kids are dumb, you know? Carlos sees $2. There was also how they treated Ross, yeah. Basically, in modern internet culture, you're either a woo, wholesome, good person, or you're a terminally online, cancel-addicted jackwad, yeah. Oh, shit. Fuck it. Run through. And we can try to kill it. Come on. There we go. What happened to Ross? I don't know. Dude just said something happened to Ross. Yeah, of course. Cheating bitch. Kids right now aren't even allowed to be kids. God knows how bad the next generation is going to be. It's fucking bad, yeah. Chad, highly recommend listening to the Club Blue Fire from Alcun. It's a bop. Knowing what we know now, go pour a heart into that song. Here we go. Basically a self-inflicted cycle. The new celebs grew up with safe, edgy people, and now they're poisoning each other. Aren't you a zoomer? Here we go. I'm tired of gender war stuff in general. Hope it decreases with time, yeah. See, she had reflect armor. Theoretically, that actually shouldn't have killed her. She'll reflect it back onto him. Speaking of you here, Critical is honestly revolting against for saying it's bad to celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. I would feel bad, but he brought him upon himself, yeah. Law is the exception, not the rule. I've been told repeatedly I have an old soul. I remember iDubbbz made a claim that he acts superior with his content cop, which is fucking ironic now, but back when he made the video on Rice Gum, he said he never claimed he was being superior, yeah. Yeah. How much to the end? We're actually, like, pretty much almost to the final boss of the dungeon here. I just gotta remember the steps to actually get up here, because I think it's... Yeah, not that one. Yeah, Altar of Knowledge. I think, yeah, that's the one we need. And jokingly, told my friend I have a major case of old world blues. Yeah, I feel scared for kids in the future, yeah. Forget a MW2 lobby. Kids these days lose their shit at global chat in any MMO, yeah. Even I was considered a millennial, but even I don't care for millennials or Gen Z. Or at least the vibe shift right now might actually encourage kids to call each other faggots again. That's what I mean, though. Like, everyone keeps talking about the new generation is going to be more conservative than ever, and I don't buy that for a second. Like, kids nowadays are extremely tribalistic, and they buy into this shit so easily. Like, they really don't question fucking anything. This might be 4:30 for you by the time you can finish this game. Stop being scared. Kids are also getting way stupider. Exactly. Like, it sounds like old man ranting, but there's legitimately a problem. Like I said, self-inflicted cancer. I hate my generation. Yeah, generations are stupid metric to begin with. I only started because of the boomers, yeah. Actual best hope is kids starting to touch grass, stop bothering with social media. Yeah, it's like... Like, I can't even begin to try to predict what could possibly fix it, but it's one of those things where there's something wrong, you know? Like, you smell it in the air. Things aren't growing right. Like, the grass grows in the wrong direction kind of shit. Kids that don't know where their food comes from. Yeah, it's like... I mean, yeah, there's always going to be an expected level of stupidity in kids because that's just kind of the nature of it. But I'm talking about, like, the tribalistic, everyone wants to be the sheriff type thing, because that's the problem, you know? The problem is the belief that everyone has to be the moral sheriff, and if they're able to cancel one another, they'll be able to prop themselves up. That's where it gets terrifying. Yeah, Grok, is this true? The teacher was saying his students didn't want to have to learn anything because ChatGPT would do it for them. Yeah, it's like just... I'm getting real-world examples, just people on the internet. Well, I'm talking about like an internet-based phenomenon, but that's because a lot of kids are on the internet nowadays. A perfect way to break the conditioning for new gens, make them learn about Operation Keelhaul. I'm making damn sure I'm involved in their life and barring from using social media, yeah. Sure, boomers hold some blame. They create a bunch of problems and expect the other generation to fix it, but for all the millennials and sadly Gen X too bitching about it, what did they do? Yeah, the exact same thing. And like me, not planned, Zoomer born to two baby boomers who used all his luck points to not have autism or Down syndrome. No, my parents are actually pretty young. I think the hugest problem is that kids see the adults treat social media shit like it's the most important shit ever, and we teach them that by Kimmel. I think surprising amount of kids are on the internet right now. It was there before, but way more neglected now, yeah. Parents are Gen X and they didn't teach me shit, and people keep thinking I have autism, but every time I get tested, I have negative results. You're so bad at being autistic. Yeah, friends planning to ban kids from social media. Yeah. It's like, I'm not against banning kids from social media. It's the whole, like, well, what are they going to add on to that makes it to where it's a lot more complicated. But, like, actually having a reliable way to make sure, like, hey, you really shouldn't be here. I'm fine with that, by every definition. Pretty sure it's the altar of knowledge we needed. I'm officially in the commentary cycle. Buckle up, you're going to be hearing about them a lot, yeah. Boomers and Gen Alpha and boomers are the worst about social media, brain rot. I get the kids, but I want to cope that boomers have anything better to do than doom scroll on Facebook, yeah. Oh, right, yeah, I completely forgot. Okay. Where is... Yeah, it's Ultra Magics. Ultra Knowledge. Turn that off. That make new gens learn about our government, how our government left 20,000 U.S. veterans of the Soviets to rot in the gulags. Why? Because it wasn't worth to save them and potentially cause a war. Went to my community college, saw people I know in high school. Bro, high school was 5 years ago for me. They're still in school. It's crazy. PUBG is an official event where Sonic the Hedgehog fights a giant skibidi toilet. I'm not joking. It's real. Yeah, basically just turn off all the altars. Yeah, Corpos chose the stupid option to handle the problem of kids being on places they shouldn't be and adding something that fucks with us and can be easily exploited. Well, that's why they do it. They do it on purpose. Who thought the Canadian furry movie snob's a weirdo? First, I think government should be funding online safety classes, like full-on 13-minute PSAs and shit. Terrify the young ones to be a little hesitant. That's how I didn't turn out worse, given I was grew up raised on Toho memes and edgy internet humor. I'm scared for the future of humanity. Well, like I said, I think what's kicked us all into overdrive isn't whether or not our humor is edgy. At least not fully. You know? Because kids are still very much willing to be edgy. You know, how many different leaks are coming out about some guy who claimed to be ultra nice and ultra woke and this and that, calling each other nigger in a Discord? You know, it happens. I think it's mainly just the clout culture. You know, it's... Celebrity culture is not just a thing that is purely a Hollywood thing now. It's now... Like, anyone could potentially wake up one day and out of nowhere you're technically considered a celebrity. You know? Unfortunately, if we do this conversation for too long, it's going to start going back to where it always goes, politics. It doesn't have to be. Just don't bring it up. I'm talking about like a sociological perspective. The Gamer from Mars new video on Sinfest? I have not. Glad I grew up watching the Vanos crew, Banana Bus, Doo-Doo, Banana Bus. Everyone's sparked about old YMS theology is really funny to me. Welcome to the party, pal, yeah. Here we go. Now we can kick ass. You get paid bi-weekly or weekly? My real job, bi-weekly. Kids want their 15 seconds of fame on social media regardless of the damage they do to their bodies or reputation. Yeah, basically. You know, it amounts to they're desperate to become celebrities, and that's why when they actually get what they think they want, they latch onto it so hard and are willing to do anything to keep it. You know, there are kids out there right now that have never touched any actual employment in their life. You know, they've grown up, they were raised on internet stuff, they got involved in internet stuff, make money off internet stuff, and that's all they know. So any trend they see the internet go to, they're going to latch on to like nobody's business because they're too afraid of what could happen if they tank their channel, their traffic or something like that. You know what I mean? Please kill them. Yeah, fuck it. Damn it. And kids get a job, well, can't do that because the job market's shit. Yeah. Yeah, fuck it. Kelly's 100% called Gura her nigga, yeah. Uncle Play actually have a YMS video on Kimba. He's a bit too biased to me. It's fine, he didn't like it, but he makes it out like Lion King is superior. Again, adults are just as desperate for internet fame. Kids just learn from that. That is true. Grow up on Vanos, fuck this shit, go home, go to bed. This is my house, I don't recognize the ceiling. Yeah, that's not my house, my mom's not a 45-year-old fat man on a couch. Yeah, short of $2, a job application. No! I mean, it really is a real thing, you know? Motherfuckers in their 20s don't get a job, not from any disability, because they don't want to, and think selling R on Twitter can make them, keep them afloat. To be fair, I'd rather cover games like Dr. Hauser many times over living off Fortnite. I mean, it's like, it's one of those where there's a reason why they're so desperate for that lifestyle, because really it is very cozy, you know? Like, I've even said repeatedly, the reason I still have the job I have is because I need it basically to keep me grounded. Like, I need to remember how the real world thinks and operates. You know, it can be very easy to sink into that mindset of, oh, I can just do this forever, you know, I can just do this. And you end up kind of losing your mind because you become an algorithm chaser. Calls, please, $10. Our generation had balance. We unironically went out and touched grass, fell and scraped our knees and got into fistfights. We knew the internet wasn't real. Kids need that again. Yeah. And the problem is the world's gotten to the point of the internet is real. Like, there's no way to really avoid it anymore. Everything has to be involved with it in some way. Like, how many other times have you seen someone on Twitter post a picture of just some random guy at a restaurant to make fun of him? And people even are starting to acknowledge the fact of, like, wait, why are we doing that? Like, what? Why are we getting to a point of no one's allowed to have any privacy anymore? Because you don't know when they'll be taken away. You learned that a few years ago, yeah. A few weeks ago, yeah. They were banned violent. Soho keeps their 9-to-5s and families so they don't lose touch with the ground, yeah. Yeah, look what happened to Daddy of 5 kids. It sucks, yeah. What do you call a magic owl? Houdini. Thank you for that. That's very nice. Yeah, like most character chasing the algorithm, yeah. Oh, God. Violence Solo is great. I hope they come back. I already know for a fact my hobby of the YouTube channel starts. I already know not to interact with fans, even at bare minimum. Dream ruin kids' brains through parasocial ideas. I want to say that there shouldn't be an argument on who is good and what is not good. Both Kimbo and Lion King are good in their own terms. Yeah. Yeah, appliance makers now selling fridges and dishwashers require an internet connection and app to run. Yeah, it's like fucking ridiculous. I've seen those videos of people freaking out when a dude standing around with a camera in public. Great social experiment to show how psychotic people are. Yeah. I mean, hell, it even evolved to the point of affecting the bystander effect where... Because everyone knows what the bystander effect is. If something happens, like a car accident or someone gets shot or has a heart attack, people just kind of stand around and not know what to do. And everyone's waiting on that one guy who knows what they're doing to get involved and help. Now it's people will just pull out their phone and get a video. They'll get a video. They'll take a picture. Like, it's to the point of that's now just an ingrained response in people. You seem to have done nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong, but they're blue. I've always hated the color blue. You know why? Why? No reason. Yeah, it's content. Yeah, literally psychopaths. Let's be real, YMS chose the cartoon with the most fuckable cartoon animals in it. According to his taste, his gay, furry taste. Yeah, I hate that. I want my experiences to be my own. Research my Death Pain Con film going viral, yeah. Yeah, lengths people go to avoid work is what that's what we're witnessing. Well, it's like, ironically, that is how a lot of modern society was built. You know, people back in like medieval times would have to do like legitimately very back-breaking type work just to get something done. And innovation was basically made to streamline and make things easier and easier and easier. Like that's the whole idea. The problem is the fact of we've gotten to a point where you can literally make money doing nothing. Like, what are we doing right now? Like, I'm basically just having a conversation with my friends right now. That's basically what it amounts to. It's something that even fucking Dick Bro talked about, where basically the entire way my channel is set up is I'm basically just talking to my friends from high school again. All news and streamers find out shitposting on Twitter and shitposting in real life have very different outcomes, yeah. Think a man getting beaten on the subway, motherfuckers should start pulling out their phones and not calling 911, yeah. Friend? Notice the rise in YouTubers getting caught being weird was after 2000s, 2010s rise of internet porn and gore porn in people's youth. See, I don't blame it on anything like that, because that eliminates the fact of some people are just fucked up and evil. I see Chad's friends. Where are your friends? but you get my point, you know? Hell, that's why a lot of streamers do get big. You know, kind of friend simulator type thing. And then filming crap also gets taken out of context where Rando isn't taking jerk's crap is considered in the asshole and gets canceled. Really messed up, yeah. I finally have a friend. Yeah, holding phone recording, call the police, yeah. Like it is an aspect of our... It is an aspect of our lives that is genuinely freaky to think about. That starts parasocial shit won't end well. Well, I'm not saying, like, you guys are literally my friends. I'm saying that's basically just the way I kind of operate the channel. It's, you know, I'm basically talking to my buddies from high school about stuff I liked or stuff I watched. Damn, nigga, you really just started the horde with a friend word. Well, he loves us. Oh, God. And to be honest, recording footage is good for the court case police report. Yeah, I'd probably do the same, yeah. I mean, the way people cannot navigate where they have lived their whole lives without a phone blows my mind. You're my friend, why didn't you show up to my birthday party? Chad doesn't have IRL friends. I has friends? We're some lonely motherfuckers. Got the channel name of this dude just stands still with the camera and it shows people getting erratic when they think camera's recording them. Man, I wish I could remember that channel name. I'm getting flashbacks back when I was the chick in my friends group back when I was in high school. Ah, shit, and once again, fucking... This floor in particular murks fucking all of us for some reason. I'm glad you love me too, because I love you a lot. No, don't let that go to your head. Fuck it, may as well. Go down like a man. The best part is, I don't even think this is like a necessary one to do. I think it's just one of the extras. Damn it. Yeah, it is. It's literally just one of the extra floors, so yeah, we don't have to do this. It's good we haven't succumbed to parasocial relationships. Isn't that right, BFF? Alone bad, friend good. It's okay, we don't see you as a friend. We just use your voice to, use your stream to keep the voices away. How many mods do you have now? Like 3 or so. Damn, Ash has some nice assets. She's really cute. I like Ash. I like shooting the shit with chat. Yeah. Like I said, that's an aspect that people genuinely look for in a streamer or what have you. It's, you know, being able to kind of have that friend simulator and being able to feel like you're talking to a human being. I gotta play guitar again. When I feel like I'm at a level where I don't suck. It's been a while. Also, there are people that are just fine rattling their IP address on Discord. One dude I talked to did that, and damn, did that make me uncomfortable. Yeah, it's... The entire idea of appreciating your privacy on the internet is just fucking gone. Is Twitter an enemy simulator? It kind of is, yeah. I think it's a good way to put it. At no point do I ever consider Loli my friend. He's the voice that sometimes responds to my words. Very impressive AI. Try playing bass guitar? I do not have a bass guitar. It does seem fun, though. I make the first song my old Kentucky home. Yeah. Alright, Lolly, just like Jimi Hendrix. I played guitar for years and still suck. Just keep playing until you develop calluses. Yeah. We're chatting on a program your parents paid for after Shota shot himself in front of you in the camper. Free trial ended. I'm saying in chat because my work schedule being a 12-hour night shift. Just here at my job to listen to things before my shift ends at 6. Yeah. Tara knew I wasn't going to be Shredmaster for a while, so I focused on being good at what I do and what I like doing and just leaning into whatever niche. Yeah. I have Space King's my best friend, and he tells me the best advice out there. I mean, if you're not listening to Space King, who are you listening to? And same thing of drawing. Like if you think you're not gonna draw, to keep on drawing and get a hang of it. Yeah. You know, drawing is one of those things of, I know for a fact if I sat down, I would probably get better at it. But it's one of those of, I just don't really have much of an interest in it. I like appreciating drawings. That's my thing. I'm an appreciator. I appreciates it. That's right, just like Jimi Hendrix, and I pop some ass and rip that motherfucking guitar. Probably listen to Chestnut Nerd. Praise be to Space King. What do you and Space King talk about? Yeah, I draw a stupid sketch every single day. Yeah, basically. Hell, that's literally how PewDiePie did it. Frank is my only true friend. That's what I meant. Like, if you have an interest in drawing, if you don't think you're good. Yeah. Hey, Lolly, you're too old for the 27th club. Just draw what you like. In your case, tall women. There's a 7-foot tall woman. You'll find motivation. I don't know if Flash Kid survived UW Space King, because it's basically a parody. Like, it's a full-on parody. Even beaten in retardation, Terry's a better Imagineer than Bryce. And don't go to art school, yeah. Go. Just bring back Vaughn. And once again, he wants to spam out disease like a fuck. Alright, I'm gonna have to set a gambit for disease. That is such an annoying status effect. I hate it. Here, we'll do. Oh, shit. Yeah, she doesn't have. Any techniques? First aid, Here. We have dark matter, let's do that. Bucket fire. Ah, damn it. This game is supposed to be fun and good. It is really good. It's just, as stated, its philosophy around status effects is really fucking annoying. Appreciate your passion for Berserk. It's not like you know what you're talking about when you discuss it. Keep talking Berserk, Berserk boy. Yeah. Rush Chapter is the same one that made Female Cycle Warrior just shit ideas all around. Okay. I think Space King, no, fuck off, tourists. If something bad happened, my mom found my Rachel Cider Pop body pillow, and the funny thing is she says, oh, that's cute glasses. That's pretty great. Here, I am going to change this to serum. Because like I said, disease is the most annoying status effect. And the funny part is, pretty much right after this dungeon, it doesn't really show up again. I don't remember the final dungeon whatsoever actually using disease in any capacity. Yeah, a lot of boss in the late story, side quest, spam status, and damage immunity, yeah. It's a great game, but it's just one of those of pretty much any reason you'd be setting up a gambit is to counter that. worthless piece of shit Space King from Space King. No, Warhammer just Lord of the Rings and Moorcock mixed together. Also Dune. Space King and Bryce using Hate Monger's account to look up porn. How close do you finish the game? This is the second to last dungeon. After this, we'll call it because it is 4 a.m. where I'm at. But we can pretty much finish the game next time. And not very long at all. This is where a great game becomes a good game? I would say so. Our main issue is I have not optimized at all. Like, at all. We have only rushed to do main story stuff. If you take your time and do a lot more of the side quests and actually build your party properly, you can get way more done way easier. At least as impacts the gameplay. Most RPGs and FF in particular, stat aspects are a joke. Yeah. If you want art lessons, there's a ton of free art shit right here on YouTube. Yeah. When you think about it, everything's derivative. Nothing's original. Just make shit and enjoy. Billions must create. That was a chance of a second wave Rachel docu, right? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Always remember, be positive. I think Regis is the one that's hitting him and not doing any damage. Smelly Thompson, tall girl, being the tallest in Trigun. She's only 5'10", not really tall. That's just kind of Japan's idea of like a really tall woman, like 5'10". It's always funny. Second Rachel doc could be even looter, right? Here we go. Come on, give him serum. Vaughn, come on, don't be a dick. There we go. And you want to be a dick. Oh, and of course Bosch has the fucking goddamn. Okay. Here. It's heavy dark. He's not going to work with that. Raise Vaughn. Balthier. You do... Here we go. God damn it. Say, Hate Monger seems to always have the best lines in the series by fucking far. Over the years, I've grown to despise the word optimize, especially in CRPGs. I don't care for optimization. I don't really like min-maxing. Well, min-maxing isn't really optimization. Like, it basically is, but there's different shit to it. Also, he just completely party wiped. Really, the big thing fucking us over this entire time is we cannot hold on to Phoenix Downs. We lose Phoenix Downs like fucking crazy. Here we go. Hashmo is so much of an ass in Hashmo is much of an ass in tactics. Yep. Watching 2020 Ben Drown stuff, and yeah, it started off good at first, but then immediately became shitty shonen anime. Yeah. A big aspect that a lot of creepypasta stuff needed to learn is learn when to call it. Learn that there was a reason why a lot of horror stories just kind of end in a very abrupt kind of way. Everyone said Lolly wasn't our friend. Speak for themselves. Lolly's my best friend now. I don't hate people that do optimize or min-max, but at least do something interesting and creative with the character you're making. Yeah. Yeah, backrooms intensifies. Yeah. See, Game Pass increasing to $30 a month? Yeah. Okay, let's do... Fuck it, let's just throw rusty bolts at him. It'll be funny. Here, we'll do wind. Like a joke that goes on too long, yeah. Hope Space Marine 2 introduces mace-like weapons so I can cosplay Hate Monger in Space Marines 2 would be funny. Shit. Okay, upside, I now have an idea. And yeah, the painful part is we're able to get him to like that last stretch. And then he just focuses down on all the exact weak people we need alive. So here. I think society would be like if the internet existed while World War II was happening. It'd be a hell. It would be hell. Okay, here. So, Vaughn. Here, we need a rise. Because a rise is revive at full health. Let's see, what else does he have? Here, white robes. Yeah, that's about it. Okay. So now we optimize him. Once again, I don't want him to have the fucking treaty blade. You know what? Fine, whatever. It wants it so damn bad. Okay. Ooh. That is way better here. Okay, Fron. Let's buy more of her licensed stuff first. Imagine the memes after Hiroshima. Candle Cove ended in a really fucking good way by revealing the entire thing was just never real and collective mass hysteria. Yeah. Candle Cove, I think, had probably the best cutoff point. Up next, Clash of Space Marine 2 will be Terminators, and I hope eventually Psychers too. That would be cool. Okay, here we go. And... okay, we're already running low. Let's see. Can we buy her more... Can we buy any more green magic? Reflect, disable. Here we go. Haste. Now him. It's basically just buying the ribbon. We don't have the ribbon. I forgot what the Fuzzy Miter does, so we may as well see. I got into playing Space Marine 2. They don't really have librarians yet. I think they mentioned they're going to add them later. Here we go. And fuck it, yeah, Ultima Blade. First aid for an emergency. But we're probably gonna forget it's even there. There we go, Kiraga. So he can also heal. And potion restore more HP. There we go. Okay. So now Fron. Does she have any better arrows? She has fire arrows. I say we give her those. Battle harness. I mean, to petrify, it's not bad. Honestly, I didn't like Space Marine 2. It was boring to me. The multiplayer wasn't fun. If I was playing on PC with mods, probably had a better time. It's like a rules for engaging the internet that hasn't been written yet, or has been. No one reads rules of the internet yet. Okay, immune to stop really wouldn't be bad at all. Problem is he doesn't really use any of these. Thing is too, the way Ben's round ended originally was fine. Yeah. Like, keep it as the mystery. You want to keep the mystery of it all. It's always a big aspect with, like I said, a lot of creepypasta from that era where the whole point is it's supposed to end, you know, very almost Junji Ito-esque, where you're ending right as things are kind of reaching that big peak of it. Now, I mean, granted, Junji Ito stuff would usually also have some kind of big ending to it. That's where you get like Hellstar Remina and things like that. I'm talking mainly of his shorter stories. Alright. Okay. We'll stick with this, and if you fuck us, Vaughn. In fact, actually, before... Here. So, Fron... Here. Yeah, any... There we go. Haste. Just move way faster than the enemy. Best creepypasta ever made was Jeff the Killer, no matter how much people have been gaslighting people that it's not. Yeah, keep it simple and vague, but not too vague. We don't need God Wars being fought Majora's Mask cartridges, or know when the big spooky guy's twerking superpower. Yeah. A lot of time it feels like it's kind of just pandering to, once again, kids. Kids like knowing every single detail about a horror thing, and to be fair, a lot of adults do too, but they're like, well, what's the rule set? Is there a way around this? What's this? What's that? And I am perfectly fine with horror stuff being very vague. So long as there is a consistency you can follow. Like, you can lay out your rules, but the rules basically just have to be followed, and that's about it. Like, Blair Witch, you go into the woods, you die. That's it. It's just cursed ground. Bad shit happens in cursed ground. I'm fine with that. That's all I need. Only problem I have with the multiplayer for Space Marines 2 is the fact that it keeps fucking crashing. I don't know if I can play hard difficulties with it, without it. Come on. Here, and actually... Space Marine 2 is getting a Tech Marine class, and so far, we know they're adding Amasai axes. There we go. Big two-handed battle axes, kind of like thunder hammers. Those niggas need to add lightning claws to the game so I can proper Raven Guard. I'm gonna try out Dark Tide. Looks like a fun Left 4 Dead clone. It's pretty good. Has issues, though. Here we go. Damn Bill Burr parody song, Right on Money? I have not, no. Most I know about the whole, like, Saudi Arabia show thing is it's a bunch of rich people screaming at each other. Okay, let's see if this actually did any damage worth a damn. The reason I never seem to use the reason I never use the quickening is because they never feel like they actually do damage. They're either able to completely one-shot the enemy, or they do fucking nothing. Yeah, here we go, see? Come on. Chaos is basically an unknown variable, so you need chaos in your stories, even if you know the rules. The reader shouldn't know them. Yeah. Think you and Shoto ever streamed Dawn of War? It could be fun. He's not really into Warhammer stuff at all. I'm at least tangentially aware of it. Okay, here we go. Pop a serum on... Shit. Okay. Pop an elixir. Gonna seem very counterintuitive. Ah, fuck. Ah, okay. Yeah. Okay, immediately go. Yeah, raise Vaughn. Okay. Raise Bosch. Or at least would have. Fuck. Okay. Here, reverse. Okay. Now. Yeah, arise on Redis. Oh. Now arise on Bosch. And arise on Fron. Holy shit, I saved it. The fuck is this boss? He's, I think, the second to final boss of this dungeon. Only thing saving Muda from getting into career-ending controversy is Jeff the Killer image still being missing. Yeah. Quickings need to be chained multiple times to do meaningful damage. The elemental finisher also needs to be a proper element or does undoes all the work to do it. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Ah, you fuck. Okay, come on. Okay, cast slow on him. Son of a bitch. Yeah, this guy was always a pain, yeah. Anyone played No, I'm Not a Human? Yeah, I saw Manly Bass Hero play it. It looks cool. Please, for the love of God. Here, I think he has another reverse. Okay, no reverse. Instead, here, I'm gonna do this. Don't fuck me on this. Hell yeah. Okay. So now we can think about our options. I'm gonna go for a Roga. Ah, shit. Can you name me a Final Fantasy game to play that used turn-based combat? Wanted to actually start the classic formula game since FF16 for hack and slash. Pretty much every game up until about... If you actually want to count ATB, that also counts. So all the way up to like Final Fantasy fucking 9 and 10. Yeah. Okay. Well, upside we have a pretty solid wall now that we can call it. Here, I'm gonna swap us back on over. Yeah, it did. Yeah. Well, we'll come back to this next time. We'll come back because it'll be once we have more time to kind of grind around and kind of boost up our stats and try to see if you can get your team out wind elemental weapons and earth elemental armor. That, or we could just grind a little bit more, try to get a few more levels, because we're always able to get them to that last stretch. And it's just always that literal last few stretches that get us. That literal, like, 1 or 2 hits away from death. That's when he gets mean. So, we play Monday. Persona 4, remember? We're going to do Persona 4. You prefer Warhammer, you prefer 40k or fantasy? I mean, both are pretty fun. He dead as hell. Yeah. Like I said, upside, though, we can tell. Like, we can totally beat him. It's just kind of the fact of we need to debuff him with slow more because that can combo up with the haste. The man 20 for $2. In this world, you're either a Fed or another Fed. I assume everyone I agree or disagree with is a Fed. I assume everything related to woke is because of Feds. No, I do not take meds. Thank you. Very cool. But yeah, upside we know for a fact we can beat the boss. Just a matter of we just got to iron out a little bit more and kind of stat check it a tiny bit more. Will we ever beat FF12? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Honestly, we could probably do both on Monday. We could do both FF12 and then Persona 4, because pretty much right after this dungeon, it's just a steamroll to the final boss. Oh my god, they killed Vaughn again, you bastards. Yeah, because, like, I think if we can grind up to around, like, level 60 or so, we should be more than ready. But I'm going to call it here. I'm very sleepy. As today, I'm going to be working on, the Man on Fire video. Hope to get that out next week. Who do you think would be a cool faction to kill in Space Marine 3? Me, personally, I like seeing Necron, but who do you think? Necron or Tau? That could be kind of cool. But, yeah. Thanks, everybody who showed up. Very good time tonight. Very good time. See you guys.
Cold eyes upon me, they stare. People all around me, and they're all in fear. They don't seem to want me, but they won't admit I must be some kind of creature if they're having fears. From my body house, I'm afraid to come outside. Although I'm filled with love, I'm afraid they'll hurt my pride. So I play the part I feel they want of me, and I pull the shade so I won't see them seeing me. Having hard time in this crazy town. Having hard time. There's no love to be found. Having hard time in this crazy town. Having hard time. There's no love to be found. From my body house, I feel like me another familiar face of creed and a race, a brother. But to my surprise, I find a man corrupt. Although he be my brother, he wants to hold me up. Having hard time in this crazy town. Having hard time. There's no love to be found. Having hard time in this crazy town. Having hard time. There's no love to be found. So many hard times. Sleeping on motel floors. Knocking on my brother's door. Eating Spam and Oreos and drinking Thunderbird, baby. In this crazy town, I'm having hard I'm sick and tired of paying dues.